Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We've got a very full agenda tonight, so I'm gonna try to keep things rolling. The first order, this is the September 11th meeting of the Evanston Plan Commission. Good evening, everyone. So the first item of business is declaration of a quorum.
Commissioner Draper, Commissioner Dubin,
Here.
Commissioner Goddard,
Here.
Commissioner Halleck, Commissioner Isaac,
Here.
Commissioner Pagotzi, Commissioner Sloss, Commissioner Hugo,
Here.
and Chair Lewis.
Here.
We have a quorum.
So with 6 commissioners, we have a quorum. So on the agenda tonight are 4 items. So there's a lot to go through. 1 old business and 3 new items. So we'll start with the approval of the minutes and then roll right into the old business. So are there any questions, comments, corrections, modifications to the minutes of the August 28th Plan Commission as presented in the packet? Yeah. So do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Isaac,
Second.
second Dubin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against? All right. The minutes are approved. All right, so the first order of business is the continuation of a text amendment from the August 28th meeting, which was continued from the August 7th meeting for a special events in U2 District 19 PLND 0032, a zoning ordinance text amendment pursuant to City Code Title 6 zoning to Section 615.7.2 of the zoning ordinance, the revised permitted uses of the U2 University Athletic Facilities District. So we have quite a lot of people that I think that want to talk tonight. Okay, so I'm gonna be a bad guy and be very strict on our time limitations. So I want you, when you come to speak, to be prepared to say it crisply and concisely and not go on. The limit for individuals is 2 minutes, and for people speaking for organizations, it is 10 minutes. All right, so I'm going to enforce this with, fairly rigorously, because from my count before, we had 46 people will be here until the morning if we don't try to keep it concise. And if you agree with someone that was before or a different point, can you just come up, state your name, state your address, and say, I agree with the point about this, or I agree with the previous speaker, and then go back, because we'll get the gist of it. So, but if you have new comments, they're greatly appreciated. So if you're going to speak tonight, I have to ask you to raise your right hand and swear that you will tell the truth. Do you swear to tell the truth? All right, great, super. Well, could you please come to the?
We were told previously, and I think it's in the PC packet of rules too, that we are allowed, besides the 2-minute comment, right, and the presentation by groups, that we are allowed to ask questions of Northwestern presentation from August 7th.
Yes, we're getting into the procedures.
There is no limit to the questions. I mean, within reason, because the questions, right. Okay, thank you.
All right. So the order of business for this first item is we'll have the staff present the request and any changes that have occurred. The petitioner will have an opportunity to provide any additional information, and then we will go to questions from people who did not speak, who signed up in the first meeting first, the August 7th meeting. They get an opportunity to ask questions. Then people in the second, who signed up in the second meeting, they'll get an opportunity, and then the third meeting. People who spoke or asked questions at the first August 7th meeting will have an opportunity to ask questions only on the new information, which I think will be clear after the staff presentation. Okay, and then after that, we'll take public testimony. So,
Sorry, one other quick question. When you mentioned that Northwestern would also add comments, my understanding was that they already had made their presentation at the August 7th. So is this just addressed to any changes that they have?
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right. So, staff, would you like to present?
Yes.
Good evening, Commission and members of the public. It's Megan Jones, Neighborhood and Land Use Planner. The chart that I have up on the screen right now actually outlines the proposed changes. What is in red outlines what has changed since the public hearing first opened on August 7th. So the changes that are in red were made, I believe, August 23rd. So there haven't been any additional changes since that date. But quickly to go through this particular chart, on the left is the original language that is within section 615.7.2, and on the right is the proposed change to that text. For the first item, where we have community and cultural events of nonprofit nature intended primarily for residents of the city and amateur athletic events should be permitted provided that the following conditions are met. For the proposed change, we'd be striking the nonprofit nature and the amateur nature of the athletic events. For the second item, sponsors of the temporary event obtain a certificate of zoning compliance pursuant to section 6482 of this title. We will actually be adding another step for that. So it would be sponsors of the temporary event shall provide proof of event logistics approval by the city special events committee and obtain a certificate of zoning compliance pursuant to section 6482 of this title. The third item, where there is a change, the language as it is now says that attendance at such events is limited to 10,000 people or less. The proposed language would limit the attendance of the events to 7,000 people. The next item, speaking to the number of events, says the original language as it is now is no more than 7 such events shall be held in any calendar year in any one facility, and each such event shall not exceed 5 consecutive days in duration. What is proposed for this amendment is to have no more than 6 single-day events and a 7th multi-day event, which was not to exceed 7 days in duration, and that would also require special permission from the city of Evanston, shall be held in any calendar year. The next item, speaking to parking, it says adequate university parking is available and is provided to all persons attending the event. Northwestern proposed to revise that language to say free university parking is available and is provided in the U2 district to all persons attending events as defined in this ordinance until all car parking spaces are full. Additionally, after discussion at the August 7th meeting, another provision was added regarding activity for these events. So it'd be adding language that says no activities related to special events shall occur between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. from Sunday evening to Friday morning, and between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. from Friday evening through Sunday morning, with the exception of event setup and breakdown procedures, which shall not exceed 30 minutes before or after the aforementioned times. And also, the last portion that is added the provisions that are proposed within this text amendment, should they be approved, there would be a 2-year provision or sunset provision for these items. And that would be in place unless City Council decides to affirmatively extend these items for these particular events. So that's a general summary of everything. The standards for a text amendment are as follows. So whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan as adopted and amended from time to time by the City Council. Whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Whether the proposed amendment will have an adverse effect on the value of adjacent properties and the adequacy of public facilities and services. So and that concludes the presentation.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, so Northwestern, would you like to add any additional information or on the information provided? So.
Good evening, Chairman Lewis, Commissioners, City staff. My name is Mike Poliski, and I serve as the Deputy Athletic Director with the Northwestern University Department of Athletic and Recreation. Thank you for the opportunity to briefly present tonight. We are proposing to host a limited number of concerts and/or sporting events at New Welsh Rhine Arena over a 2-year test period, allowing us to prove the ability to host such events in a neighborly and responsible manner. During the process for approval, we have met with city staff and Alderman Revelle several times, as well as hosted 2 open public forums at Welsh Rhine Arena. We have heard and truly appreciated our neighbors' feedback. To that end, our department suggested amending the ordinance that you just saw in the following manner, limiting all the events to 7,000 spectators or fewer, including the sunset provision of 2 years for the test period, offering complimentary parking in our east and west lots for these new events with the intent of alleviating neighborhood parking congestion. We offer these as simply a show of good faith that we are committed to the city and especially our nearby neighbors. We simply want the chance to prove ourselves. Our hope ultimately is to deliver more responsible and fun entertainment to Evanston, very much like the terrific concerts that have been hosted the past few summers at Canal Shores, to entice more people to experience our great city, to generate incremental revenues for the city, Evanston businesses, and the athletic department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Can I introduce Dave Davis real quick? He is the Executive Director from Northwestern of Neighborhood and Community Relations.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to open it up for questions. Again, I will put the questions in the order of sign up from the oldest meeting to the newest meeting, and we'll ask people who did ask questions at the previous meetings if they have any questions on the information that was highlighted in red, which was the parking, the 2,000 spot parking, and also the hours, the limited hours of operation. So, all right. So, Ms. Lauren McFarland.
Chairman, I don't have questions, so I represent a group.
We'll get to testimony later. And okay, all right.
I think some folks thought that they would just be a call for questions rather than. People can't hear you.
Yes.
I think that there may have been a perception for people who wanted to ask questions that perhaps that was different than public comment, so I'm not sure everyone understood that they would have had to.
So questions are different than public comment. They're more fact-finding, right?
Right.
And so
I don't have one of those,
Okay.
but I'm just suggesting that perhaps not everyone who does have a question might be on the list. So.
yeah, they have to have signed up in order to speak publicly. So. Okay, the August 7th, you could have signed up August 7th, yes. So I'm going to go right through it now, all right? So Ms. McFarland, Mary McWilliams, do you have any questions? All right. Joe Hill. No, no. That's fine. We'll get to you. That's fine. Just you have questions. Are you Joe Hill? Yes, I am. Okay. Yes, you are on the August 7th list because you. Yes. That's why I'm asking your name. Yes. So what is your question?
My name is Joe Hill. I'm at 2647 Broadway, and I've lived in the 6th and 7th wards since 1948. Questions? In the August 7th minutes, and I quote, "We've made changes to our proposal based on residents' suggestions." And on page 19, I quote, "We will continue to talk to the neighbors. I mean, that's why we are here. We would like to continue to work with the residents." There's a question on that is, have you talked to the neighbors since your community meeting with us over 37 days ago? In only 3 community gatherings and 1 city session, and over 5 months, have you worked with us or just presented your proposals? Secondly, on 2 of the 5 proposals to the city, you clearly specified for-profit events and professional sports events limited to the size of any U2 venue, thus up to 47,000. There is more than one precedent in the past where NU has tried to achieve that goal. The question, aren't your proposed changes in fact not compromises, but part of an adaptive strategy to best achieve your underlying long-term goal? That is to subvert once and for all the zoning ordinance governing U2. And the answer should be in the format of if so, why so? If not, why not? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I would like to go series of questions by person, and if you would like to respond to them so we can get them. Yeah, so if you could come up and respond, it'd be great. Okay.
So good evening, Chairman, committee members, city staff. My name is Dave Davis, and I'm the Executive Director for Neighborhood and Community Relations for Northwestern University. So what I've heard is that our residents have had concerns that we have not communicated with them sufficiently, and over the past 5 months that we've only held 2 public forums, and that we have came before the Plan Commission once. So we started this process back in January. We spoke to city staff. We spoke to the elected representative for that region to get a better understanding of the process. Then we presented at the Alderwoman's community meeting, where we talked about our proposal. We heard feedback from community members. We took that feedback into consideration. We amended our proposal. Then we hosted our own committee meeting at Welsh Shrine Arena, our athletic facility, where we had over 140 people show up. We answered 46 questions. Some of the speakers provided feedback that we again incorporated into our proposal. And then we held a second community meeting at our athletic facility. And there were also additional suggestions on how we can improve our proposal to mitigate some of the problems or potential issues in the community. So we've listened, and we've adjusted our proposal several times. And that's the proposal that we're putting forward today. In addition to that, I know there's been a lot of concerns, rightfully so, and so we're sympathetic about this. We don't live next to our facility, but we understand that if there's a large event, that there can be some adverse effects. We can't police everyone that attends our events, but we just want to make clear that the new events that we are proposing has a maximum limit of 7,000 people. And, you know, you've heard right now, and you'll hear again tonight from representatives that again think that we have some type of secret plan to advance this beyond the 7,000. What's in writing and what we're proposing cannot be changed. If this passes, that would be city law, and we have to adhere to that law. And so that is our intent. There is no malicious or devious plan to expand events of 40, 50,000 people to our stadium. We don't plan to do that. And the last part of my comments, we've taken a number, or we will take, a number of measures to make sure that, again, our proposal doesn't have any adverse effects in our community. And I'll just run through them really fast. We plan to have additional security and policing. We'll have foot patrol on site at our games before, during, and after each event. We'll also monitor the entire site at our Joint Emergency Response Center, which is on Ridge. We'll also work with the City of Evanston to have parking attendants, security personnel to assist with traffic flow, again, before, after, and during the event. We will offer free parking, as we said, and it's as is stated in our proposal. Northwestern will provide trash receptacles, and we plan to pick up trash and clean up the entire area after every single event, immediately after every special event. And we do plan to work with the community residents. Our concern is that what we've heard from the community residents is that for them to work with us would be for us to not move forward with this proposal. And again, we fully intend to do that. And so their compromise to us is that we walk away and that we don't do this. And so that's not what we're going to do. We would love to continue our conversations, and we feel that there's a compromise here that we can meet halfway and do something great for the community and the city. And with that, I will turn it over. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mike Vasilko.
Thank you very much. And if I'm correct, I still have the right to come back and make comments later. This is for questions. So I'm an architect and a planner for over 30 years. Plan Commission, many of you are professionals, and you know that in order to do your job, you're supposed to have facts and analysis and the information that you need to do your job. Northwestern had given you neither the facts nor the analysis.
What is the
Northwestern's-
question? This is that seems like a statement. What is the question?
It's a lead up to the
please?
question. The statement is, Northwestern's application states that the proposed zoning change will enhance the quality of life for all residents in Evanston. What professional study have you received that tells you that? Northwestern's application proclaims that there will be no adverse effects on property values, but yet there's no impact study that you've received that tells you that. There has been no traffic study that you've received that tells you there won't be traffic problems up and down Central Street or the Central Street corridor east and west. There's been no parking study. You've received no parking study, no facts and figures related to parking. I've heard that proclaimed last time this meeting was held that there's over several thousand spaces on the site. I used Google Earth. I have a map. You can count them yourself. I count fewer than 1,500 spaces on the site. So Northwestern proclaims that there'll be no changes to public facilities and services. There'll be no required changes to public facilities and services. How do you know that? There's been no facts, no study done to support that claim. So it simply said you don't have the facts. There's 3 or 4 or 5 studies you should have that should have been prepared months and months ago before you make any further decisions on this project. So those are the questions. I have comments later.
Okay, thank you. So who can field this? I believe the questions are about requirements for studies and case building. Was there any traffic studies, or I guess I'm going to ask staff, was there any requests for traffic studies or marketing studies, I guess, or, yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, there were no market studies
Okay.
to show if there was any changes to property values. That would, I think, be difficult to actually show. It would probably vary depending on the event. Much of what was looked at was existing events to see how they've affected city traffic and things of that nature, as we have seen.
Right.
But no official study
Okay.
was submitted.
All right.
So there's no traffic study, no parking
It's
study.
fine, please.
No
Please, you're making
impact study
statements
of
now.
any kind.
All right.
No studies.
Point is made. All right, Betsy Jenkins. Okay, thank you. Evie Russell, would you like to ask questions on the new information? Yeah. You, at the original one?
Yeah, I never asked.
All right. I guess, yes. My notes maybe,
I did speak twice, but it was the procedure.
yeah, okay.
Now, I have several questions. So I will
So
start
start your name and,
sorry. Esteemed members, my name is Evie Russell. I live on 1724 Livingston for the last, well, since 1981. I have a series of questions. So how do you want me to do that, since I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different topics and each one has questions?
yeah, please ask all 5 and then we'll respond
All
to
5?
them.
Okay,
yes.
then I will give you each the sheets so that you can follow it, because otherwise you're not going to remember.
Are they that complicated? All right. Ms. Russell, can you please ask the questions? Yeah. Docket against.
So, the chair can have, I don't know which order I put them, so you just ask a question.
Yes, can you just ask the questions? Yes, we really just want the questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Start with the ticket sales question. Question, would any tickets to the events be sold at the door?
Okay, that's easy enough, right?
Then, quote, no, there's more, quote Poliski. We would offer pre-sale simply to Evanston residents prior to going on any general sale for an event, with the hope that we would actually sell it out with just Evanston residents and not even have to go on a public sale. That's not the intent. Page 7, quote, and hopefully we're bringing in thousands of people during the course of these shows that haven't been to Evanston before.
So
And
I'm sorry. You're asking the question and answering the question.
No.
Can you just
No.
answer the question,
I'm asking
please?
the question regarding something they said, and I'm quoting what they said so they can remember. I'm making it easy for them, because otherwise it's not. I'm just quoting what they said on August 7th, because how else are they going to remember? So they said, Mr. Poliski said, and hopefully we're bringing in thousands of people during the course of these shows that haven't been to Evanston before, and they enjoy some restaurants, and they may be staying at a hotel and do a variety of things. My question, which of these two statements is true? The ordinance specifically states community and cultural events intended primarily for residents of the city. The Oxford Dictionary defines primarily as predominantly, not partly. So that's my first topic. The second topic has to do with the sunset clause. And again, I'm quoting Northwestern. We recommended to include a sunset provision as a show of faith that we intend to prove ourselves to our neighbors nearby. We simply want the chance to deliver on our commitment. 2 pages later, I'm quoting my transcript. I have no idea if we're going to be able to secure substantial types of acts initially. So the first 2 years, therefore, would not be indicative of the full residential impact of proposed events. Although we neighbors are not in favor of any sunset clause, would you, as a far better show of faith to us, follow the example of previous sunset provisions in NU past negotiations with the city? So the question is, this different type of sunset clause. Within 60 days after the 2-year expiration of this proposed text amendment, and within 60 days for each year thereafter, and you shall submit to the City Director of Community Development a written report fully describing the impact of all temporary events on the surrounding neighborhood and evaluating NU's performance and/or compliance with the special use zoning standards. During that same 60-day period, the Director of Community Development will solicit comments and input from neighborhood residents. A news report and any information from residents will be forwarded to the City Council for its review.
So you're simply asking if they will...
Change their sunset clause to be more of a show of faith.
Let's go.
Okay, so the next question is... different acts in one day. I paraphrase Poliski. On the same day, we don't have 2 large events in the stadium or in the arena. And to make your point, and you talks about breakdown and setup times, for example, Friday night versus Saturday morning. 3 premises. Your proposal now asks for 30 minutes breakdown time. And number 2, the U2, in fact, has annual events that occur in the same day twice a year. The first, for example, 2 high school graduations at the stadium, and the second, NU's convocation graduation, one at the stadium and the other at the arena. And then A&O blowout concerts have included different acts in one event. So the question is it possible for a single one-day event, and we're talking how about the single one-day events, to include 2 acts? Would the proposed ordinance, this one here, allow, for example, let's call it the blow-away concert, with 2 acts, and the 2 acts are then presented with an interlude of a few hours in the same venue, or even in 2 different venues, with both acts together reaching a total of 7,000 attendees? The 7,000 figure in the proposal uses a singular noun for the 7-day multi-day event. We assume it is not 7,000 divided by 7 days, ergo only 1,000 attendees per day. Therefore, the question, when the same formula that applies for the 7-day multi-day event apply to the single-day blow-away event, whereby each of the 2 acts forming the event could each have up to 7,000 attendees. Next, only 2 more. Conflict with other city events. The question was raised, and Poliski said, as it relates to avoiding other significant Evanston events, we certainly endeavor to do so. Question, what is your definition of significant? Are, for example, the Evanston Symphony concerts or the Armenian picnic considered significant? On page 21, I quote, we don't always have the ability to pick and choose, as you can imagine, with our 19 programs and 6 programs. There's going to be very few windows where there's going to be open Friday, Thursday, or Saturday. So the question, is the schedule of the proposed acts, the one-day acts, usually determined by the artist and promoter? And B, is the schedule of a 7 days nationally recognized tournament usually determined by its sponsor? So, would NU have any better ability to pick and choose than the amateur athletic events for which you already, NU has so very few windows? And last, number of events, size of events. I quote, Poliski, we ask for 6 additional events annually plus 1 multi-event. You stated that in the last decade, under oath, you stated, we generally have had 1 additional event, temporary event. The students, they have had a concert there generally once a year or so. My argument is the A&O concerts have been very small in recent years, about 2,000 people. For example, the Carly Ray Jepsen you mentioned had 1,700 attendees. The question is, the student concerts you refer to, which are not even held every single year, aren't they in fact the same as the fall A and O student concerts listed in your chart of annual events? There are in fact no temporary events. There haven't been any temporary events of that magnitude that they're asking in the U2 zone for the last 10 years, and I would argue for the last 20. So my question is, what is the actual number of seat kills you had for the arena's concert? 1,000? 500? 200? Less? And then you quote a figure of 1,500 attendees for the tennis 7-day event. My question is it 1,500 per day or 1,500 per session? And there might be 2 or more sessions per day. Because the tennis events that either took place or were proposed in the past by new were much larger events, up to 7,000 people. So the last question here is, can the 7-day event, the multi-day, be any type of event? Does the proposal allow you to hold a 7-day event with a daily attendance of 7,000 people each day? Thank you.
All right, well, they were not simple questions. So I believe these are questions to address by Northwestern, if they can. I think the first one was regarding the, how to summarize it, intent of ticket sales to benefit Northwestern, Evanston residents primarily.
Thanks, Evie. All right, I'll try and get through these really quickly. The first question, as you just mentioned, Chairman Lewis, the answer is both. We anticipate that we probably won't sell out the concerts with just Evanston residents alone, but we certainly would like to give them the first shot, just simply because they're the neighbors and it's our city, and we want them to have the benefit of, hopefully, from new and exciting cultural opportunities. The likelihood is that we will be bringing many, many people in from outside of the Evanston area, but if we were, in fact, to have a good amount from Evanston, then so be it. We would consider that to be a win for us. The second question, or the topic, was regarding the sunset clause. I think what I would say, I hope, Evie, that I'm going to answer the question appropriately. Once we receive permission, which hopefully we'll receive permission, then the clock starts and 2 years begins right there. Then it's on us. And I'm not certain what we're going to be able to do, because we haven't been able to pursue anything, because that would have been inappropriate in our minds to start talking to people about events, and we have no idea if we're going to have the ability to do so. So the clock is ticking. As it relates to your 60 days after the 2-year extension, for the the Director of Community Development to submit a written report describing the impact and such, we would be happy to do that, and we'd be happy to do that annually. Third question. Yes. Oh, I didn't read it that way, Evie. So.
Yeah, Evie, you'll have to come to the microphone.
It's clear. It's right here. Do you have the?
I do.
Okay, so if you read it, it's even underlined.
Yes.
And within 60 days for each year thereafter. Because events, as you say, you don't have an idea if you're going to bring in big acts or what acts you're going to bring. Mm-hmm. So if the sunset clause expires after 2 years, the neighbors, and it doesn't have a big impact or anything, you're going to continue events on a larger scale, and the neighbors will have absolutely no input whatsoever. So that's why we want the.
No, I would believe that it's up for city council renewal after the second year, and you will have chance for input at that meeting. All right, so you will have the opportunity to have input.
Years, but
yes.
Not after that.
You will. So at the time that the the program goes down after 2 years, it has to be extended by city council action, and you will have an opportunity to speak at that point.
But the city, the
Yeah,
sunset
so-
clause is that the council of the city, Mr. Siegel, and that they were presented also in 1996 for the tennis proposal, all included this ad perpetuum clause, not just for 2 years. So that it would give, so that's a big difference right there.
Well, so Edie, the way our proposal is written is that our amendment expires, completely
Yes.
goes away after 2 years, unless the city council affirmatively continues it. And so the city council would have to vote to continue our proposal, or else it completely expires.
No, I understand that part,
Okay.
but if it votes to continue it, will there be a further sunset clause every year after that?
That's to be determined at that point.
Right.
All right? That will be determined at that point by city council action. You will have a chance to put your input there. So let's go on to the third
But-
question.
yeah,
Let's
but-
go, I'm sorry, I think we've done this.
Yeah, but what about the ticket sales at the door? Did I miss that?
Yes, you did.
Okay, what did you say?
Yes.
What did I
No,
say?
no.
I said both.
Or both?
Yeah, well, we.
Oh, okay, so I have a problem with the tickets at the door.
No,
that's-
that's a comment, you can do it, you can do that when you get a chance to talk. No, this is not a time for argumentation, this is a time for asking questions and having a response, it's not a debate, all right? So now there's question number 3, it's events on the same day constituting multi-acts.
Right.
I'm not quite sure how the subtlety was on all of that.
I'll try and just quickly, our intent certainly, and we can do something in writing, is that we're talking about, as it relates to concerts, a singular event, one that people I think are very accustomed to when they attend. It generally has an opening act, and then 25 minutes later, there's the main act, and then it's done. We're not talking about breaking it out into day parts or anything like that, and we certainly are comfortable with that being a restriction.
Right, so
not a
I think the implication was that you might sell multi-tickets, 7,000 tickets to the first event, then 7,000 tickets to the second event, and there would be, and that is not the case.
Not the case at all.
All right.
Okay?
Then 4 is, who determines the scheduling and I think this goes to frequency of the events, the actual frequency of events.
Sure, I think Evie was referring to the fact that I acknowledged prior to today that the university sometimes has trouble, or not trouble, doesn't have a lot of influence on when we schedule events because it is from a conference perspective, and television gets involved, and we have our facility, and then they fill those dates, and that's what we do. As it relates to the concerts, it's a little bit of a work in progress. There's going to be concert promoters that are going to say, if you want everyone's favorite, Paul McCartney, to come, then he's available on Tuesday and Thursday, and then we have to see if those dates are available, and if so, then we would look to get those approved. But if we have previous scheduled activities there, then we won't be able to do it, and then we just miss out on that. It happens consistently and regularly. We don't control the schedule as much. If there's an open day and it syncs with a concert opportunity, then we will pursue it.
Yeah, it's
Next question.
I think that was the response.
Okay.
And then the 5th question is, that one I'm not quite sure on. Can I get a little help?
The number of the temporary events, I think Edie
yeah,
was asking
yeah.
if we were talking about
Previous.
7,000 people for a singular event. So we have the multi-day events. We have our 6 singular events that we were proposing, and then a 7th multi-day event. First of all, just a reminder, we have to get special approval for that multi-day event. It's not something we could just schedule on our own. We have to go through the process. And secondly, the intent certainly would be, and we would stick to it if that is something we need to put in writing, that it is a singular event on that particular day. So we're not going to have tennis sessions like you might see at the U.S. Open where there's a morning and afternoon session. We will have a singular event that we will limit to 7,000 people or fewer. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, yes. All right. Gary Cull, please. Gary Cull? You're Mr. Cull? Okay.
Right on the alley of Northwestern. My first question, I guess, is from staff. Would be you. You said that there were no studies about quality of life or property values. Did you talk to any of the 800 people who signed petitions that said this would adversely affect their property value? Did you talk to any of them?
Are you? Well, I would like you to ask all your questions at one time, and then.
Is it true that your parking facility only holds 1,500 spaces?
Yeah.
Is it true that your parking facility only holds 1,500 spaces? Oh, you want another question? Don't you have facilities on the lakefront that will equally accommodate concerts? You have at least one auditorium and another facility on the lakefront. Other than the fact that it's close to the mayor's home, what's wrong with having those concerts at that facility? Fourth, the concerts that you expect to have here, or whatever events you're going to have absolutely nothing to do with the educational process of Northwestern or the student body at Northwestern. It's all about Northwestern making more money, is it not? So I think I'll stop with those.
All right. So, Megan, can you address the first question?
As it relates to talking with residents, we are always open to hearing comments, suggestions. We've gotten many emails, phone calls since the start of this. And actually, Russell submitted a significant number of documents. And we hear from groups and residents today with some information. I'm guessing a lot will be anecdotal things that they've seen over the years since they've been here. So that would all be a part of the record as well. Not necessarily in the official study, as I mentioned with the previous question, but there's definitely been feedback from the public.
Well, did you consider those petitions when you decided that this would not have an impact on property values or the quality?
No one has decided anything at this point.
Well, staff is making a recommendation to you and has made a recommendation to you that you pass this. And so there has been a recommendation done, and so that's why I'm asking. They've also made a determination that this is a text amendment and not a map amendment. So there have been recommendations made to you, and that's why I'm asking staff this question. Did you consider the 900 people and over 50 businesses who believe this adversely affects the quality of their life and the property values that they have fought so hard to maintain? Did you consider that when you made a recommendation to this board?
You've asked the question.
All right.
You've asked the question. So, all right. So parking spaces. Does Northwestern have a definitive count of the amount of spaces, especially after the renovation?
Thanks, Chairman Lewis. Gary, thank you for your questions. I think the rough number, and I'm sorry, we keep on having some repaving and new line changes to it. So I think roughly 1,500 spots is probably appropriate right now from the two east and the west lots. It is diminished a little bit recently. But again, I think it's important to remember that when people come to an event, including our basketball games, which until last year had averaged well over, well, not averaged, but 8,100 was the capacity, and last year certainly 7,039 was regularly hit. These additional events, especially the concerts, and Evie, I didn't mention that about how many seat kills would occur, but it would be a significant number. I don't know how significant it is. It depends on the concert. It depends on if it's a in the round concert or if it's a U-shaped concert. So those things have an influence on how many kills there will be, but there will be kills. So let's just assume it's going to be somewhere around 6,000 people. Those 1,500 spots can accommodate a lot. It just depends. Most people come with at least a person or two. Sometimes they come with 4 people. We have public transportation. We also have additional parking on campus. So that's one.
Is it customary for athletic events for that parking to be sold?
It is.
It is. So,
It is.
so this is above what is already the current impact this is, you're giving away 1,500 spots that
That's
would
right.
normally be.
Well, Chairman Lewis, what we heard from the neighbors was that they were hoping that we can find a
Yes.
way to keep the parking
Yeah.
out of the neighborhood. So
Right,
by opening it up for
Exactly.
free, we hope that that will mitigate some of that.
Okay. All right. So
As- I was just going to go to the second question real quick. I'm sorry.
The third question, yes, the facilities elsewhere.
The
Have you
facilities on the
considered-
lakefront, I'm sorry, we just don't have the ability, we don't have anywhere near the parking ability, nor do we have the facility that would be able to host that.
So
And
we've, so,
And the other thing is, as it relates to property taxes, I certainly have no expertise in the area, but the ordinance is clearly stating that we are moving the ability to move from 35 events a year to just 13. So we're hoping that the fewer events is a positive. Dave, were you going to talk about the mission?
And I just wanted to respond briefly to Gary's last comment about the university's mission and that this proposal doesn't align with the university's mission. I would also argue that our investments in homeless programs, our shared emergency operations system with the Evanston Police Department, our $1 million Good Neighbor Fund that we contribute to the city doesn't directly align with the university, with an academic mission, but as a good neighbor and as the anchor institution for the city of Evanston, it is our duty and our commitment to the city to make sure that Evanston is thriving. And one of the ways that we can do that is to help the city expand their tax base and bring in additional revenues for the city. So yes, you can argue that this doesn't directly align with the mission of the university, the academic mission of the university. But again, we take our duty as an anchor institution here in the city of Evanston very seriously. And that's the reason why we are embedded, we're invested in the entire city, and we will continue to do that and strengthen this partnership. So thank you.
okay, next, next.
No, it doesn't, it has nothing to do
No,
with it.
John Robluski. John Robluski. Lynn Bednar. Lynn Bednar. Mark Sloan, do you have questions regarding the new information? Carolyn, and I'm sorry, Sheridan, is it? Carolyn Sheridan, 1925 Harrison? No? Matthew Grayson, do you have questions about the new information? Margaret Fost. Okay, all right, very good. Dave Brannigan. Elizabeth Rack. Oh, I'm sorry. These are for the other event. I'm sorry. So, Mary Rosinski, is it? Rosink? I think. There we go. Okay. My apologies on.
Hi, Mary Rosinski. I have a question regarding the safety. First of all, how does this compare with Dillo Day, and how this would impact, how do they predict this would impact the surrounding neighborhood? 2, are they thinking of moving Dillo Day over there? 3, and this goes to staff, there are many, many studies out there which do indicate that being next to entertainment venues does negatively impact property values, and I'm happy to provide you with a couple of those studies. So those would be my main questions for staff and the other people, I think, for right now. And parking, I don't understand how many, I'd like to know how many parking spaces are in the 2 big facilities that were just built on the lakefront and the other spaces that they have over there, in terms of being able to possibly move whatever they want to do onto the lakefront, which is in the midst of their 240 acres over there, or 200 acres over there. Okay?
All right, so there was the
the Dillo Day and how many, because in 2017, there were 16, I think it was 16. 2018, there were 15 visits to the hospital, 13 alcohol-related. In 2016, there were 28 alcohol-related visits from the Dillo Day.
Right. Okay, so I think that the first question was regarding safety, and is there intent to locate Dillo Day as one of these activities, although that is not a for-profit professional
That's a
event.
good point.
So it's
But it
kind
could
of
be turned over to
moot
one.
moot to
Okay.
this. And 3 was, I'm sorry.
The parking spaces,
Yeah, so
why
park-
this couldn't
yeah,
happen
the
on
park-
there.
So do you have a count of the major parking spaces that are on campus? There were visitor parking being built, and you're saying that as part of your consideration of having other venues to do these events. So,
But there are two
yes.
two new spaces, right? And an old lot.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
All right,
so that,
Sorry.
so,
It's parking
yeah.
structures.
Okay, yeah. So the question's been asked. They're saying they don't have that information right now.
Okay.
Staff, do you have that information by any chance? We have heard this before several years ago.
Yeah, there was some information previously. I can look into it a little bit further. I do have an email stating north of structure at around 1,100 spaces. The south visitor center structure, 435. And the 2-level south deck, 492 spaces.
Okay. All right.
So that's around 2,977 spaces.
About 2,000
Yeah.
or so. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay.
About 2,000.
Yeah, because
All right, all
I'm
right,
wondering
great.
with staff, like Megan and Scott, and having gone back through the minutes from before, did you reread any of those statements that were made by economists that talked about the impact to the neighborhood? I mean, this has been brought up 3 times, and there's been some really well-known people that are experts in their field on this. Has that been brought up? Is that presented to you guys too? Because if you're going to make a recommendation, I would feel that you would want all pertinent information, and things definitely haven't gotten better.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Oh, no answer. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I have not seen the economic statement. Well, it's not part of the commission packet. Is all I could testify to. So,
If I could clarify that actually a number of studies have been submitted to the commission, and we specifically submitted them prior to the August 28th hearing date with the intent that they become part of the packet. However, Ms. Jones and other staff who were compiling the packet chose to put them in a separate document that has a link from the end of your staff memo. Ms. Jones, for some reason, chose to label it Communications and Historical Documents or something, but it actually contains a number of studies.
all right.
So.
Yeah, all of the information that was submitted to us was placed into
I
as
see
part of the packet.
the link. Yeah.
Link
Okay.
they put in
All right.
there.
Yes. Including the petitions and historical data on the event. All right, Judy Berg, please. Okay. Evelyn McGowan. Craig Peterson. Joan Safford, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm probably going to the wrong, I'm going to the wrong one again. There's multiple things. Joyce Zeiss. Yes.
My name is Joyce Zeiss. I live at 2701 Eastwood. My house backs on the west parking lot of the stadium. Several of my questions have already been covered. However, I would like to, regarding studies, we did ask the representatives from Northwestern, since this seems to be the athletic department needs the money, we asked them how much they projected that they would be earning from these events that are going to so adversely affect our neighborhood, and how much, Evanston would get. And there were no concrete answers and no studies and no projections. So I would like to know if there has been, since we asked the question, any further study of this, since that seems to be why they're doing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think the question is, has there been any economic revenue projections? And then any discussions about sharing with?
Joyce, thank you for the questions. We have the same type of response for this, which is we know the math behind the equation. We just don't know the specifics because we have no idea what type of acts we're going to have, what the average ticket price is going to be, and a variety of other factors that go into ultimately determining the total revenues coming in and the split. There are the amusement taxes that would be shared with the city, of course, and then there are parking taxes and concession taxes, a variety of things that will go with it. I think you'll hear from the Chamber of Commerce at some point about the estimated amount of money that will be spent from a patronage standpoint within the city when people come to events. So there are a lot of dollars that will be coming through. It's very hard to quantify.
So there has been no definitive studies?
There is not a study right now.
Okay, that
yes.
was the question. Okay, all right.
That's the only answer you need.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's see. Lynn Troutman, do you have any questions on the new?
We do.
Okay.
It's a simple one.
Okay.
You might like that. My question is, has the word indoor been added to the zoning change, the text amendment? Because we had significant conversation about that, but I can't find that word. My eyesight's not very good, but has it been added?
So I will ask staff if that is the case. Has it been indoor been added?
For this one, not that I have seen.
We sort of agreed that it should be added, I thought, the last plan commission meeting that talked about this.
Yeah, the actual phrase indoor is not.
Okay.
Been added.
Which was your suggestion, Mr. Lewis, and I thought it was a dandy idea.
Okay. All right.
Let's
That's
not forget
the
that.
question? Okay.
No, and then a follow-up. So right now, this text amendment, there are two words that I can see that keep Ryan Field from becoming Wrigley Field. One word is 7,000, the number of people, even though it has capacity for 47,000, and the other word is indoor. You forgot the word indoor. The capacity is 7,000. So my question is, how easy is it to change two words of a text amendment? That's the only thing protecting our neighborhood from becoming Wrigleyville that I can see.
So yes. So it's as easy as getting the commission to recommend the modification to the proposed language. So I mean, and us agreeing.
So,
so
treating this whole parcel, a 7,000 seat venue and a 47,000 seat venue, as a text amendment offers no protection from the neighborhood except those two words that I can see.
Okay, so that's
our fear.
That's the statement. Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Andrew Berman, questions regarding the new information? Joyce Wierzabicki on Greenwood? All right. And Andrea Versney. She's not, I haven't seen her today, so we'll move on to the next. It's going to be a little hard to sort this out, so Ken Prosky, questions? Yes.
Actually, I just have one. And this question is for Mr. Politsky. I've heard you speak on June 25th. You said there were 2,000 to 2,200 parking spaces in the east and west lots. On August 7th, you said 2,000. Today, you're saying 1,500. What I would like to know is if you would actually like to know how many there really are. Because I know. I've counted them. I counted them before and after the striping that you just talked about. I know how many there are. I couldn't believe the difference, so I counted them like 3 different times using Google satellite maps, and I also walked it off. There hasn't been a very big change since the restriping, so do you want to know, or did you guys actually count them, or how did you come up with the 1,500?
If you are in disagreement, why don't you just state what you have found, and we'll
it's a question. I'm just trying to ask a question.
I think the question is insinuating, argumentative. So why don't you just state what you think it is? And
well, I could tell you what I know it is, but I'm not going to tell you what.
All right.
Right now, there's 1,359 spaces total combined.
All right. In east and west spots. Okay, very good. Lauren has passed. John Nader, questions? No questions. Okay. And then I'm not sure, for growth. Okay, I've got it. So Evie has done that. Okay. Margaret Foret? Okay. Roger Sosa, questions. Andrew Somol. No questions. Janet Seidel. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the different one again. Stuart Gottsman. Yes.
So I did have a few questions specifically around the parking. One is when Northwestern cited the amount of parking in the north garage and the south garage, it didn't sound like they took into account the parking in the new Welcome Center. And so my question is would Northwestern be willing to use all of its existing parking when holding these events and provide shuttle service to those attendees? That would help prevent drunk driving in the neighborhood and overcrowding in terms of parking. So I'd like an answer to that one. Second one is a follow-up to the question about mission and of Northwestern University. I'm a proud alumnus and big fan of NU sports, but my question is in regard to the mission is while I greatly appreciate all of the volunteer and efforts to be charitable to the city in different ways, does Northwestern have any other for-profit entities or initiatives or businesses on campus that would be similar to this one in nature? Because this one does, in fact, seem very different from the mission. So if you could provide the names of any others, that would be fantastic. And then my other question, I know that there were a lot of questions around studies, but more broadly than that, has there been any effort to inquire about the desire of the larger Evanston community to hold these events? Has there been any sort of surveys done, any sort of calling around other parts of the city as well, to see whether there actually is a desire for this? Last, you mentioned, I have a follow-up question in regard to the comparison to the Canal Shores concerts. Those concerts, as I understand them, have crowds of anywhere from 500 to maybe 2,500. So I don't think that's a fair comparison. And we had overcrowding with parking in the neighborhoods in that case. So how would we, I mean, this is 3 times that size. So I think that's a very unfair comparison. And I was wondering whether you had other comparisons that would accurately reflect the amount of traffic in the neighborhood.
Thank you for the questions. I'll answer 3 of them, and then Dave will come back to speak specifically about your concern on the mission. The first is, as it relates to parking, we will absolutely run shuttles. We will monitor the east and west parking lots, and if they become full for these events, then we will direct people to one of our surface lots on campus, and we will shuttle people for free. We will do everything in our power to keep people away from the streets, and we will not make a dime off of those ticketing over the parking opportunities. The second is relates to your question about a study has been conducted as it relates to the greater city and its perspective. You'll hear later today from Roger from the Chamber of Commerce. He did in fact conduct a study that occurred probably within the last 3 or 4 weeks. So he has information for you on that. And then Dave will talk about the mission.
Thank you. Stuart, I'm not sure I understand completely the question that you're asking. If we have any other for-profit entities? Okay. No, I mean, that we own as an institution, I'm confused. I mean,
right. Well, the core mission of Northwestern is an educational institution, and as a result, you receive nonprofit status within the city, and we love Northwestern. Okay, but you do receive certain privileges. So if you are moving from being an educational institution to being a for-profit concert promoter and someone who is profiting from it, then I'd like to know whether you have any other similar for-profit models on campus that would be analogous to this, so that we can understand the impacts on our neighborhood.
No.
Okay. Thank you. It said, Amanda Bratton, Mary, questions. This is all questions. Just questions. Okay. Yep. So, Mary Runsky. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I've got 3 lists here to sort out. So no. You've had your opportunity. I'm sorry.
I thought you were going through all
that
the-
I make a mistake and I call your name again doesn't
Okay.
give you the
'Cause
right to come up and ask again. All right.
Okay.
So
But I do want to say that the survey that they're referring to was just sent to the Chamber of Commerce and didn't have accurate information.
all right. So I think we've already done Lynn Bednar, Mike Vasicio.
Silco, I think already.
Basilico, okay. Eric Hasper. John Tufi. Mark Rosati. All right. Not unless you're signed up to ask.
Thank you. As I understand the question.
State your name, sir.
Mark Rosati, 2509 Ashland Avenue, Evanston.
So I have a question about parking. A lot of it's been directed at Northwestern. My question is actually for the city. As a neighbor, unless you guys enforce some kind of parking restriction, it doesn't matter how many shuttles the city offers, or excuse me, Northwestern offers from their property. Guests of the events just park on our streets. And for the football games, you guys enforce single side of the street parking. For the basketball games, you don't. And so for the basketball games, in fact, on my streets, when both sides of the streets are covered, have cars on both sides, you can't get cars down, let alone any emergency vehicles. And we've had a situation in our neighborhood, we couldn't get an emergency vehicle down. So my question again is to the city, what do you guys propose to do in terms of parking restrictions to ease pressure on the neighborhood streets?
Kind of difficult to say from a zoning perspective of where we speak more to how many parking spaces would be needed. On a broader scale, I know that the city has proposed some parking changes for some of the game days in terms of pricing and offering some parking spaces, I believe, on Poplar for a reduced amount. But I do not have all of the details on that specifically.
So can I ask, could this be part of the requirements of the City Special Events Committee logistics plan that enforcement of single-sided parking matched, for these events match, handled through this other vehicle? Because it's not necessarily something that can be written into a land use document. So.
Right, that definitely could be something that the special events committee rather looks at and takes into account, especially if it's different events. So a concert might be different than a basketball game. They may have different requirements or suggestions depending on what the actual event is. So that could definitely be something that the events committee looks at.
So the concern is that people will park as close as they possibly can and as densely as they can, and can it be distributed? So, all right. And I'm probably going to mess this one up again. Lindsay Verstegen, I think we've done before. No? Have we? Lindsay Verstegen. Okay. Paula Weinbaum. Weinbaum. Looks like a U to me. All right. Let's see. Dale Bradley, maybe. Joyce, we've already done Joyce. Ted Troutman, we've done. Amanda Lofgren. Jim Young, or on Colfax. Robert Cruz. David Staub, okay.
Hi, my name is David Staub, 2627 Broadway. I have two questions, one for the city and one for Northwestern. The first one for the city. The proposed ordinance says that instead of saying that they have to obtain a special use application, it says that they have to get approval of the logistics by the special use committee. Has that language ever been used anyplace else before, and what does that mean? And my second question for Northwestern is about the parking. Of the 1,359 spaces, some of them are used by the hospital, and I know that during football games, those are not available to the hospital, but are they available at other times, and how much would that knock off the 1,359 parking spots?
So is the requirement of special use permits used in other places for zoning applications?
Oh, well, I think we refer more to the special events committee.
Permit, yeah, permit, yes. Where is it a requirement in zoning applications? I think that was the idea, right? That it was.
Right, that's. Right, so the special events committee, you're correct, does look at the logistics. So that's police, fire department, public works. You look at what city right-of-way resources may be used for these events. So from a safety perspective, in most cases, that's something that they would look at. For the special events committee, those events are typically going to be things that are approved through city council. But for the purposes of this, in order for that event to actually go through, we would need to have that approval from that special events committee to show that the logistics have been looked at, that other considerations that might be taxing the city resources have been considered by staff and approved in some way, shape, or form, and that also, as the language is up there, that there's a zoning compliance letter that's attached to that. And in the event of a multi-day event, that's also the city council approval that would be required with that as well. For the multi-day, the 7-day.
I just want to clarify the question. So what I was asking was that the language doesn't say that they have to get a special events permit, which has a lot of other requirements, including city council approval. All the proposed amendment says is that they have to, that the special events committee has to approve the logistics, which is a far, I view that as a far lower standard. It doesn't say that they have to go through all the city council approval on the things you're saying. That's not what the language says.
Got it. Okay. For that, and still with the language that's up there, it does say City of Evanston. That would essentially be City Council. But for the purposes of this, we could revise that language so it is requiring that permit.
Is there a reason for that the city, because I know you've worked with Northwestern, is there a reason for that language? Because if the language were that it requires a special events permit, that requires all of the other stuff that goes into it, which includes certain sizes have to have certain city council approval. This language is different, and so my question was, is there a reason that you're not going through the whole process and that you're just having this language? That was my question.
And as a matter of fact, in the minutes of the August 7th, this question was raised about the city council, and I can find the paragraph if you want to, where you do not state that it's a city council.
Okay. Again, for this, the multi-day events would need to have the City of Evanston approval. That could be in the form of a permit. That's something that we can make more explicitly stated within this language that's here, if that's something that is of a greater concern.
So just to clarify your answer, the single-day events only require the committee review, but the multi-day events require the permit and city council approval.
Right. That was the intention of that language.
As it's stated.
Right.
Okay. All right. All right. And then the second one question was regarding hospital use of the west parking lot. I'm sorry. Why are you next to?
My name.
Oh,
Bob Cruz.
Okay. All right.
But go ahead.
Okay. We'll get back, okay.
Quick answer on the hospital. We supply them with a schedule, and then they vacate the parking lot when we need it for special events. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bob Cruz.
I'd like Lori to ask my question for me, if she would.
So I have raised three
So Bob
kids.
Cruz, can you state your address, and then can you state your name and address also?
2615 Poplar.
Okay.
Across from where the new event, special event signs have gone up.
Okay.
And I'm Lori Keenan. I'm at 2214 Colfax Street.
Okay.
Even during Northwestern football games, there are people parking in front of my house, which has to be at least a half mile from the stadium. I have three kids that I've raised in this town. The oldest is 23. The youngest turns 18 tomorrow. Every single one of them tries to get into or sneak into Lollapalooza, or I'm sorry, Dillo Day. And the, you know, over the years, the 23-year-old got lucky because he could get in easily, and now it's gotten more and more strict. And so now the university sends things out, the high school sends things out. So now you're proposing to have a concert venue, not just, one day, but a concert venue and sell alcohol. So what will the university be doing for the children of Evanston, for the community and the parents who are raising our kids here, to ensure that this isn't a problem? I mean, this is a problem. You're inviting into a stadium of 7,000 people with 1,300 parking places. You're inviting a concert, and there's no other word for it, or special events, or whatever it might be, and maybe it's a tractor pull or whatever it is. But kids from the Evanston community are going to try to be getting into the venue. They will be trying to buy alcohol. How is this any different than Dillo Day, which has many, many over the years increasing precautions and
So your question is, what precautions will the university take?
No, my question is, why would you be doing this when you know that Dillo Day has gotten increasingly bad over the years, to the point that you're cautioning the community, cautioning parents, sending emails out, blasts to the high school community? This doesn't feel very different to me, and it feels like a little bit reckless by the city. I can't see, with 900 citizens signing a petition against this, why the city would be recommending this. So that's my question. Why is the city recommending this when the community at large is very opposed?
So I believe there is a... So, I'm sorry, what? Yeah. So first of all, the
mic is not.
It's on now. Okay, I turned it back on. First of all, the city staff has vetted this and has made a recommendation. They have not approved anything. They are just recommending from their interpretation of the zoning ordinance what they feel is compatible with the zoning ordinance. So it's up to us to recommend, and the city council to, as the city, approve this. So no action has been taken at this time. Just to be clear, there's simply a recommendation that the staff feels this meets the letter of the zoning ordinance. All right. So Christina Brandt.
That didn't actually answer my question. My question was that I understand that it has been recommended. I'm asking why it's been recommended when the community at large is vehemently opposed.
I believe it was answered that they believe that it meets the zoning ordinance, intent of the zoning ordinance. That's it. That's their opinion. All right? It is not-
Regardless of what the community.
I think it's been answered. All right? Thank you. That's the answer. You might not like it, but that's the answer. So, Christina Brandt, please.
Hello, my name is Christina Brandt. I live at 2714 Woodbine Avenue. I have two questions, one directed towards Northwestern, specifically the neighborhood liaison, Dave, and one addressed to you. Dave, you referenced or you cited earlier that there's a deep-seated suspicion, or you said that there's the thoughts of nefarious activity by Northwestern. It would behoove you to acknowledge that there's considerable history of actions taken by the university which were not in the city's best interest. So that may be part of the reason. The other reason is your wording in the text amendment fails to be fully transparent. I've been present at multiple meetings. People repeatedly ask for you, whether it's saying indoor or saying specifically Welsh Ryan Arena. You are being very vague in identifying the facility you're proposing for this event to be held at. So my question for you is why? If you have such good intentions for our community, and this is a large concern for our community, why not just name the venue? My question to you is clarity on understanding the workings of this process. My understanding is that this is our opportunity as neighbors and residents to ask questions and to bring about comments as to why a venture the city may embark upon may be negative. The sunset language brings this back in 2 years, but my understanding is it's not with input by the residents, aside from their aldermen that may or may not voice the feelings of their residents. So my understanding is that this is it. This is our last chance to give our input or state our concerns. So if in 2 years we don't have the opportunity to speak, why is that?
So I will, second question first, I'll ask the legal counsel to talk about the process of...
Sure. Chair Lewis, members of the commission, in 2 years you will have the opportunity to speak because a subsequent ordinance would need to be passed. It would have to go through all the legislative processes of an ordinance in which you would be noticed, it would be public comment, city council would vote. You would have another chance to talk about this at a later date.
Thank you.
All right, and then the first question was regarding twofold wording of indoor and why not naming a specific property within the U2 zoning district.
I can. Yes. Quick question. My understanding, though, that we can't come back in this venue, just to clarify what you just stated about the Planning Commission. Does it go back to the Planning Commission, or is it simply a city council meeting and there's a public comment section?
It would depend on how the next text amendment is provided. I mean, it'd be kind of hard for me to speculate. At a minimum, it would go to city council, and then you would have opportunity for public comment and to talk to you. But I do not.
From my understanding, so how...
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding of the language in the proposed text amendment that we're looking at today is that upon the expiration of 2 years from the date that it's approved, if it's approved, the language that we are reviewing today disappears and it goes back to the old language, meaning that Northwestern would have to embark on the same process that we are currently embroiled in order to get a text amendment to allow the events that they are seeking to have in the U2 district. Okay?
If it says they get city council to approve it, right? That's explicitly not what it says.
If
it expires, we would start over.
Yes. If it expires, if it,
So I concur.
I would like the city's council to answer that question, right? And I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, you answered in the affirmative that it's your opinion that the city or that the applicant would need to make a second application in 2 years.
Right. So I think the way you've explained it is correct. After 2 years, this thing expires. The code goes back to how it was, and if the code needs to be changed after the expiration, then we would start this process over.
Would it be possible or appropriate to just say it expires in 2 years, with the understanding that city council approval is always required for a text amendment?
That is somewhat, yes, it's somewhat stating the obvious. That city council
So we could, if we wanted to, recommend that the language be modified to remove city council approval from the text amendment, and thereby it would just say it expires in 2 years, and then there's no question about what the process is.
That's correct. There are many things that you can make a recommendation
Sure.
on any number of things, and that is definitely within the scope of what you can make recommendations on.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and now that's the indoor and naming a specific
Sure. Amanda, right?
facility within the...
Chris, I'm sorry. And by the way, we're totally fine with that language change. So if there's a way that we can tighten up our sunset provision, we are completely okay with that. Now, in regards to Welsh Shrine Arena, and you said that we're being vague, I just want to provide just a little bit of history on how we came to this. When we first proposed this, you are right, our original language did include Ryan Field, and I'm being totally transparent. And we heard very loud and clear from multiple residents that was completely unacceptable. And so we went and revised our proposal, and the residents told us that they wanted us to host these events at Welsh Shrine Arena only. What we learned is, under the current ordinance, we have our community picnic as well as the Randy Walker 5K that happens at Welsh Shrine Arena. And if we were to change the language to say Welsh Shrine Arena only, then that would cause multiple, other problematic issues around how we do those events and where they can take place. So
Those are not-for-profit,
our
though, are they?
intent. Those are nonprofit events, that's right, but it falls under the ordinance. All the ordinance does, it removes nonprofit and allows us to do different types of events, less of those types of events, less days, but our community picnic and the Randy Walker 5K does fall under that ordinance, right? It is. It's at the stadium. But the ordinance covers the entire U2 district, which includes the stadium and the arena. So, again, our intent is to, given the maximum number of attendees, 7,000, we can do an event at Ryan Field the way it's worded. That's right. It wouldn't make any sense to do an event at Ryan Field with just 7,000 people. But the language does do that, and that's the way we, based on the other events that we currently have, and that we would want to continue that are nonprofit at Ryan Field, that's the reason why we're proposing it that way. So I'm, again, sorry that you feel that I have been vague, and if that's the case, if there's a way that we can clean that up in the language where we don't get into this whole issue. I know there are some folks that want to push us into the map amendment corner. We don't think this is a map amendment, and so we don't want to go down that path. But, again, there are some people that want, that is intentional, and that's their strategy, is to make this more complicated for us. So again, if there's a way that we can tighten up the sunset language, let's go ahead and put that in writing. And again, our intent is to do these at the arena. So that's all, and I've taken up a lot of time.
All right. Martin Brent. Martin? Did you want to ask a question?
Good evening, Chairman Lewis and the council. My name is Martin Brandt. I am also from 2714 Woodbine Avenue in Evanston. I did have two questions and now one, because my wife did a much better job on the question regarding indoor and the Welsh Shrine Arena. So that's been covered. So actually my question, and perhaps it's rhetorical, is for the board, for the council. If you do choose to recommend the amendment to the city council, I would just ask you to be prepared to explain why you would have voted differently than your predecessors. So if I look at the brief history, I think many of us have the conflicts. It's not just a recent issue, but it looks like it's been going back for decades. So again, it's maybe a tall order, but if you do propose to recommend the amendment, just be prepared to say why it's different today. Why is it that for decades prior, your predecessors kind of held fast and protected our rights as homeowners? That's my question, albeit rhetorical.
Okay, rhetorical question taken. I don't think I've said Jill Greer's name before, so Jill Greer. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Sarma McBride. All right. List from today now. Ken Warren. This is just questions. We're just questions. I told you it's a very long list. That's why I was asking for brevity in the beginning. So, Lauren, John Nader, yes. Andrew Sonyak. Okay. Margaret Forst, that I believe I called. Joyce Zeese, I called. Mike Velisco. Roger Sosa. Kathy Lifton. Okay. Jill Kidd. Okay.
So my name is Jill Kidd. I live at 2740 Eastwood Avenue. Earlier tonight, Mr. Poliski talked about the ability to prove that Northwestern wants to prove their ability to host events. And I would ask him how you're defining the ability to host events and what metrics is Northwestern and the city using to define whether or not this 2-year change is successful. Do you want me to go through all my questions?
Yes, please.
Okay. In addition, what data then is going to be collected if this gets approved? What data will get collected on those events to share back with city residents? I have a question, I think. How does the city benefit from this? I have to assume it's money. And if so, where is the economic model showing how much revenue Northwestern is making, what that means for the city? I find it very hard to believe that that has not been done. There is a world-class business school on the campus of Northwestern where students learn how to use assumptions to make some type of estimate of what that looks like. So I'm curious where that is. And then finally, maybe this is a procedural question for this board or body, but Mr. Poliski has talked about, the intention of using shuttles, the intention of not doing multi-day part activities where they sell tickets to each of those multi-day parts. How do we ensure that those intentions are codified and that Northwestern is held to them? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Jill. To try and answer quickly. The first is How do we prove over after the sunset provision is over that we've had success? It would certainly be collaborative. That's the intent, is to, if we have the opportunity to move forward, to meet with the neighbors and to talk about what we can do specifically to alleviate their problems and concerns as it relates to these additional events, if in fact there are additional events. So we would want to do that. We can also clearly at that point have quantifiable evidence on the events, the attendance, the revenues derived. You'll hear later from Roger, the Chamber of Commerce, about some of the other metrics that are involved when we do host events and the expected investment from people coming to Evanston as it relates to participating in an event. As far as making assumptions, I don't want to belabor it too much. We've talked specifically about, well, and through some sort of an estimate about what type of revenues we could expect. And again, it varies based upon the concert. So we can sit there and we do work with the amazing Kellogg School of Business on our business and our economics. And even they would acknowledge that if we have Paul McCartney, it's one thing. If we have the Circus Delay, it's another thing. If we have a family event, the Blues Clues, it's a completely different thing. So we know what our tax rate is. We know what our amusement tax is. We know that there's concessions and then other elements that go to it, as well as patronage to the city. So we're not trying to be deceptive at all. We're just simply saying that it really varies.
Can I?
Well, I actually have provided an estimate before, but I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I thought you said. All right, and then the last thing as far as codifying, we will do anything we can, Jill, to codify this to make sure that everybody is comfortable moving forward. We want to give this a shot for a couple years. We want to meet and exceed expectations. And we're happy to employ the new language that you just recommended or that was recently recommended. We're all in. We just want to give it a shot and see if it is in fact something that is meeting the expectations and enhancing the expectations of the neighbors. And if so, then we'd like to move forward with it. And if not, then we'll sit down and we'll have another conversation.
Can I just ask, related to what was question 3 about, or 2, about working with Kellogg? Did you specifically ask them to do any kind of consult with them to do any kind of economic forecast or study on this?
We didn't ask them specifically. We certainly could involve them, but we also have our own game day event management experiences, and we have used some consultants from the All-State Arena to get a feel for how a concert works and how the promotions work.
Great, thank you. All right, Susan Blatz.
I just have a question for the city council, or for you folks. Point of clarity. The gentleman who was sitting in front of me said that no studies have been done, and yet I seem to remember you, Ms. Jones, saying that there's a link to studies, and so I'd like you to clarify what those studies are and whether all of you have read them.
That was information that was provided in the packet, actually from E.V. Russell. That was older information regarding possible economic impact. I think one, if you might correct me, was related to a very specific property and how that may have had some kind of economic impact.
So is this a testimony that you read rather than an actual study that generates data that you can base some kinds of decisions on? So these studies that you refer to are what Evie has provided to you. Okay, so then we can say that Evie is a very reliable resource, but basically you have no studies of community impact. Am I correct in that? Is that what your answer is?
Nothing that's recent. No.
Okay. And then my second question is, does the English department come to the city of Evanston and ask for a zoning variance to raise money to buy English supplies? Why do you need to come to us? Why don't you go to Northwestern and ask for funding?
I'm sorry. This is a zoning. Amendment,
I'm wondering why we're even considering a zoning or ordinance.
Because they've got restrictions on how they can use the land, and they want to modify the restrictions on how they can use their property. Just like if you had a house and you wanted to put put a garage on and it wasn't legal or something, you would have the right to come and ask for a modification to it. So same
thing.
Same kind of thing.
So following up on that study question, do you, as decision makers, feel the need to study these impact issues?
We're not decision makers. We're gonna make a recommendation.
Recommendation makers, then we'll call you. Okay. My question is, do you feel there is a need for an impact statement, an impact study on the neighbors, on the property values, on all of the things that have been mentioned?
Chair
and who
Lewis,
would pay
Chair
for
Lewis,
that?
are questions supposed to be directed at the commission or at staff or the applicant? I believe questions are supposed to be only to the latter two.
I would have to ask.
Chair Lewis, you're going to have an opportunity to discuss what you need, what you feel like you need, what you think that you need, what you want to change, what you want to ask more for in your deliberations. Mm-hmm. It's not, questions are designed to go to the applicant and or staff. This isn't a questioning of the body.
All right. All right.
So I do have the right to ask the question, do you as a body feel the need to?
I believe that was, the answer was no. You don't have the right to ask that.
No, I didn't hear it that way, Mr. Lewis.
She has the right, she can ask whatever she wants, but you don't have to answer it. You can move on to the next one.
So I think that's your answer.
And you will see how we see the issue in deliberation.
In due time. Okay, thank you.
All right. No. That's fine, and they were historical. They were not current or pertinent to this. They were historical. Yeah. You're being argumentative. Ted Troutman, please.
Hi, Ted Troutman. I live at 2635 Eastwood. A follow-up to a question asked by my wife, Lynn Troutman, about the word enclosed and whether that had been added to the text amendment. It has not been added. So my follow-up question is, will it be added, and what is the process for adding that language?
The answer would be maybe it would be added, and it would be added through the deliberation of this body if we felt that it was significant and complete and
that amended language would then be part of your recommendation to the city council?
We have the choice to either recommend approval as presented, or recommend denial as presented, or to recommend approval as modified, and the modifications would be part of our recommendation.
Okay. And is the adding the word enclosed, is that, I mean, from the August 7th meeting, it seemed to be agreeable.
It could
seem to be consistent with the.
It could be. We'll get to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Janet Levine. I believe Mark Rosati we've already done. Joe Hill, did we do? Okay. Oh, that seems like yesterday. Darcy Kulas? Okay, thank you. Lauren Proshov? And I'm not sure whether... Someone Friedman on Maple. Bonnie Plodin on Maple. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. So Janet Sparks. Elizabeth Horner.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Horner. I live at 2646 Broadway Avenue since 2008. And my question just has to do, and this might get covered when the Chamber of Commerce study comes forth. So tell me if that is the case. Here's the question.
Okay. Okay. Please just ask the question.
I will, but that might make it easier. It has to do with the August 7th, transcript from August 7th stating that these events would have a positive impact on the restaurants and the business in the restaurants in Evanston, and thus on the economics of Evanston. And it states that the transcript states that we received from feedback from a lot of our businesses that there will be nice patronage because a lot of the customers don't want to just have hot dogs and nachos, which are what currently is served in Northwestern events. And so I guess it's just a question of study again. Was a real study done? Was these questions systematic of the restaurants, or was it just like, hey, do you want to have these events? Would that help your service? So would that help your business? So just again, getting more definite information in order to make recommendations and decisions. So the question is, did you do some real studies on that? And I'd love to hear about it. Secondly, it's my understanding that the arena has recently, or in 2019, increased from 8 to 36 food vendors. So there's actually quite a bit of food vending in the Northwestern's events, including the exclusive Wilson Club, which serves 700 spectators free gourmet food and drinks during and after the games. And the event, the questions I have outlined more specifically in what I gave to you, Chair Lewis, and what I gave to you, so you could maybe address those. Is that clear? So it's like, have you done real research on how it's going to affect what area businesses will be making? That's my question. Thank you.
So will that be addressed, or will that be addressed by the Chamber of Commerce, or is this just another study? That there isn't? Yes, it will be? Okay, all right. So, you're good? Okay, all right, great, we're good. All right, I'm getting very... Maria Topper. So that would be later. Dana Kuspal.
Hi, my name is Dana Caspel, and I live at 2736 Asbury Avenue. One thing I didn't see in this is a question, in the city's recommendation, I'm going to ask a question about it because that was part of the packet that was included for today's meeting. I didn't see anything about the impact on the children in the neighborhood with these late night events, 10 o'clock on a weeknight, 11 o'clock on a weekend. That's when the event ends. It doesn't include people leaving and cleanup. So did the city consider in their recommendation the the effect on our young children in the neighborhood surrounding the stadium of these type of events late at night?
With the recommendation, I don't think we separated out the young children per se. It was thinking about, especially with the addition of the time frames for setup and taking down for these events, and the time frame for different things, that was included, but nothing specifically to the impact on children. And with regards to other impacts, that's still something that the Special Events Committee would want to take a look at in terms of traffic flow and making sure that flow is going smoothly through the city and there isn't a traffic jam and possible noise and things of that nature. And also with the Special Events Committee, there are different departments that are included with that as well. So if there's any concern of possible effects to city property, right-of-way, anything that might affect like the noise ordinance per se, that would be something that would be brought up then, and they would attempt to mitigate that concern at that point.
Do citizens have a right to speak at those special events meetings about, whether or not we want something going that late on a weeknight, or do we have any say, or is that something that we turn over to the Special Events Committee to decide for us?
You definitely would have a say. For the Special Events Committee, the things that would be going to that committee would be known. So you could submit comments to various staff members. If you have a specific concern for something specific, you could submit a comment to whichever department for that, or always an alderman if you know that there's going to be some type of event that may affect your household or your street, your neighborhood, or things like that, and that would be sent through to the committee.
Okay.
As they're making those concerns.
Okay. Given that there was no basis for the conclusions in your report, which I read thoroughly, there was no evidence for any of the recommendations you made. Sadly, I was shocked that report was actually submitted. But given that, was the financial benefit to the city the consideration for recommending this to the Planning Commission and the City Council?
That was not our consideration. This is the Planning and Zoning Division, so we wouldn't really have any kind of purview over that particular aspect.
Okay, because I didn't see anything supporting any of the zoning or planning conclusions or that were made in the report, as this gentleman said. Two more questions. Has the city considered that, Northwestern's exemption from property taxes is based on their nonprofit status? So if they're holding, and that includes the sport complex, so if they're holding for-profit events, has the city considered that they might, be not exempt from paying property taxes for that time, for those time periods? Is that something that the city will pursue?
Well, for purposes of this particular commission, that wouldn't be within our purview. But should that be a concern, that could be something that other staff departments do take a look at. Again, this is planning and zoning, so we
I
would
understand,
not have that
but this is a change
aspect
that,
of it.
yeah, this is.
The answer is no. It was not considered
Okay.
as part of this body.
Okay. My final question is, if the Planning Commission does recommend this to the City Council, and I hope you don't, but if you do, Northwestern has just said that they feel like they have the parking covered with their 1,359 parking spaces around the stadium, and the 2,000 parking spaces on campus with shuttles. They said they were committed to parking all of the participants in their events. So would you be amenable to adding a provision that says that there's a parking ban within a mile of the stadium for anyone other than the residents and their guests? Would you add that? A parking ban for these events for anyone other than Evanston residents and their guests. If you really truly believe that, if you're really telling us that you care about the issues that affect us, then you will not hesitate to say yes, you will add that to your zoning amendment.
Can you please come up to the answer?
However the process works.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
city council, but
Yeah, we
You
can't
submitted this-
authorize parking bans on public right of ways, so we can't do that as a, we can recommend it, that's what we can,
would
you
you
know.
recommend it? I mean, will you go on record right now saying you would recommend that to the city?
I would recommend that to the city. Alderman Ravel, I will recommend to you that there's a parking ban within a mile radius of the U2 district.
So Northwestern's going to accommodate all those people, is what you're saying?
Huh?
You're saying Northwestern's going to accommodate all those people?
Well, I mean, they're gonna have to find some place to park, so, I mean,
Okay.
right?
Okay. All right, it was answered. All right, thank you. David Block, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Good. Is Amanda Bratton a repeat? Okay.
Hi, I'm Amanda Bratton. I live at 2657 Eastwood, and my home backs up to the west side of the stadium. I'm going to make a comment later this evening, so I'll keep this brief, but I think I just need clarification about what you take into account when you recommend something like this to City Council. What are the things that you look for when recommending a text amendment? It's not clear. It's clear that it's not clear. And so could you make it clear to us as citizens what it is that you look for when you recommend a change like this to the city?
Well, the short answer would be that it complies with the section that's stated in the ordinance, and that was presented earlier, right? I'm sorry. Can you get the standards up? I mean, the short answer is we have to review it in condition to the standards for amendments.
Okay, so my question then is, according to what you said earlier this evening, that you would possibly be willing to recommend this text amendment because it fits the metrics, right? What's there that you, including all the red, you think that it would fit the metrics. So my question then is this: in 2 years, when it goes extinct and we all come back here to talk about it again, and Northwestern comes in with the only changes being that it will include 40,000 people and it will be at Ryan Field, there's only a few little changes. Does that then work with your metrics? Because really, it kind of sounds like the same thing, just a few more people at an outdoor situation. So if these metrics are what you're working with, and all we're doing is changing a couple little numbers and a couple names of locations, are you going to then recommend in 2 years when they come back and say, oh, everything was great, we made a bunch of money for the city and we're going to do even more, that 40,000 people at Ryan Field 10 times a year still fits these metrics?
I can't speculate what would happen in 2 years when this comes back.
Except for the way that you are explaining how you've approved these things, it sounds like it'd be very likely that you would.
We can't say for certain what will or would not be approved at this point. But to your point, if it were to move to Orion Field with 40,000 people, that's significantly more people than 7,000. We'd have to go through this process again and look at what potential impacts would occur. So it wouldn't necessarily just be the exact same process of going through the special events committee and things. We'd have to take a look at it again.
I'm sorry, you're not asking a question, you're arguing right now, so if we
Okay,
can
well, I just want some clarification then, because it sounds to me more like you do take into consideration what the community members have to say, but that's not here.
Well, they inform things that are there. It doesn't say we take into account, but it does talk about whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character, etc. So
I think it's pretty clear that it's not compatible.
In someone's opinion, yes, that's yes. So we're not trying to be,
I just want to make sure
let the process play out, okay? And
I just want to make sure that we all understand what it is that you're taking into account, and that all of those things are here.
You'll see what happens, okay? All right.
Chairman, I'm sorry. Can I just say on the record that Northwestern University will not be coming back here in 2 years to expand that amendment to 40,000 people and go through this again. That is not going to happen. I'm saying that on the record. So that's not going to happen.
So, all right, Joel Kurzman. Kate O'Reilly. No, comments are later. Questions now. Question? I believe we did Mary Rosinski and Scott Kospel. Did we? Okay. All right, so that's through everyone who has signed up. All right. I did say a McBride somewhere back here. I don't believe it was Serena, and I don't know if was it close to Serena? All right. Well, please go ahead.
In the back,
and you did sign this, and
I signed it for the last meeting.
Okay. All right. Very good. I'll take your word for it. We've got you on the record. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. My name's Serena McBride. I'm at 105 4th Street in Wilmette, and my question is directed toward the university, and it really relates back to another question about parking. We are impacted greatly by events which don't have any parking restrictions on the venues at Welsh Ryan and Ryan Field. So I loved the comment of being able to ask for parking restrictions up to a mile surrounding, and I understand that that would just be Evanston. So my question would be, could parking restrictions be applied in Wilmette as well? I understand there's a different process, but let me point out, Northwestern, that I don't believe that Wilmette will receive any revenue from this asset that you're being able to use, and therefore Wilmette might incur an expense in managing our population's, the neighborhood parking. And I would like you to consider, I would ask, can you consider finding a way to compensate Wilmette for the burden that might be placed financially and through the employees having to do the extra work in getting parking restrictions that would be very similar to what we have for the football games. It works really well, and it would be great if we could have the same thing in Wilmette. Could Northwestern potentially support some of the costs associated with that for the village of Wilmette?
Hi, Sabrina. So we have been in conversations with the Village of Wilmette. One of your trustees, Kurzman, he was here earlier today, and so we're talking to him. Their city manager has reached out to us to see if there's a way that we can offset some of the municipal costs. We're willing to engage in those conversations, and so that's all I could commit to right now. That we've met with a trustee, the city manager in Wilmette has reached out to us, and we're going to meet with the mayor and the city manager, and I'm sure they're going to have the same concerns and requests.
All right. So that is all the questions that we have from the public right now. I'm going to ask, do commissioners have any questions on the testimony right now? Commissioner Hugo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess as a new member on the committee, I just wanted to make sure I fully understand the text amendment and the sort of the give and the get dynamic that's occurring here. If I just get confirmation my understanding is correct. On the give side, if one looks at this as a give from Northwestern, for lack of a better word, they currently have 35 days that they can hold events. The new maximum would be 13, and the 7-day event that would be included within the 13 would require a special permission from the city. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Correct.
Currently, they can hold 10,000 person events. The new is now 7,000. So that's a decrease of 3,000.
Correct.
There's currently no requirement for free parking. There now, I guess, will be a requirement for free parking. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's, current language is silent on time limitations. There will now be time limitations put in place, correct?
Correct.
And it will sunset automatically with no action needed by anyone after 2 years, correct?
That's my understanding.
In addition to the certificate of zoning compliance, they now need to, under the amendments, would need to provide proof of event logistics approval by the city's special events committee. Is that correct? That is an additional requirement from what's currently required.
Correct.
So I have here 6 in effect gives. Are there any more that are missing from my list, or is that pretty much encompass what one could characterize as a give?
I think that is pretty much a good summary of.
And I guess the get, as I understand it, would be that they can now, Northwestern can now hold paid cultural events and paid professional athletic events.
That I don't think is the case. Well, professional events, yes, and athletic events, paid. I believe their athletic events are revenue generators currently anyway. So if it's a matter of revenue, I'm sure they make money out of football games and.
No, I'm saying they can now hold temporary events that are
yes, that are also
for-profit nature.
Revenue generators.
Temporary.
But it's not that they haven't been making money out of this anyway. So any more?
And then I have any other gets from Northwestern under this proposal? Am I missing anything? Again, I just want to make sure I understand the sort of. I do have one question, and that is I do recall at the last hearing, at the last meeting, there was a discussion about I understand it's a 4% amusement tax and then a 12% sporting event tax, depending on the type of event that would be levied. And I do believe the representatives from Northwestern mentioned that they would be willing to consider increasing the amount of revenue that would come to the city. I just had a question: is that in fact still Northwestern's position? And if so, how much what would that increase look like, and how would one memorialize that increase to make sure that it in effect would go into effect, again, assuming that this text amendment were to be approved?
Chair Lewis, can I answer the question regarding the increase in taxes?
Yes.
That would require a change to the city code. So our current amusement tax is outlined in our city code, what qualifies, what doesn't qualify, and what the rate is. All of our taxes are outlined in the city code. If we want to adjust those go to city council and we can change them. But that's where the sporting and amusement taxes are. And to change them, they affect more than just Northwestern. So to change them, we would have to go through city council.
All right. Commissioner Isaac, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lewis. I have a few questions for Northwestern University. My first question is, how many spaces total are you willing to commit to having free parking? And that's number one. And then as a corollary to that, how many spaces out of the 1359, 1450, whatever the number is, how many spaces are you willing to commit to providing within the U2 district? And then I have a few more questions, but they're going to be...
You'll have an opportunity to ask questions later after presentations also, so if you want to hold off.
So let's get answers to those two.
Chairman Isaac, we fully committed to all of the spaces available at the east and west parking lot in the U2 district, and then we will utilize any and all available spaces to accommodate any additional parking needs for these events with complimentary shuttles. And we roughly have, if you take everything in consideration, I think, Dave, the number is around 3,800 on campus throughout.
And so you're saying that 3,800 would be available for use by patrons of events, for any event that you provide?
I won't be able to, pardon me?
I'm sorry, a temporary event.
Just these particular events, and I would not want to commit to all 3,800 because I don't know what other obligations we have, but I feel very confident in saying that there would be ample additional spaces on campus during the times of these events where it will not be regularly used by patrons, students, faculty, and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had one more.
Okay.
One more question. Would you be opposed to a revision to the proposed amendment that prohibited any form of loitering or tailgating within the U2 district in before or after these events?
We're completely supportive of that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sloss.
I have a question for the city. So I guess I want to confirm my understanding from reading through the special event permit application materials. So I want to confirm that any costs that are incurred by the city would be transferred to the person hosting the event. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then a question for Northwestern. I want to confirm something that you mentioned earlier. So could you restate the average attendance of your basketball games currently? I want to make sure I'm understanding what that number is currently.
I can get you that specific information. It was roughly 6,800. The capacity of New Walsh Ryan Arena is 7,039, and we sold out probably 4 or 5 of our games last year. So probably just a touch under 7,000 because it was an exciting first year with the new venue.
So tagged on that, are there other similar events of similar size to the 7,000 events that would happen in evening hours, either, and more specifically during the week or even on weekends, but be working to the 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock
Currently?
time.
Chairman,
Currently, yes.
we have at Welsh Ryan Arena, we have volleyball, wrestling, men's and women's basketball events that are hosted there. The capacity remains 7,039. Our average attendance, and please don't hold me to it specifically, but I can get the exact numbers, would be roughly a couple thousand for women's basketball, probably 1,000 to 1,500 for volleyball, and probably somewhere in the 1,000 to 1,250 range for wrestling. Men's basketball is the one that draws the largest group.
Okay. And there are how many home games?
There are roughly 18 men's home games, 18 women's home games, 8 or 9 wrestling matches, and then around 10.
Specifically the ones
Yes.
that are comparable in the...
18.
Yeah.
18 of those. Thank you.
All right. Other, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it was leading on that same... All right. All right. So if there's no more questions, we will proceed into public testimony. So again, we'll start with people who are representing groups to give their presentations. They'll have 10 minutes to make their presentations, and then followed by people who want to speak, and they'll be limited to 2 minutes to make their comments. And of course, as I said earlier, if you can say I agree with on the point on parking, or I agree on the something, and so we can eventually get to discussing this. So the first person I have representing a group, to my understanding, is Ken Prosky.
My presentation is on a PowerPoint. Can I give this to somebody to put in and use it so everybody can see it, please?
And I have a handout for everybody. Okay. Thank you. So why don't you set them down and they can pass them along. So keep things rolling. All right, and can you also, besides stating your name, state the organization that you're representing?
The neighbors on the Asbury, we call ourselves the Asbury Northwestern neighbors. People who live on the east side of the U2 district.
Okay. So.
You had a heart attack for a minute, right? Bruce.
So part of the intention of having someone speak for a group of people is that it limits the time commitment. So are there people here that are giving up their time to Mr. Prosky to make his presentation as members of the west side of the east side, the Asbury side of?
Well, I thought it was, from what Megan explained to me earlier, like 2 weeks ago, anybody could give 2 minutes of comments, even those who still live in the same area that I'm talking about. So I don't know. Frankly, I don't really know.
Trying to be a little brief. All right, we'll be a little lenient, but hopefully you will, self-regulate. And if he has said what you're basically saying, please say that. All right.
Okay.
So please.
So is
please
there a
start.
clicker? Is this the clicker? Can I test it, please? Okay, good. Tell me when I can begin. Can I begin?
Please, begin.
Good evening. My name is Ken Prosky. I live at 1323 Chancellor Street, which abuts the parking lot on the east side of Ryan Field. I would like to discuss the impact of the proposed amendment on my family, other nearby residents who live in this area. The yellow shading here shows the location of 76 homes on the east side, where 61 residents so far have already signed the petition opposing this amendment. In today's meeting packet, city staff states that they researched the zoning requirements at Big Ten sports arenas. It was in their information. I also researched these arenas using satellite maps to compare neighborhoods, parking, and access roads. On each map that follows, there's a red circle that shows the 100-foot distance from an arena. Yellow shows the location of homes within 1,000 feet, and blue shows the location of off-street arena parking. Starting with Michigan State's arena, the first 11 slides do not show any yellow shading, which indicates there are no single-family homes within 1,000 feet of these 11 arenas. Each map does show, number 1, large areas of off-street parking, number 2, major access roads, often on multiple sides of each arena, and number 3, complete separation of arenas from residential areas. So I'm going to whip through these really quickly. There's Michigan, and they don't hold any for-profit events. Maryland, Nebraska, Rutgers, Indiana, Wisconsin, Ohio State, Minnesota, Illinois, and Penn State. Nobody lives within 1,000 feet. Lastly, Welsh Ryan, excuse me, that's incorrect. Now let's look at the remaining 3 Big Ten schools. Each of them has single-family homes within 1,000 feet of their arenas. At Iowa, there are 31 homes, but these are walled off from the arena by a major highway and railroad. Purdue has 79 single-family homes, but these are separated by a 4-lane road on the east side. There's ample off-street parking, and there's no for-profit events here either. Lastly, we have Welsh Ryan, which is an anomaly compared to the other Big Ten arenas. It is an island completely surrounded by 225 single-family homes within 1,000 feet, plus 10 apartments and condo buildings. The primary access road, Central Street, is a single lane in each direction, and off-street parking, as you've heard, is severely limited. However, the proposed amendment would allow events anywhere in the U2 district, not just Welsh Ryan. There are 520 single-family homes within 1,000 feet of the U2 district, plus 21 apartment and condo buildings with hundreds of additional residents. This just shows an unshaded 3D view of the same 1,000-foot perimeter. In summary, Welsh Ryan has twice as many homes within 1,000 feet of its arena as all other Big Ten universities combined, and about 5 times as many as within 1,000 feet of the U2 district. Let's talk about parking. We've heard a lot about that. There are actually 1,359 spaces in the east and west Ryan lots, or 1 spot for every 5.2 arena seats. In contrast, other Big Ten arenas have an average of 1 parking spot for every 2.6 arena seats, which means that on the average, they have twice as much parking as Welsh Ryan. So how many parking spaces are typically needed or required for sports arenas? I spent a lot of time looking this up. Big Ten arenas have enough parking for 2.6 persons per vehicle on the average, but I found several zoning codes, and they typically require 1 spot for every 3 arena seats. I really don't want to debate which number is best, but Welsh Ryan only has 1 spot for every 5.2. To meet these parking ratios of 2.6 or 3.0, Welsh Ryan would need 2,300 to 2,700 parking spaces. Since there are actually 1,359, The remaining 1,000 to 1,300 vehicles would need to park on residential streets, or patrons would need to use another form of transportation. I do agree that not everybody would drive. I know that. So I researched how many folks might actually be projected to use other transportation. I contacted Ravinia and Metra, and then calculated that their patrons, roughly 8 to 12% of them, use Metra for sold-out pop concerts. I'm one of them people. Also, an engineering firm just completed a detailed traffic and parking impact study for the proposed Northlight Theater District. Their report, which is included in your packet, projects that 20% of patrons would not drive because of the theater's location in downtown Evanston. Using the most favorable estimate here, 20%, Northwestern would still have a deficit of 500 to 800 spaces in the best case scenario. The east and west lots, I got behind there. The east and west lots would be full for events for 3,500 to 4,000 patrons. Attendance above this number would result in unavoidable parking spillover into residential areas, whether or not there's a shuttle or not. Currently, events with 3,500 or more patrons, where the lot would fill up, they occur already on 22 days a year, not counting the 7 football games. None of these are temporary events that are proposed. Northwestern is now proposing to hold 13 additional days of commercial events with up to 7,000 persons. This would increase the total number for these events from 22 to 35 days per year, which is a 59% increase compared to the current number. On these 35 days, the neighborhood streets essentially become a spillover parking lot for thousands of patrons who couldn't get a spot in the east or west lot. But our streets are narrow, many with parking on both sides. On event days, on Asbury, for example, opposing traffic always needs to stop and take turns because there is only passage on a single lane. Emergency vehicles always creep and maneuver as they struggle to reach their destination. On non-event days, residents, hospital employees, local businesses, schools, and emergency vehicles all must share the same central street, which is also the primary access road for Welsh Ryan. It doesn't take a lot of additional traffic to cause overcapacity and congestion. Even an ETHS commencement with 5,000 people creates intense congestion. Thousands of additional vehicles converge onto a few narrow roads, create long backups, and then use up all the street parking for many blocks. Vehicles routinely use side streets and even alleys to try to bypass the congestion. Access to local shopping and essential amenities is burdensome and sometimes impossible.
Mr. Prinsky, 2 minutes, so if you can move.
Residents sometimes get trapped and can't get in or out. Emergency vehicles would certainly not be able to provide a timely response. Immediately abutting neighbors like myself have additional adverse impacts. We have often and frequently been awakened before 7 a.m. or after 11 p.m. by motorized vehicles. There have also been frequent eyesores due to lengthy storage of dangerous commercial vehicles, equipment, bathrooms, immediately adjacent gasoline trucks to our residential property, sometimes stored up to 6 months. Our property values have already been adversely affected. We've had 2 property appraisals and both subtracted 5% from the market value. On the top half of this slide, the bulleted points describe how existing Welsh Ryan events already spill over into our neighborhood and create disruptions, nuisances, and safety issues. The bottom half emphasizes that adding 13 commercial days will worsen the frequency, duration, intensity, and unpredictability of these events. 4 slides to go. In situations like these, I'd like to go back to basics. This is the purpose statement for the U2 zoning district. It doesn't get any more basic than this. It is abundantly clear that the district was created to protect surrounding residents from events that are incompatible with the neighborhood. This is what we all bought into when we purchased our homes. The U2 zoning goes even a bit further and states that temporary events like those in the proposed amendment shall not impose undue adverse effects on neighboring streets or property. So in conclusion, the burden of proof is supposed to be on the applicant to provide evidence showing how these code requirements and your standards for amendments will be met. For example, the Northlight theater proposal that you are considering later today, it has over 150 pages of detailed analysis on economics, transportation, parking, traffic, all of this for a venue with 300 people. In contrast, Northwestern's application with 7,000 people that might attend has no evidence. One of the applications on the form from Northwestern that they submitted says, in what ways is the proposed amendment compatible with the existing development in the immediate vicinity? Northwestern answered the question, quote, not applicable.
So if you can wrap it up, please.
Oh, well, this is my last slide.
Okay.
Well, I hate to say this, but it is applicable to hundreds of us who live in the neighborhood, who live here every day and directly experience what happens to our neighborhood on these days. I trust that the information examples I have just shared with you will help convince you that the proposed amendment is really not compatible with the character of our neighborhood. It does not meet the Plan Commission approval standards as listed here. Therefore, based on this evidence, we must respectfully request that you make a negative recommendation to City Council on this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Say more load. Can All right. I would just like to state that things are taking a bit of time today, so we will, fair warning, we will not be getting to item, I believe it's 3 on the agenda for the, too many papers, for the map amendment, Howard Street rezoning, and I will promise you on my life that we will continue this to a further time, and that you could leave if you see fit. All right?
So, thank you. Is this something that I can control from here? With this?
It's an activization.
Are we paused?
Paused for, so.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms.
Sorry.
McFarland, can you state your name and address
can.
and what group you're representing?
I will do that. Yeah, thank you. All right, so. Sorry, Lauren McFarland, 2720 Eastwood Avenue. I represent North Evanston Watch, a group that has been active back to the 1970s for exactly these kinds of reasons. So I have two things to cover tonight, how we got here, and whether NU has shown that the proposed amendment meets the standards. And let's start with how we got here, or as I often hear, why is everybody so worried? In a word, history. So zoning professionals know that when you have two very different kinds of uses right next to each other, it causes conflict. That's what Ken's slides show, if they're right next to each other. NU has not only had that conflict, they've had some bad behavior, as you will see. So there's been conflict. This is not going, yeah, okay, since the very beginning. For years, NU was tempted to use its athletic facilities for professional sports, and the city said no. Eventually, NU decided to stop paying attention to the city, and that led to a lot of lawsuits. One of NU's tactics was to hold an illegal event and then justify the next event that it wanted to hold with the argument that there was already precedent for those events. NU argued repeatedly over the years that by allowing earlier events to take place, the city couldn't say no to any future events. This tactic led to more lawsuits as the city tried to enforce its zoning ordinance. Meanwhile, nearby homeowners and businesses were complaining about the impact of NU's events, congestion bad enough that people couldn't park or shop or have friends over or even attend worship services at St. A's. In 1977, the City Council found that pro sports in the U2 district would harm the character of the neighborhood, hurt property values, and endanger public safety. The watershed moment and turning point was the Illinois Supreme Court's decision in 1978. Once the Supreme Court upheld the city's right to ban professional sports, NU's compliance got better, although it still held the occasional illegal event. Ultimately, NU switched its strategy and began regularly trying to change the U2 zoning to let it use its property without restriction or for professional sports, and that is what it's still doing today. There is no question that what NU really wants is the right to hold big for-profit and pro sports event in all its U2 athletic facilities. The way the ordinance is worded supports that, and that's what its original application asked for. Although the current proposal is more limited, it is clear that NU's ultimate goal remains overturning the ban on pro sports and for-profit events that was won at such great cost. So let's minimize that. Thank you. So that's the history. Let's turn to the standards that the Commission will be applying tonight. This presentation does include numerous facts and figures, and the documentation for those is in the materials available online as we suggested. As the applicant, NU bears the burden of showing that the proposed amendment meets the four standards listed in the zoning code and that it is necessary. NU has not met those requirements. Let's take a look first at the four standards. 1. Is the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive general plan? Well, no. Although NU included a paragraph on this factor in its application, it is just a collection of nice phrases. It doesn't actually match any real goals and objectives of the plan. The actual goals and objectives of the plan support denying the proposed amendment. For instance, the plan section on neighborhoods says that residential neighborhoods should be protected from spillover nuisances and the expansion of nearby non-residential uses, which is exactly what NU's proposal would do by bringing in pro sports and for-profit events, which historically generate high amounts of spillover nuisances. The plan also supports pedestrian-friendly shopping areas that contribute to neighborhoods, but instead these local businesses face losses during events in the U2 district because parking shortages and traffic congestion make people avoid the area. Is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area? No, it's almost entirely surrounded by residential neighborhoods, as you saw, and many of them with small children. Many of the letters in your packets tonight are from parents. Pro sports and for-profit events in the U2 district will generate high volumes of traffic, crowds, noise, litter, parking shortages, and antisocial behavior, all of which will be exacerbated if NU is serving alcohol in their arena as they have proposed. Now, that is not before you all for a decision tonight, but it is relevant to your decision when you think about whether this is compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. Would the proposed amendment have an adverse effect on nearby property values? Yes. Now, this is not just an opinion. This lower property value has been documented in numerous ways. For instance, there's ample research finding that the traffic, noise, trash, etc. caused by large commercial events lowers property values near an arena. There are over 400 homes within a quarter mile of the arena. And, of course, Ken Prosky backed that up with the appraisals showing that his property, for instance, is worth 5% less just because it's near the stadium. Some people might question whether the problem is proximity to the athletic facilities or whether the addition of professional sports makes the problem worse. In the 1970s, an expert studied that very issue, whether adding pro sport events in the U2 district would harm property values, and the answer was yes. Well, why? Well, the great majority of the housing stock in this area was built before 1940, and older homes need more maintenance, and it's expensive to maintain and update them. If homeowners perceive that NU will be allowed to bring in large commercial events and that there's no real control over the type of events allowed, they will be less willing to make the needed investment in their homes. Housing will deteriorate, making the entire neighborhood less desirable, and sales prices will decline. Not only will this affect a substantial amount of the property tax base, as you can see, the assessed value is $330 million, it makes Evanston neighborhoods look bad. Well, so that study was done in the 70s. What about today? Well, there is less parking today in the U2 district. There used to be 3,500 to 4,500 spaces in those lots. They're building on them. That's why there's less now. The noise and light problems are worse. The homes are older. All of those factors say that the same factors present before are still present today. And current research shows that large pro sports events actually have an impact beyond merely the effect of the venue itself. For instance, when the Seattle NBA team recently left town and left its arena, the property values nearby rose, even though the arena was still there and there were non-pro sports events still taking place there. This is a recognizable, quantifiable impact. So if you're wondering why the housing values in our area so far have held steady, it's because the city has had a firm stance against pro sports and against for-profit events by Northwestern, which has given the homeowners the confidence to invest. And so on the third factor, whether there's an impact, I think the answer is yes. Are the existing public facilities adequate? You've heard already, the answer is no. Most Big Ten complexes are served by major arterial roads. We have two-lane streets. They are the same two-lane streets that serve the hospital and the fire station. And as we've talked about ad nauseum, and we'll hear about more, existing parking is not adequate. So then we get to, is the proposed amendment necessary? No. NU does not need this zoning change. It just wants to monetize its athletic facilities. But NU already has plenty of assets. It has a $12 billion endowment, one of the top 10 largest in the country. Its athletics program brought in $93 million last year. It doesn't need extra profit from a concert or two. They also have multiple field houses, tennis courts, athletic fields, other facilities on their main campus where they could hold large events. According to their website, the new Ryan Fieldhouse near the lakefront is 96,000 square feet, has an assembly capacity of 6,000 people, and is described as perfect for special events. The city doesn't need this amendment either. NU says that the city could benefit financially from allowing this, but a closer look shows that the actual gain to the city will likely be quite small, and the next group to present will actually discuss the economics of this. The purpose of the zoning amendment process is not to confer special privileges, but only to make adjustments necessary in light of changed conditions. NU has not shown any need to overturn the city's ban on for-profit and pro sports events. As the applicant, And you haven't showed that the standards are met or that the proposed amendment is necessary. It just offers rosy pictures. But your decision should be based on real data, and we urge you to recommend denying this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What? I'm assuming that's the end. The 10 minutes is. Yeah, that's my okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So the next person, I believe, is John Nader.
Okay, thank you. John Nader, representing the Evanston Economists for Growth. I do want to make a couple quick comments first as we go through this. So one, there's a little bit of material here that's already been covered. I will skip over that.
Thank you, yes.
I can just turn, I got a really big voice, so I can, but all right.
Yeah, no, it needs to be recorded on the,
I know.
so yeah.
It's been a long night trying to wake up. Evanston Economists for Growth, representing, just making a couple of quick comments to start. First off, some of the material in here has already been touched on very eloquently already, so I will skim over that for time. The second point I want to make is as far as the material that was included in the packet as a link, that is not just historical information. We had several lawyers and several economists spend dozens of hours doing research and work on that. It is material and representative of what we think the impact is going to be. Thank you. I'd like to call out as far as the standards for the amendment that I'm specifically speaking to. They are the middle two. It's compatibility with air around it and the adverse effects. Those are really the two I'm focusing on. Topics I'm going to hit. Ticket tax revenue. So we have actually run the numbers. We have good estimates for you that we can back up. The broader local economic effect. The main beneficiary, obviously, is Northwestern. And then a little bit of talk of the harm parties and a little bit of the methodology of how we got to those numbers and why we feel very confident in them. As the group states, it's Economists for Growth. We're not opposed to increasing tax revenue to the city or increasing events or anything like that, but it has to make sense. And the problem is the proposal as written simply doesn't make sense. It's not something that should be invested in for a number of reasons. So, first, we have to understand that there is a tension between two elements here. The problems that are being presented by additional traffic and the number of attendees, right? As attendees go up, the problems go up exponentially with it, right? This is just level setting for what I'm going to cover in a little bit, right? There are two things that are being proposed, there are two things that are being talked about to kind of ground this proposal. It is Paul McCartney and women's tennis. These are representative, but they are not predictive of what actually is going to take place in the facility. This is not that they're agreeing to these, they're agreeing to anything that fits those categories. These are particularly family friendly and particularly presentation friendly, but that is not indicative of what's being allowed into the neighborhood if this gets passed. That is an important note, and it impacts the numbers when we get to that. So let's talk the numbers, right? So we are talking 6 single night events. Let's start with some really wishful thinking here. It is sold out for each of these events. So whoever they've gone, Paul McCartney or otherwise, it's not going to be Paul McCartney. What you see on the left is actually the stadiums that Paul McCartney plays. His average small arena is more than double, close to triple the size of the capacity they're talking about here. That is important, however, because from an economics perspective, the ticket price that you can charge per seat is basically an estimate of the number of people that weren't able to fit in the facility. Right? So if you have a 7,000 seat facility and you only have 6,000 people that want to show up, you're charging $15-20 at most, right? If you have a 7,000 seat facility and you have 20,000 people that want to show up, then you can charge 100, 150, something like that, right? So you have to have an act that's going to fill the capacity to get And remember, the tax is based on percentage of the ticket. So if they're charging $15 per, that means the city is getting less than $1, right, per those cars coming through the neighborhood and causing all the harm that everyone has been articulating. So 6 events, let's go with the $100 per ticket. It's not going to be that high, but let's say it's 100, 7K attendance, 4% amusement tax. That means it generates a maximum total taxes of $168,000 per year. That is a small number. That is a small number. And a more fair number would be $42,000, right? So if we were thinking about what the benefit is to the city from a tax perspective, it's $42,000 from the 6 events, okay? Let's talk about the multi-day events. So this is actually something, you know, we can pull up. You can Google it yourself. For the World Team Tennis, the average ticket price is $35. They normally play in stadiums that hold 2,500. They are not sold out. They're barely half capacity, right? So based on this actual example, that means this gets actually the 12% sports tax. So it's not the 4% for amusement. It would be the 12% for sports tax. That would net $31,000 over the course of the 5 days. It's not per day. It's over the course of the 5 days, right? So between those two numbers, we're talking about 70, 80 grand total in taxes. 70 to 80 grand. If they can't get the acts that they're looking for, they get to bring in other kinds of acts, right? And again, this means that if they want to fill the stadium, if they want to maximize their concessions and everything else, which is not kept within the amendment, they drop the ticket price, which reduces the taxes the city is getting, right? So they have an economic incentive to reduce the per ticket cost and basically deny the city additional taxable income. Okay? All right. So there was a lot of conversation, was there any studies done? So we did a pretty prolific search through the academic research that is out there. So of all the professors that were surveyed, 57% say it is a drain on the local community. 14% said it was good, 29% said it was uncertain, okay? This is the summarization of all the research that's out there. So this is, you know, going back to the points that we're supposed to be reviewing here, there is no factual basis to render a judgment anything other than it is likely to be a negative impact on the surrounding community. Those are the only facts present at the moment. I would call your attention the best quote here by Victor Matheson. View with caution any economic impact estimates provided by entities with an incentive to provide inflated benefit figures, right? So even with the numbers we're generating here, which is based off of the idea that they put forward, these may still even be rosier than the actual impact, the actual benefit to the city. So a lot has been said about, and I'm sure the Chamber of Commerce will make some comments on this, on what the halo effect is for the surrounding community, surrounding businesses. This is a very true, by the way, it is a true argument in some situations. It's just not applicable to this situation. The reasons are pretty simple. One is capacity constraints. You do not have dozens and dozens of restaurants in the surrounding area around the stadium. You have very few, and they're usually pretty full anyway, including Bluestone, which, by the way, has the best smoked wings. I have no economic, I just like it. So the second is crowd out, right? So if we say that we're going to turn this into a for-profit venue, that means every other session here, we're creating an economic interest to turn over other zoning rules in the area. Not necessarily by Northwestern, but by the people that want to profit for the increase in traffic flow and increase in customers. That means pushing out potentially the shops and stores that are used by the residents for shops and stores that are used by the attendees of the events. That's a very real concern because that changes the makeup of the community in the surrounding area because you're changing what the profit motive is for the stores in the area. So the other part here is there is a low multiplier effect on this. So when you get estimates saying how much additional revenue is coming into the area, right? Someone's coming here for the Northlight Theater that they're talking about open up or some other event in a for-profit area is going to a for-profit area. When the money is spent in a local for-profit area that is locally owned, the multiplier, how much value you get out of that dollar coming in, goes up dramatically, right? They're paying the ticket to the venue. That person is then paying rent on that venue to a local landlord, right? that continues to get reinvested and reinvested and reinvested. These are ticket sales that are going into Northwestern. They're going into Northwestern. The money goes in and disappears into the not-for-profit group, right? It's huge. You get a very little multiplier effect of that. The other effect of this is that all the infrastructure costs that these folks are going to come back and demand, as far as deterioration of roads and improvement to the amount of spaces and everything for local residents, those are costs that are going to be borne by the city, right? Even if Northwestern provides cops for traffic congestion and everything like that, deterioration of roads, use of local facilities, all those are all costs that are borne by the city and are not reimbursed for. So a couple things to point out. They talk about the 12% ticket tax rate. Northwestern actually only pays an effective tax rate of 1.6% on all their sports revenue. It's a pretty small amount of the overall. Northwestern is uniquely stingy in contributions to the city. I like living by Northwestern. It's not a matter of that. It's just they avoid $28 million in property taxes that they would normally have to pay if they were for-profit, which is what this proposal is asking to do, is to go for-profit. And they make $1 million donation to the city. So it's a good payment. It's not nothing, but it's not the economic benefit that they're realizing. And for the record, amongst all the other major universities that are kind of comparable here, it is much smaller as far as the donation to the city goes on a proportionate basis. So it's good, but it's not something really to write home about. Okay? They could make much larger, and someone already mentioned about their endowment, so I'll skip that. So cost to local residents. So within this area, we've had counts about the number of houses. This is an assessed value of roughly $330 million as far as the homes go. Those residents pay a total of $7.1 million in local taxes. $7.1 million. This is significantly larger than Northwestern's $1.5 million in ticket taxes total. So as far as this zone goes, the residents pay the lion's share of the taxes that are coming out of this out of this zone, and not by a little bit, by a lot. So as far as who's more contributing to this local area, it is the residents by many-fold. The city loses out too. We've already mentioned. Okay. Yeah. So just to mention, they've already covered as far as the impact of the. As far as what we've already paid. One point I'd like to make here, though, when we're talking about the home values, right? So home values are based on agreement between the residents and the city as far as the city's ability to defend their property rights. And so how much someone's willing to pay to buy those homes, which are pretty expensive, right, is based on that trust, right? So we're more recent residents to Evanston. We've lived here for 4 years. We want to make a long time, make this a permanent home. But when these kind of amendments pass, it reduces the amount we're willing to pay for those homes when we want to buy into an area like this, right? If it is a 1% decrease in property values, that 1% decrease already dwarfs the amount of taxes that something like this would provide. And that's a forever thing, right? Because even if you let this lapse in 2 years, it's now on record that for 50 years, the city has defended the property holder rights, and then they didn't. You can't undo that. So, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't have the microphone on. E.V. Russell for Spotlight on Evanston. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yes, I believe it was.
Where's the click? I have it. Can you? Okay, continue. So how do I? Megan, can you make How do I mean, I have no idea how to do this. Mine should have my name on it.
We can't. Can you say which presentation it is? Do you know the name of it?
So I'm Evie Russell, and I represent the editors of Spotlight on Evanston. My topic is the impact of uses on the U2 neighborhood. Click. Three standard uses are type, frequency, and intensity. Type, the proposed location includes all U2 venues. The proposed nature is radically changed. Amateur and non-profit are struck from the ordinance. Frequency, for crowds about 2,000-3,000, we have one current temporary event, or in fact, no temporary events, versus proposed 13 days per year. Intensity, the proposed crowd swells to 7,000 for 13 days. As a result of the three uses, we have effects, which can be seen as a fourth use. Effects have impacts. Economic impact include costs for city safety services, street maintenance, events cleanup, Central Street business loss of revenue, and future litigations. All these costs outweigh the claimed but unsubstantiated economic gain to Evanston. Traffic impacts. Routes to and from the U2 have not changed. There are no freeways to relieve congestion. Demographics and new buildings have increased congestion, and area parking is scarce even on non-event days. Proposed events will further curtail access to homes and businesses. And new free but inadequate parking will not deter drivers from using residential parking, park illegally on residents' property, in front of fire hydrants, or too close to street and alley intersections. Past attempts to increase shuttles have actually worsened congestion. You can see that in the 1996 council meetings. I have the minutes. Any new construction, such as a Central Street Bridge, will add to congestion. Nuisance impacts. More frequent crowds will add to litter and the use of areas near homes as open latrines. Safety impacts. U2 events have impeded safety services. More events increase risk. Increased traffic and drunk driving endanger pedestrians, especially children and seniors. We need safe, unimpeded access to local medical facilities, the branch library, music and art venues, preschools, St. A's Parish and School, and at least 3 public schools. Will police monitor all key streets intersections? Proposed events will increase pollution, which harms the environment and human physiology. Chemical pollution stems from increased car and bus exhaust. Science links increased health factors with traffic-caused pollution, especially idling and slow-moving traffic. Empty NU buses do idle on Ashland. Artificial light pollution from venues and cars interferes with our immune system, metabolism, and behavior, and also can affect the spread of zoonotic diseases. Noise pollution stems from tailgaters, crowds entering and leaving events, loudspeakers, fireworks, vehicles, and event setup and breakdown. And you asked for an exemption from the noise code to extend activities from 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. and on Fridays and Saturdays until 11:30 p.m. Breakdowns and crowds leaving the area will take longer than 30 minutes. U2 noise already impacts Evanston and Wilmette residents. Precedent impacts. Precedent affects all uses. This amendment would give NU a lucrative incentive to host all 13 days of temporary events at double or triple the crowd size of the single alleged current temporary event, which actually does not exist as such. The proposal sets a precedent for NU to be granted incremental size increases for pro-sports and for-profit events. It doesn't have to go from 7,000 to 40,000. It could go from 7,000 to 8,000 to 9,000 and so on. A full stadium is as if almost 2/3 of Evanston population converged on the residential neighborhood. Legal precedent was used repeatedly to sue or try to strong-arm the city. The amendment weakens the city power to uphold the entire U2 ordinance. In the 70s, Counsel Jack Siegel warned the city about weakening its pending Supreme Court case if NU were allowed to host one professional tennis event. In 1976, in a sworn affidavit to the Circuit Court, NU falsely claimed to have held the 1971 tennis tournament, when in fact the council had stopped it, despite NU's clause that it would not establish a precedent. Then in 1996, the Evanston Chamber of Commerce, in support of NU's professional tennis proposal, used the very word precedent to state falsely that pro tennis events were held in the 70s for several years. In fact, only 2 events took place and the city sued NU over both. More on parking. NU's proposal offers free parking until U2 lots are full. NU removes the current requirement of adequate parking for all event attendees. Thus, NU gets unlimited permission to park on residential streets. Inadequate parking, no matter how free, is still inadequate. Free parking may fill U2 lots, but it also encourages people to drive for the chance of a free U2 spot. Once lots are full, the extra commuters will park on residential streets. NU and the Chamber of Commerce use free parking as a red herring to distract attention from the issue of increase in number, real increase in number and size of temporary events. Compared even to annual similarly sized arena events, NU asks for almost 70% increase in total events, and without adequate parking. NU's inadequate parking proposal conveniently arises when neighbors have asked NU to address the East Lot parking code violations. Parking relief would be needed to correct infractions. Also, NU recently considered another stadium rehab. Will NU use a free but inadequate precedent to demand further parking relief? Will the precedent encourage other entities and districts to claim equivalent relief? Consider. In 1973, there were 4,275 parking spots. McGaw seated 8,000, thus 1 parking spot per 2 people. In 1976, 3,600 parking spots were left. McGaw seated 11,000, 1 spot per 3 people. In 2019, there are only 1,359 spots. With a proposed venue capacity of 7,000, 1 spot must serve 5 people. The blue arrows show where parking used to be in the 70s. It's all gone. In 1984, Northwestern bamboozled the city into granting parking relief for NU's baseball grandstand after its construction was approved the previous year. 65 required parking spots were lost. The Trinans Performance Center occupies the space where there was parking in the 60s. The city granted U2 expansions, trusting NU's promises. No more permanent buildings, no height increases, we have adequate parking, no football night games, and always the mantra, the venue is only for amateur sports, only for not-for-profit events. Once a permit is granted, promises vanish. Now again, as many times before, NU tries to subvert the city ordinance that governs U2 permitted uses. History shows us not to trust Northwestern. Generations of city committee members spent innumerable hours to stop NU from hosting commercial events and professional sports. These are the reasons for rejecting NU's 1971 professional tennis proposal, that it would alter the essential character of the locality by increasing the intensity of the use so as to detract from the essential character of the surrounding residential neighborhood. 2, would be injurious to and depreciate the value of other property and improvements in the neighborhood in which it is located due to increased traffic, congestion, pedestrian traffic, noise, litter, all of which would be an unavoidable consequence of the proposed intensification of use of the property. 3, would increase the danger of fire and the public safety, but making it more difficult for emergency vehicles to carry out their functions over congested residential streets. As of today, almost 800 residents all over Evanston have signed an objection to the proposal. Of the additional 59 business signatures, 54 are from the Central Street business corridor alone. Evanston is against this proposal. This may be the past, but this will be the future. Is this what you want for Evanston?
I didn't bring a presentation, so we can get right to it. Esteemed council members, thanks for listening to me. I have the unenviable job of following some very eloquent presentations opposing this. I'm not going to take a position necessarily. What I'm going to be doing is presenting to you, as the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, the results of the survey that we took, and actually present some data and facts that apply to Evanston that are not pulled from a large national economic survey. And I hate to disagree with economists because that was my minor at NU, but I will tell you that there are some very specific economic benefits to this proposal, and that I think you also need to take a look at this. We have some very concerned citizens, but the city also is comprised of a large number of businesses. So what we did is we conducted a survey, and the survey has been open for about a month. So we've had the opportunity to survey over 2,000 members of the community and business members. And please understand, the chamber is about 450 members, so we have 2,000 emails. That's way more than my chamber membership. So the first question we asked, were you aware that Northwestern had completed the renovation of Ryan Field? Of course, of Welsh Ryan Arena. About 80% of the people were aware of that. However, there's still about 20% of the people in this community that weren't aware of that. Just something to note, data point. Were they aware of the capacity of the facility with about 77,039 seats? Most people are aware of that capacity, about 50% are not. Important, we had a discussion about noise pollution. Did you know that the newly renovated arena was professionally soundproofed to prevent noise pollution? I was not rude to anybody who made a comment. So if you want to do that, that's fine. Yeah. That's the kind of thing you do when you don't have anything to say. Did you know the newly renovated was soundproofed? Almost 80% of the people did not know that. 77% of the people did not know that it had been professionally soundproofed. Are you aware that Northwestern has undergraduate concerts there since 1969? So Northwestern has been holding concerts in this arena since 1969. I can tell you, freshman year, I went to see Marshall Tucker. Sophomore year, I went to see Bruce Springsteen. And those are much bigger acts than we're ever going to get in there right now. So most people did not know that. 50% of the people we surveyed did not know that they've been having concerts since 1969 at this facility. Did you know that Northwestern offered free parking for this? Over 50% of the people were not aware that Northwestern offered free parking. So we now get to, you were aware that Northwestern paid another 12% athletic tax, and that's up $1.4 million. Almost 60% of the people we surveyed were not aware of that either. Did you know that visitors to Evanston attending events, and this is a study that we did in conjunction with all the Evanston theaters, spend an average of $30 per person at local businesses and restaurants? And we can document this if necessary. If you do it, over 50% of the people were not aware of that either. If you do the math, and let's be generous as we've been before, 6,000 people per show, $30 per person, that's $180,000 spent at local businesses per show. Times 6 shows, just 6, I'm not taking in the multi-day event, that's almost $1.1 million in the local economy. Those are Evanston numbers, not national numbers. And we can document those. So, based on the information that you now have, would you favor the zoning proposal? 71% of the people that we surveyed and responded were in favor of the proposal. less than 20 were opposed, and at less than 10 were not sure. So you can tell me that it is slightly biased toward the business community, and I'll admit it probably is. However, it is the business community that keeps the sales tax revenue into the city, that keeps the property taxes lower. It's that simple. If there are only so many buckets, if you don't have sales tax revenue, you have to increase your property tax revenue, or you've got to give up services. Really, that's your equation. It's a pretty simple equation for a metropolitan government. Every place that I've been has had that same equation. Essentially, we're looking we can argue over the numbers of how much the tax revenue benefit is going to be to the city. But there are calculations that I've run that could say it could be as much as $478,000. That's not insignificant. There's $3.9 million in total ticket sales. When you apply the tax factors, you're talking about $478,000. That's not insignificant. One thing the economists will agree with me on is what you end up as a conclusion depends on your assumptions. And if you make certain assumptions that you're not going to that what the ticket prices are going to be, I actually took a lower assumption for ticket price. They said $100. I actually estimated $95. I estimated at $6,000, not $7,000. And I still came up with a fairly large number. So the estimate is approximately $500,000 in sales tax revenue benefit. Add to that the sales tax on the $1.1 million in additional money that goes into the economy, and you've got a pretty significant tax kick here that makes significant sense for the city to take a look at. So we then asked citizens to come up with what were your concerns about this particular amendment. And rather than read them all to you, and I do have a whole printed list of concerns, we just did kind of a word cloud. And what we got were several, how word clouds work. The largest words are those that were mentioned most. Well, the concerns that are the largest are Evanston, Northwestern, events, traffic, and none. So a significant number of people answered that they had no concern about this particular amendment. And there are a number of comments that we can provide all of them to you in terms of you being able to review the comments. But the comments are all over the board, from noise, traffic, pollution to, gee, it would be great to have something fun and exciting at Northwestern. The one last thing I think I want to address is property tax values. We've had a lot of discussion about assessment. There is a 2016 study done by Realtor.com, the National Association of Realtors, that showed that proximity to concert venues actually increased property values by 9%. The ability to walk to a concert venue increased the value of the homes around it, didn't decrease it. So there is conflicting data on whether or not property values will be damaged. I think it's just important that the city council and that you folks consider the possibility that this could be a fairly large economic shot in the arm to Evanston. It could provide us a kind of a way to continue to be what I think we are, which is the entertainment destination of the North Shore. We have a very strong, thriving theater district, which we're working with. I think that we can also become an entertainment center as well. And I think this will expose the city and its many great restaurants and many great aspects of the city to many more people. Yes, thousands of people will come to Evanston. That's not a bad thing. That means people other than the people in this room will be paying sales tax revenue to the city of Evanston. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And I realize my job is to represent the businesses of Evanston. I feel bad for citizens who may feel that this is an imposition upon their streets and upon emergency vehicles getting to them and things like that. I think you have to consider you're going to have you're not going to be forced into a choice of, do I give up some of those emergency vehicles? Do I give up some of those services because we don't have the money to pay for it in the budget? So that's my presentation. I thank you very much for taking the time to listen to an opposing perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am going to, for technical reasons, and also for I'm a little tired right now, ask for someone to make a motion to do a 5-minute recess. The technical reason is for recording, reset the recording, because we're extending past where it's technically possible. So
time to change the tapes.
Yeah, you got it.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll reconvene at 10:35. All right, we'll restart that. Do I have a motion to reconvene the meeting of the September 11th Plan Commission? Commissioner Goddard, second.
Second.
Commissioner Isaac, all in favor? Aye. Aye. All against? All right, we are again in session. So, I think we're concluded with the people who are speaking for groups.
That is correct. All I would say is that if the commissioners have any questions for any of the people who presented for the groups.
We'll do that after the complete testimony. So at this point, we're going to proceed to individuals. I think the presentations were outstanding, and so I think they said a lot of things. Not to say that because of that, I would appreciate, I think we would all appreciate it if you don't have much to, anything to add factually or something, to just come up and say, I agree with the presentation of, or like that, okay? And so I am going to call up, in the interest of time, possibly 2 or 3 people at one time if they would like to come. So let's see, Joe Hill, Mike Vasilko, and Betsy Jenkins, if you can kind of line up and start to go.
I'm back.
You're back. Welcome back.
Just a short little comment here. Really, this is a ploy by Northwestern to avoid going through a map amendment, which, it should really be treated as a map amendment. That's what it is. And secondly, if this, is finally approved by the city council, the city will lose any ability to review any event that occurs over there. They will have no say in whatever happens. So that's a dangerous situation, I think.
Thank you. We had Mike Vasilko. No? Betsy Jenkins? No? Let's see. Gary Call.
I have nothing to add. These people
Okay. Thank you very much. John Wroblewski. Lynn Bednar. Mark Sloan. Carolyn Sheridan. Matthew Grayson. Margaret Forst.
How many have I heard? Okay, I'm Margaret Forst from 1322 Livingston, the house adjacent to the northeast end of the stadium parking lot. For the commission to approve 13 additional events that could last over 17 hours in one day is highly inconsistent with the Planning Commission's stated objectives to, quote, enhance the quality of Evanston's well-established neighborhoods, and their pledge not to create, quote, an environment that will be incompatible with the residential area. The proposed change will negatively affect the quality of our neighborhood and property values due to added congestion, noise, and trash. Welsh Ryan currently hosts 64 events, but all are not created equal. We hardly notice volleyball games, but men's basketball games create congested streets, parking woes, and noise from spectators leaving the arena. An additional 13 events would be similar to a 50% increase in basketball games, clogging our narrow streets, leaving no residential parking, and making residential access difficult. Hosting concerts on this site presents new and unknown problems. The hours proposed from 6:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. are outrageously inconsistent with the nature and values of a residential community. Many events would occur during the summer when the facilities are currently underused. Warm weather will encourage attendees to arrive early. We know what behavior to expect from these visitors. Currently, the football fans have spirited off in raucous tailgating before 7 football games. They come hours early and stay hours late. A much smaller group of respectful fans tailgates at all home softball games. Tailgating, a custom at high-energy concerts, could easily become a tradition, raising tailgating opportunities to 13, nearly 100% more than the current football tailgates. These changes open a Pandora's box of uncertainty and serious implications for the character of the neighborhood. The Planning Commission has been established to, quote, preserve the quality and integrity of residential areas and to, quote, guard against spillover nuisances into residential neighborhoods. We ask that you consider the property tax-paying residents of this area over the profits of an institution that pays no property taxes. Vote no to this proposal and yes to your mission of preserving our quality of life and the value of our investments.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, Mary Rosinski, Judy Berg, and Evelyn McGowan.
Hi. Most of the things have been addressed. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Rosinski, 1729 Chancellor. I had a couple points I just wanted to add. The amendment process is not intended to relieve the particular hardships, and wanting more profit is not a reason to make a change like this. Do not confer special privileges or rights on any person. Northwestern as an entity and a person, I feel that would be conferring special rights onto them. As a resident, then everybody in any residential district should be allowed to do the same thing when they run into trouble, overspend, get into bankruptcy, just change their place into a facility that they can then have commercial events maybe 7 or 13 times a year. But going to the comprehensive plan, I think that's been addressed. It doesn't, allowing a zoning change like this does not enhance the neighborhood. I would like to address the fact that one of the goals of the comprehensive plan is to support the growth and evolution of institutions as long as that growth does not have an adverse effect upon the residential neighborhoods adjoining it. I know you are all very familiar with the comprehensive plan, so I don't need to tell you that. So I will skip over some of that. I am a realtor. I've been a realtor for 40 years. So I do take a little bit of, I disagree with what was said about the National Association of Realtors and the impact of stadiums increasing property values. That study, I believe, if it's the one I'm thinking of, refers to stadiums that were put into areas that were being revitalized. And the purpose of having that is to bring up property values, and he's correct. It did improve those property values. However, if you go to, there was many other studies, one which was done by two in a 2005 study, who said the effect of stadiums on this is a different study. The effect of stadiums on permanent housing by Cardiel and Colson in 2004 concluded that athletic stadiums do not increase property values. The traffic congestion, air, noise, pollution, and undesirable crowds cause property values to decline. Now, we haven't had a change in the property values. The neighborhoods around where the stadium is have been vital. They've been holding their own because people buy houses in the neighborhood and they can count on and have trusted the city zoning and that they will protect the neighborhoods. And I get asked that questions. I sell more houses in my little neighborhood than any other the other realtors. And that question comes up all the time. How does the stadium impact? Is it going to be a pain? And I can clearly say, you know what, here's what happens 7 times a year. And this is what we do, and this is how we deal with it, and here are the awesome aspects of it.
Thank you.
So I can talk more about it, but it's about trust. So please stay, I suggest sending this back for review with staff.
Okay. Thank you. So, Craig Peterson and Joyce Zeiss and Lynn Troutman.
I'm the last name, but
Anyone else? Well, yeah.
Ted Troutman. My name is Ted Troutman. I live at 2635 Eastwood, which is within 100 feet of the U2 district. From the beginning, the city code has allowed only amateur events in the U2 district. There's a reason for that. The athletic campus is located in a quiet residential neighborhood far from the main campus. In exchange for the privilege of operating athletic facilities in a residential area, the university is bound by the condition that it may only host amateur events. More importantly, the ordinance says these events, quote, shall not impose an undue adverse effect on neighboring streets or property. That was the deal. If there was any doubt about the underlying purpose, when Northwestern tried to change the ordinance over 20 years ago, the neighbors and the city's leaders rejected that proposal. Now it's deja vu all over again. So I ask, what has changed that would justify a different outcome this time? The answer, nothing. The district is still surrounded on all sides by the same quiet neighborhood. The only difference is now we have a shiny new version of Welsh Ryan, which the university is trying to monetize. It sees its peers hosting lucrative professional events and wants a piece of the action. But there's a catch. Those other universities have stadiums located either on the main campus or in commercial areas, meaning the impact on local residents is minimal. The situation here is unique and completely different. Again, the ordinance says temporary uses in the U2 district, quote, shall not impose an undue adverse effect on the neighborhood. Allowing professional sporting events and concerts will do the exact opposite. We've heard testimony about the prospect of congestion, impact on parking, noise, property values. So again, I go back to the language forbidding undue adverse effect on the neighborhood. Allowing professional events would gut this mandate. The proposed language cannot coexist with the notion of no undue adverse effect, which is why the current provision says what it says. By forbidding professional events, it preserves and expands on the requirement to avoid harm to the neighborhood. I urge the Plan Commission to do no harm and reject the proposed text amendment.
Thank you. So if I wasn't clear when I mention the three names, I would like everyone to come up and wait in line just the same time.
My name is Joyce Slice. I live at 2701 Eastwood. I've lived there for 45 years. Before that, I lived over on Noy Street. So in 1970, when the Bears had their first season game at the stadium, we were parked all the way up to Noy Street. It was quite a scene. When David came up to say that, you know, they were going to have concerts, they're determined, and we will not, and the neighbors are not going to compromise. I have a great compromise for him, and it's come out this evening, and that is do it on the Lakeville. You've got parking. I've walked around there. You've got a new music building. You've got theaters. You've got that big white sports complex on the lake that I can see when I sit on Lighthouse Beach now. Do it there. You filled in the lake so you could have things there. Do it there. That's our compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Andrew Berman, Joyce Wierzblinski, and I guess Andrea Versny is not here. So those two? No? All right. You're pushing me into the next list. Andrew Somyal, and then Janet, no, that's the next one. Stuart Gottsman and Amanda Bratton.
Hi, my name is Andrew Somyak. I live at 2457 Prairie. A little bit of background about myself. I grew up in Austin, Texas. I went to Michigan State. I worked at Breslin Center. I worked in events management at Breslin Center. By the end of the speech, you'll probably figure out which way I'm leaning. my first concert was Boyz II Men at the Frank Oren Center at the University of Texas at Austin. I went to Sesame Street Live. To say that it does not give the community any value, I think, is a bit of a misstatement, as there are cultural events that do happen here. One concert, there's been a lot of debate about who's going to be here. I would like to point out that Bob Dylan actually just booked what used to be the UIC Pavilion in Chicago, which is a 9,500 seat venue, similar to Northwestern. There are just a few things that I would like to address that have been brought up tonight. The first was the 56 businesses opposed to the Northwestern University text amendment. I did go through this afternoon and look at these businesses. From what I found on Google, Yelp, Facebook, of those 56 businesses, 10 of them are open past 6 p.m., more than 6 nights a week. 7 of them are open partially, so maybe here, maybe there, a few nights a week. Of the 10 that were open after 6 p.m., 5 of them are over a mile away from the facilities, and 1 was a general contractor that's 2.8 miles off of Dodge in Maine. So just some clarifications I would like to bring up to the council. The final piece that I'd like to call is there was some discussion about endowments at various universities. The University of Michigan was brought up a few times for their sports events. I'd like to point out that these are actually held at Michigan Stadium, also known as the Big House. Some recent numbers, January 1st, 2014, 105,000. Manchester United versus Real Madrid in 2014, 109,000. Real Madrid versus Chelsea, 105,000. Manchester United versus Liverpool, 101,000. So to say that there is no events at the University of Michigan that impact the community, I think is also a misstatement. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Stuart Gottesman. I live at 2740 Broadway Avenue. I've lived in the neighborhood for about 10 years and in Evanston for 16. Previously, I lived at 1810 Grant Street. For football games, we have crowding. We had crowding way over by the elementary school. We have crowding now at football games. We have crowding at basketball games. We cannot park on our streets during those events. Yet we are the taxpayers, and we pay with our property taxes all the time. I think I've heard maybe 2 people within this audience who are in support of this. We have a huge audience here that has shown up meeting after meeting to voice and eloquently explain the history of this, the economics of it, and the impacts to our community. I ask you to listen to them, simply listen to them, and send this back to committee, review all the materials that have been presented here tonight, and rethink whether or not we're actually doing good for the community for a minuscule amount of tax revenue. Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
Hi, I'm Amanda Bratton, and I live at 2657 Eastwood with my 5-year-old, oh, she just turned 6 yesterday, and 9-year-old children, and my husband, Jason. Our home backs up to the west side of the stadium, and we bought our home just last year after renting for 5 years just a block away. So we've lived in the neighborhood for 6 years and purchased our home backing up to the stadium because we know what the neighborhood is and we love it. We love it because of the neighbors that we have here, but we also love it because of the collegiate sports, not in spite of them. We also bought it because we knew we were protected by the zoning and that we would expect the same kind of events that we had experienced for the 5 years that we rented in the neighborhood. We're against any change allowing for-profit use for the sports complex for a few reasons. And I'd like to also be a voice for the mothers in our neighborhood because we do have a large community of families. First of all, I'm speaking about our stance because it's a matter of safety. Currently, we're able to plan for safety issues of increased traffic and people during collegiate events because we know what's happening. We know them, they're predictable events. Special non-collegiate events will come with multiple unknowns. We're concerned that traffic and impaired driving will impact the safety of our children now year-round. It's not a matter of convenience or inadequate messaging. It's about the unpredictability of special events that are run by unknown commercial entities. We know that right now, Northwestern can be predictable. We know that they're reliable and, for the most part, reputable. Unknown commercial entities can risk the safety of our children. Secondly, it's a matter of precedent for not protecting our neighborhoods and their unique cultures. The types of events that are now being proposed are not compatible with our overall character of any residential neighborhood anywhere in Evanston. Moving away from this precedent can put all of our neighborhoods at risk. When we ease up on zoning rules to permit unknown groups to rent out the arena, aren't we opening the door to other zoning changes across all of our neighborhoods? I'm sure that every one of you agrees that our unique neighborhoods and the people within them are what make Evanston a special place to live. Please protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're at Eric Hasper, John Tui, and Mark Rosati. You can, in any order, that would be fine.
Hi, thank you very much. I know it's late. My name's Mark Rosati. My family and I have lived on Ashland, just south of the Northwestern Athletics Complex, for 15 years. We, my wife and I, strongly oppose the proposed zoning change to allow professional events at Welsh Ryan. The pavilion at UIC was brought up. For 14 years, I was an associate chancellor at the University of Illinois at Chicago, and it seems that they want to turn Welsh Ryan into the UIC pavilion. I can tell you from long and direct personal experience that mixed martial arts, boxing, professional wrestling, monster truck rallies, rock concerts, etc., draw a far different crowd than university basketball games. It will be like having Ohio State football here 7, 8, 9 times a year. UIC's pavilion is located on the campus. They have the enormous resources of the Chicago police on which to draw. We had 2,000 protesters at an event once. We have giant fenced parking lots to contain the protesters, etc. Welsh Ryan has none of these. It is in a congested residential neighborhood, bracketed by 2-lane roads. Can you imagine what Evanston and San Clemente would be like after events such as the one I've described? We've been told that only family-friendly events will be scheduled. Who makes that determination? The university? Let's say Northwestern rents the arena to the Boy Scouts for a convention. Okay, but how then do they say no when the Proud Boys ask to rent it? And as a practical matter, it is far, far easier to stop this from happening than to try to stop it 2 years from now, in my opinion. I think this is a very misguided proposal. I respectfully urge you to say, vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I'll move on to Lindsay Verstiglin, I believe, and Paula Weinbaum, and Dave or Dale Bradley. Are any of... All right. Tropical choice. Amanda Lufgreen, Jim Young, and Robert Cruz. Here we go, okay.
My name's Bob Cruz. From right now, I'm at 2615 Poplar, Evanston, across from the metro tracks, where lots of parking for the vehicles. I grew up, I was born in Evanston Hospital. I grew up at Ashland and Lincoln, where at about 7 years old, I was hit by a car leaving the stadium. They thought that Ashland went through across the canal into South Evanston. I was on a bicycle, came out of my neighbor's driveway, hit by a car. So I feel for Amanda's story about her kids watching out for her kids. Have some notes. Just basically, Northwestern, we're less concerned about you making a penny than we are with us losing our property values. So we don't want you to be concerned about your fear for us and you making a penny. I don't understand why there has to be an amendment change and can't, and you simply ask for a variance during the initial 2-year period. I guess that's a question. I probably should have brought that up earlier. I can't read my own writing. Just at the some of the slides you saw showed the U2 district and the homes surrounding 1,000-foot area seemed to be based on the center of the U2 district, and it's actually, I believe, supposed to be based on the perimeter of the U2 district, and would include many more homes in that. But I guess that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, David Staub. Did I call Mary Rosinski before? Okay, sorry, it's getting very late. And Christina Brandt and Martin also, you can get in line. Okay, all right.
David Staub, 2627 Broadway. I've lived there for 30 years. I'll be real quick. I think that the first 3 presentations, I agree with everything that they said. I would point out, in light of that, that I think that Northwestern University has not met its burden of proof to prove that that it's met the standards that the Plan Commission needs to consider. And I would also urge you to reject it on the fact that it is not a necessary amendment. So I don't think that they've met their standard. I would also point out, as I asked the question earlier, that I think that providing that they get a review of approval of the logistics from the Special Events Committee, as opposed to going through the Special Events Committee. There's a lot of things, if you read what the Special Events Committee does to issue a permit, is far different than just approving the logistics. So based on that, I don't think they've met their burden of proof, but I also don't like the way that the ordinance has been phrased. Thank you.
Hello, Christina Brandt. Again, I live at 2714 Woodbine Avenue. I've been a resident of 7th Ward for 14 years. So I oppose the zoning ordinance to allow professional events. There are no benefits that you can cite that offset the negative impacts to your Evanston neighbors. As it has been cited, this particular parcel of land is bordered on all 4 sides by neighborhoods. That is unique to this parcel of land, this Northwestern owned parcel of land. Their other land does not border neighborhoods on all four sides. And so this proposal dramatically changes the impact and impacts the quality of life and poses safety challenges with crowds, possible introduction of alcohol under separate topic, further limits options for neighbors to enjoy their homes. They cited as a benefit, so my opposition is that I do not see, there's no compelling benefit that I see. They are proposing that this will enhance the community of living in Evanston by bringing in cultural events. We presently have, there's a plethora of entertainment options which already exist for Evanston residents. I'll name a few. City Center's theater productions, Evanston Space music events, Chandler Lawn events, Northwestern theater events, Evanston Rocks, Mudlark Theater, ETHS music concerts, Evanston Symphony, Northwestern Symphony events. Chicago is in close proximity with all of the events that it has we can enjoy. Ravinia was in with close proximity. Concerts in the parks, seasonal festivals. So in response to the man who proposed the one representative of the Chamber of Commerce view, which cited businesses which are saying, bring in the revenue, I say, does Evanston need revenue? Absolutely. Do we need revenue in the form of using this neighborhood bordered land? No. There's no compelling evidence. There's no compelling benefit. So I urge you to vote no and protect this neighborhood and virtually all neighborhoods in Evanston, as the precedent would be set, which could impact other neighborhoods as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is
Okay. Okay, sure. Thank you. Pass these along. Enter into the, so, Martin passed. Jill Greer and Sarma McBride. Excuse me? Okay. Let's see. On to the next list. Did we call Andrews Sonyak? Yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Joyce Cease. Let's go. Kathy Lifton, Jill Kidd, and Susan Blatz.
I'm Jill Kidd. I live at 2740 Eastwood. I, too, am opposed to the proposed text amendment. I strongly agree with what has been said by many of my neighbors here earlier tonight. I do wish to respond to a few comments made by the Evanston Chamber of Commerce. First, the $30 that was mentioned, that has been discredited in academic studies. It assumes that all that spending is new spending. So it does not account for any substitution effect. So if I go to Bluestone every Friday night with my family to have dinner, I do not go when there are big events going on at Welsh Ryan or at Ryan Field. And so they lose my money. They'll get someone else's, but that's substitution. It does not count as new spending. In addition, it counts things that people come into the city for where they are to spend money, like art fairs, farmers markets, places where it's a shopping type event. Secondly, he mentioned soundproofing. I'll speak for myself on this. I'm not so concerned about sound that might be coming out from Welsh Ryan Arena. I am concerned about the traffic, the crowds, the setup, and the breakdown that happens at 6:30 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. when I have two children sleeping in my house who get woken up during the fireworks at night football games that I have to go into their bedrooms and comfort them. Third, they talk about concerts and cultural events. We can still have concerts and cultural events in the U2 district. They just have to be nonprofit in nature. They can have student-run concerts held in these venues. They're nonprofit. You don't have to change the ordinance. Finally, I was quite disturbed by the Chamber of Commerce that said we want Evanston to become an entertainment center. That does not meet the standard for a zoning change. That is not compatible with the overall character of the neighborhood, which is a residential neighborhood. So please do not let our neighborhood become an entertainment center. Please reject the proposed text amendment. Thank you.
Thank
I'm Susan Blatz, and I'd like to reiterate my support of the eloquent data and presentations that urge you to reject this zoning variance. I feel that Northwestern has not met the standard that it should have met to present a convincing argument. And as far as Evanston being an entertainment center, yes, we can make Evanston an entertainment center, but not in the center of a residential neighborhood. Let's make it downtown, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe Janet Levine and Darcy Yolis, Lauren Prawn, Andrew Friedman, Bonnie Plodin, Janet Sparks, Elizabeth Horner. Okay. Maria Topper, Dana, there we go. Hey. And then if Dana Cuspel or Amanda, we did Amanda Bratton. Joel Kurzman, good. All right, please.
Hi, I'm Maria Topper. I'm at 1909 Livingston Street. That's the corner of Livingston and Woodbine. We've lived in our home for 4 years. We love our neighborhood. We think it's the perfect mix of, a small city, big city, community, safety, great education, great political system. We're new here and we're invested in living in Evanston, and more so our neighborhood specifically. Living on a college campus at another Big Ten school, I know firsthand how an increase of events can really change the landscape and the character of a neighborhood and really, really impact safety for everyone. Safety is the biggest concern that I have for this change of zoning. I know firsthand how trash, more cars on the street will not benefit Evanston residents or the city. Again, I think a lack of parking makes it a huge safety issue. Our home has a driveway on Woodbine, and we have a severe problem on current game days and just event days of people looking for parking and pulling into our property directly. People getting angry with us because they can't find parking spots and being frustrated with the local residents. With 2 young children at home, and often a host to other neighborhood children, it's just simply a safety issue for us. Bringing more people to our neighborhood for more events without the infrastructure is just plain reckless. So I strongly urge you to maintain the current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kat O'Reilly and Scott Caspel.
Hello, Kat O'Reilly, 1904 Jenks Street, since 2013. I'm impressed by the well-researched, cogent presentations by my resident neighbors. I ask that you take these arguments to heart and do not recommend the amendment to the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak that I did not mention? All right, thank you. All right, so commissioners, do you have any questions of the presenters at this time?
I do.
Mr. Isaac.
I have a few questions directed at the applicant. I don't know if they're probably it might be a mix of for both of you. As far as, let's take like a football game day. I've noticed that there is City of Evanston police presence there. Is the cost of that, of having the police there, if there's overtime, I presume that there is, because they're there's more police there, and I would doubt that they are frequenting the other areas of the city during football games, right? So they need more police officers. Is that cost reimbursed to the city as part of just what you do, right? For football and for basketball?
So the short answer is yes, Commissioner. And in addition to that, so we do reimburse the city for all overtime activities. In addition, last year during the city's budget negotiations, when they were trying to fill the budget deficit, the city actually passed into law an ordinance that would require Northwestern to reimburse all police and emergency overtime services. And so now we have to do that by law.
Okay. There have been a few references to Wrigleyville during the course of this presentation. And it's my understanding that the Chicago Cubs are required to, or have agreed with the city of Chicago to, I believe, send their own staff into the neighborhoods and clean up trash after events. Is that something that Northwestern currently does for football and basketball games?
I'll let our athletic director speak on that. I do know that we do provide trash receptacles, and that we do work in partnership. Mike, do you have any other information that you want to add? I'll just stay up there.
Yeah, please.
We certainly invest on a game-by-game basis to do everything we can to get the neighborhood looking the same way it did before our events take place, and certainly open to additional conversations about it, but we don't get too many complaints about that at all.
Okay. There was a comment about use of the landfill area for maybe an open air concert, right? And your campus vacates significantly during the summer months. Was there any thought to having 6 weekends of open air concerts on the lakefront, as opposed to using the indoor facility? I know that would probably take athletic events, professional athletic events, off the table, but nevertheless, you'd have the ability to do that, and you do, right? Just like Evanston Space did at Canal Shores. There are open air concerts at Montrose Beach in Chicago, at Grant Park in Chicago. So was there any consideration to that?
At this point, we haven't contemplated that at all. We have focused our attention on the facilities that we have invested in that are made specifically to host these types of events, from a sound system standpoint to just all the other facilities, from restrooms and concessions and appropriate ADA access and seating. It's not as simple as just grabbing an area and making sure that you do it appropriately by all letters of the law. It's an interesting concept for sure, but we have not contemplated that yet.
Okay. One final question, and that is, again, let's separate out the professional sporting events, and just focus on concerts or other cultural events. Northwestern's a not-for-profit entity, and I'm sure has a separate charitable arm as well. Is this change really required in order for you to have Paul McCartney play at Welsh Ryan Arena? Couldn't you just do that right now anyways. I believe one of the people here had mentioned that they saw, John Mellencamp in the 70s? Bruce Springsteen, sorry. Is this change necessary?
Well, it's my understanding that it is necessary to abide by the existing ordinance, which would stipulate the difference between having a concert that is a non-for-profit event versus one that could be potentially profitable, which is certainly the intent. Most of those concerts I think Roger was referring to were student-run. At least they should have been student-run events, just like we had Carly Rae Jepsen in November of 2018 hosted an event, and I know that our A&O Productions, our student group, is also planning on having another concert this upcoming year.
I guess my, what I'm getting at is that if you're making a profit, and that profit is for the charitable, for a charitable purpose, for a not-for-profit purpose, then isn't that a not-for-profit event?
As a lawyer, I can speak to that.
I'm asking.
Okay.
I guess it just depends on what entity you're referring to as a non-for-profit. If you're referring to the athletic department or the university as a whole, then it would perhaps fall underneath that, but I don't think that was what the spirit of the ordinance was. So we're just trying to pursue it in the right manner with the right protocol.
Okay, can I just kind of tagging on this? So I'd like to ask staff, is the language being changed from for-profit or professional? Because the university is making profit at many of their sporting events, and so that is a not-for-profit. But is it that they're opening this up to professional events? There's a difference, right? Because
this would be opening their performances or events up to professional events. The current language just say nonprofit, so that is essentially just stricken from what currently exists. But it would be opening it up to professional.
Is the purpose for that change to address the other change for removing the amateur? Is the amateur and the for-profit both addressing the same issue, which is a professional tennis event?
Essentially.
Okay. All right. So those two things are tied to each other. That's clear. Okay.
It's still is the code changing from amateur to professional or from not-to-profit to profit? Both.
It's
both.
It's both. The way it's worded.
Okay.
If I could just say, the collegiate athletic activities, whether there is a profit from ticket sales or not, they are a permitted use as part of the educational mission of the college. The Supreme Court has held that athletic events at a college are an integral part of the college experience. And it's permissible for a university to sell tickets to those. So the for-profit nature of the collegiate events is not really at issue. That's a permitted use already, and that's not being affected by the amendment.
The university sells tickets to other kinds of concerts at other locations already, and that's also
within,
furthers the academic.
I think U3 or U5 or other districts. They're not. It's a slightly different use. I don't know.
Okay, my point was not with respect to the zoning.
Okay.
Okay, but with respect to they already sell tickets for concerts for not only to students. Okay, I'm done.
All right. That's
I asked my question.
That's
Thank
fine. Okay, so you're done with your questions. Commissioner Hugo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question to of the code as it would now read. It talks about community and cultural events intended primarily for residents of the city. So if you had a Paul McCartney concert, in order to be a temporary event under this, it would have to be intended primarily for the residents of the city. Are you arguing that by giving the residents first dibs on tickets, you've now created an event intended primarily for the residents? Is that the argument you're using?
Yes, it is.
Second question, Mr. Chairman, if I could. Do we have a clear definition of what athletic events mean? Someone had mentioned about tractor pulling contests and things like that. I suspect that's not what's intended here, but perhaps staff, do we have a clear definition of what we mean by athletic events, and could there be a potential interpretation as to what this means going forward?
Well, I think the definition extends to, so the issue you're trying to address is that the type of event might not be family friendly or whatever that definition is, and if community and cultural events and athletic events covers only that kind of event, right? So is there a definition?
I don't believe we have one for athletic events. I'm trying to see if it's perhaps a different wording, but I'm not seeing a specific definition for athletic events that specifically lists what types of sports would be included within that. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've got anything within the zoning code that's a specific definition.
Okay. All right. Any more questions of the presenters? All right. At this point, I'll let the university make any response that they would like to, any statement they would like to do, and then we'll close the public hearing.
So we just want to thank the commission, thank the chairman for giving us the opportunity, as well as the residents for giving us the opportunity to present tonight our proposal to do just a couple things, really, which we think are simple, but we understand there can be a larger impact as well. We want to reduce the number of events that we can currently host, special events in the U2 district, the number of days. We obviously want to do different types of events in our venue. Again, we've worked with the city. We have a plan to mitigate the impact on residents. That plan is similar to what we do currently for basketball games, which we anticipate would be similar size. That would be working with the city of Evanston to have, working in partnership with the city of Evanston to have foot patrol before, during, and after each special events, working to make sure that we have the proper traffic management in place, providing trash pickup and litter services and trash receptacles, and also working with the community to have an ongoing conversation and make sure there's an evaluation and assessment process throughout the way. And also, finally, to make sure that, the city has the protections they need. Unfortunately, you can't litigate trust, and I feel like that's the key issue here that we have today, is that over the years, since 1970, it's no secret that the university and the city has had a confrontational relationship. Although I do think it's kind of unfortunate that although we've seen some trends and that's improved, that there are still some lingering residual effects that we still need to address. As my colleague said earlier, we're simply asking for the permission to do right by the city of Evanston. We feel that there are significant economic benefits to the city. We feel that we can do this well, and if we don't, in 2 years this goes away. So with that said, I want to invite my colleague if he wants to say anything else. If not, again, we thank you, and we are requesting your favorable recommendation to the city council. So thanks again.
All right, thank you. All right, staff, anything? Okay, so with that, we will close the public hearing portion of the case and go to questions and deliberation by commissioners. So
standards first or deliberation first?
Well, I have some questions, I guess. I'm trying to just maybe a couple of things. So I'd like to kind of more, not directed at the presentation, but so the attempt to limit the noise producing areas, is that more stringent than the current noise ordinance or less stringent? The 10 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, are they getting special consideration regardless or not? Is the university or? Well, so they're saying they're going to limit activity and noise generating things from 7 until whenever, and they ask for concession of half an hour earlier for setup. So is that more strict or less strict than the current City of Evanston noise ordinance?
With regards to times, I would need to look that up to get the exact times that are applied for when certain activities can take place. But they would be required to, if there's like a certain decibel amount or something of that nature, then they would need to comply with that.
Yeah, just to clarify on that, so there are a number of subsections of the noise ordinance and noise regulations in Title IX of the City Code, but one of them that has to do with the time and use restrictions for radios and phonographs. Language is a little outdated, is between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., basically weekdays, Sunday to Friday, and then 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., Friday to Sunday. So that is a similar.
How about for work? Construction, any kind of outdoor, which I would construe set up, tear down to be work.
Yes, so that's between construction activities should be between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. on weekdays, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays.
Okay. All right. So I would like to kind of talk a little bit about the concession of the amount of days and the reduction. So there's 35 days available of events that are amateur or not for profit, and if these special events were available, then they would be used. And I think the testimony is that recently there was one or none special events. So it seems to me that the real issue is that the professionalism makes more available events that you can book. So the reality is that they're not really giving up 35 opportunities. There's really none or one opportunity to the potential of 13 opportunities. So I think that's probably, in my opinion, what's really happening is there's not really that concession, because it is by law they have 35 opportunities, but they're not available because they're amateur events and not-for-profit events. Once you bring it out to professional or for-profit, the pool to draw from vastly increases.
Wouldn't you say that there was mention of a 5K that occurs on in that U2 district? Wouldn't that be a temporary event? Wouldn't that count towards one of the seven?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think it's a not-for-profit, it's an event run for a not-for-profit, right?
Still a temporary event.
But it's an amateur.
If you look at the code, it falls under temporary event. It doesn't fall under the other 5 or 6 things. So the 2 events they already have, they mentioned today that they have on, in that area, are 2 of the 6 one-day events that they're requesting.
So are these not? So those events are non-complying with the ordinance as written?
No, they comply. They're just temporary events. They're just one-day temporary events.
That's correct. That's correct.
But they fall within. So they're 2 of the events. Okay, so
two of the 7 that they currently have, but they would end up being 2 of the 6 one-day events that they're requesting.
Okay. All right. I see. All right.
Yeah, if they continue to.
So
correct.
So then there's a net of 11 more possible events than the
11 more days.
Yeah, 11 more days. All right. Okay. Okay, got it. All right. Yeah. So any other kind of deliberations that commissioners have, comments that they would like to make before we go to the standards and use those for discussion?
So I'm fairly certain that, I know that I have a number of amendments that I'd like to propose. And I think it would make sense to vote on the amendments that are proposed, not only by me, but by any other commissioners, and then have a sort of a combined
one by one.
Do all the amendments and then make one vote, and if we can, if we have a.
Why don't we start by discussing what the proposed amendments are, and then.
So are we going to we're going to vote on amendments, then go through the standards and?
I think maybe we go through the standards and apply that to what we're proposing to pass.
Okay. I've been talking a lot. I'm happy to let other commissioners.
Please talk.
Okay. So amendment number 1 to the portion that reads temporary event, open parens, provided that they are of a community or cultural nature. I propose that, or let's see, we'll say amendment 1 would be to add the words located indoors, comma, after the words are. So it would read temporary event, open parens, provided that they are located indoors, comma, of a community or cultural nature, and further provide that they meet the conditions listed below. It's basically to make sure that the events are located indoors. I'm sorry, I just kept on reading, but I'm just reading the language that's already. All
right.
So that's my proposed amendment 1.
Yeah. So that would not alter the 5K or community event, but those are permitted. Those are fine. This is allowing professional.
That would actually. I mean, you're correct. If by saying that they have to be indoors, that would remove their ability to have the 5K on that side.
I see. Yeah. Okay. All right.
But I mean, if we're gonna parse it out for what they currently have that's maybe outdoors that isn't really objectionable, well then, I don't know that we're proposing the exact language here. We can give staff a directive and say craft language that allows them to keep what they're doing there and make sure that any of the things that we're really talking about here, that that's really at issue, are indoors. But I think that's the thrust.
Yeah, I think this is all getting down to is the proposed language more disruptive to the neighborhood, to the locale than the existing language, right? And so you're trying to modify in certain ways. The parking will be the same thing to make it less, you know, we're going to accept that there's more events going to happen if we propose this, but we're going to try to mitigate how impactful they are, right, by all these little modifications.
Correct.
Okay, so voting whether we add an amendment or not to proposed language, we can do this one at a time, and then is anything binding? We have to procedurally then vote on the entire proposal after it's amended, or can we take straw polls or procedurally to kind of? Yeah. Well, see, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
So that's why I'm asking for the discussion and the deliberation here.
Would it make more sense to do the full amendment, discuss the full amendment, and then if you need to amend something, do a motion to amend on the full amendment?
However you want to do it, I can
Regardless,
list
I
off
think
the
we need
other.
to go
I can
to the
list off the other
standards.
eight.
Yeah. So before going to the standards, I think there's lots of issues to discuss, and that's why I'm trying to throw these issues out.
So I'll throw issues out, and we can discuss the issues. So the indoor thing is an issue for me. I'm in favor of the community and cultural events. Since this is a trial balloon, by all accounts, I don't think we change the. I don't think we remove the word amateur. I think we leave amateur athletic events in there. That's my my take on it. As far as the obtaining event logistics approval from the city, I think one of the requirements needs to be that the university provide notice, either through the clerk's office or whatever, pay for notice to the surrounding residents so that they know that when a special event is being planned, that the neighborhood has a fair warning about when it's going to happen, what's happening, and not just that they read it through Evanston Now or through some other form of media. As far as the parking, I think we need to make it clear that they provide at least 2,000 parking spaces and that at least 1,300 of them are located within the U2 district. Another issue is that there should be no loitering, i.e. tailgating, before or after events. I guess this sort of ties into the fact that I don't particularly agree with having professional events during this trial balloon period. I don't think there should be a multi-day event. I would be open to saying 7 single-day events, but I don't think it should be. I don't think there should be a multi-day event, and I don't think there should be professional athletic events. And then, as far as the expiration, I think we should just say it expires on a date certain. And I know right now that we're saying 2 years, but just logistically, I think it makes sense just to say December 31, 2021. So it's 2 years and a few months, but just end of year 2021, it expires, and then you got to come back and go through the whole process if you want to do it again.
Okay, so question to the staff is, the way it is written now is upon the city council passing this is when the clock starts, and the expiration would be on the anniversary of the passing by the city council?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Sloss?
Yes, I'm generally in agreement with Commissioner Isaac about those proposed amendments. There was testimony that the housing values deteriorate when people allow them, when they allow their homes to deteriorate, and that happens because people are uncertain about the nature of events that can be held at an adjacent stadium or arena. So I think providing more definition and certainty about what would and would not be permitted is advisable. So I would agree that the clarification about indoor should be included in the text amendment. With regard to the special permission for the multi-day event, if we don't, I would be open to eliminating that. If we don't eliminate it, I think a little more clarity is maybe needed about, rather than just saying City of Evanston approval, indicating specifically City Council approval. I think the language, so with regard to the expiration, it seemed as though in the previous discussion the language was just a little unclear about, I think it needs to just say expires either in 2 years or on a specific date without it seems sort of caveated. It's just a little unclear in the way the language is worded now, I think. So I think that should be just strictly 2-year expiration. Some requirement that spaces beyond the spaces provided in the U2 district should be included. And I think Commissioner Isaac mentioned no tailgating or loitering being permitted.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with the 2,000 spaces because there's a lot of access to public transportation, and if there's only 2,000 people coming to a concert, to have a requirement of having 2,000 spaces seems a little severe. I don't have any problems with the professional events. I mean, there are some top quality things professional that I think would be a good cultural experience for this, so I wouldn't support that.
Commissioner Hugo.
I certainly agree with the change on indoor only. I think that's a good change. The no tailgating, I'm in support of. I would agree with Commissioner Goddard. The 2,000 perhaps a little bit excessive. I don't have a problem with the multi-day events, nor with the professional aspect of the profession. I would not strike out the word amateur. However, I would add an additional requirement that right now there's the special permission required from the City of Evanston for the 7-day event. I would expand that to all the events, the 6 one-days and the 7-day event.
So the special permission you're talking about, the full City Council approval as opposed to the Special Events Committee recommendation.
How complex is the obtaining of the City of Evanston?
Well, it's a public hearing. I don't know. So.
I'm trying to address the concerns that we've heard about.
So the benefit of that would be, it would be a control on the type of event that was there. So monster trucks or whatever kind of thing could be controlled at that point by City Council.
Chair Lewis,
Yes.
frequent the Special Events Committee. It would not be hard just to add all of these to it. And then the Special Events Committee usually sends a large list of events to City Council for approval. And then if there are any stragglers that aren't including that, they come to City Council as a one-off. I've spoken with Director Hemingway. I'm sure he's not. Well, he's amenable to including these events as well. So it's almost a non-issue.
So you're saying though that there is a control on
Sure.
the kind of event that happens, and that control is that it will always go before the city council, either as
So I would give you the example of Out of Space. That was a event that recently took place at Canal Shores. It went through the special events committee and then came to council for approval. I can't remember if it came with a package of other events or not, or if it was by itself, but it went through the normal process and was approved. And to add these events would not be a big deal.
All right. I have a question for Commissioner Isaac. So what is the difference that you see between professional and amateur events? You know, I would say college basketball is moving toward professionalism. I mean, the athletes are now wanting to be paid. The Olympics is another thing that has gone by the wayside as amateurism going to professionalism. I think actually the idea of amateurism is kind of waning in our society, but so what is the difference? So one thing is different. So there's the event itself, and then there's the audience that goes and sees it. We've said that certain audiences maybe are more disruptive than others, depending upon the event, but I don't know, that's certainly not delineated by the professional or amateurness of it. It's probably the type of event. So what about professionalism is not a benefit to Evanston?
There's two issues that I see. Number one, and I tie the multi-day events and the professional athletic events together, mainly because the applicant seemed to. Number one, a multi-day event, a 7-day event where you're having, let's say it's just tennis, right? And a tennis crowd coming in and watching tennis for 7 straight days would be significantly more disruptive to the neighboring property owners and residents than a Saturday night concert where people show up at 6 o'clock and are leaving at 11, as opposed to potentially 7 full days of events, notwithstanding the different the different nature of the let's say clientele, and because I tie those two things together, I'm not in favor of having them. And again, this has been billed as a trial balloon. So see if you can successfully navigate single day events for 2 years, and if you can, then come back. Right? They haven't tried to have a multi-day event like this for 40 years, 50 years. They can wait another 2. Is my thought process.
So you're saying they should add the 7-day event in 2 years when they come back to do this?
If they think that it would be appropriate, they're more than welcome to. Of course.
Yeah. By the way, the ordinance doesn't say that they couldn't have the single day events 7 days in succession. Or
that is true, but then the neighbors know that they're not going to have any more of them for the next 365 days.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. All right, Commissioner.
I guess a question to, I don't know if I can ask a question to Commissioner Isaac. Sounds like you're more opposed to the multi-day event than the professional. Like, would you be amenable to eliminating the multi-day event, but allowing still for professional events to be held as single-day events?
I think I'd be open to that, but I think in that case I would definitely err on the city council approval being needed for all single-day events. Mainly, I'm probably in favor of that anyways, but because of the lack of a definition for athletic events, and I guess cultural events are all in the eye of the beholder as well. I think it's a good point that was made that that city council approval be required for all events, not just multi-day.
So I'd like to ask the commissioners their feeling about the evidence and the cases presented by Northwestern. I would say, my feeling about traffic studies is they're asking for less attendance, so the traffic study is really not necessarily warranted, because it's going to be similar or to a basketball event, and we know the kind of precedent that's already there. But there are other things, such as proving need, the economic analysis. Has the university made a case for this, or is it enough to say that the trial balloon will prove the case and the popularity of this? I mean, should they have prepared a better argument for this?
But are we making this decision based on economics?
No. Whatever the evidence is, it's been touted that yes. I mean, maybe as a community benefit. I mean, we do weigh the. I think the argument of the Chamber of Commerce is that the locality may not be benefiting, but the community as a whole is. So that's an economic argument. I mean, I'm not saying that the.
So you're not saying that economic.
Benefit. I'm asking, was the case presented well enough? The pros and cons was there more information that would have swayed you one way or another? I mean.
No, because I don't think this is an economic decision that we make. I don't think economics is the basis on which we should make this decision.
Okay.
I'd have to say that the ability for Evanston residents to have to attend the type of events that are being proposed in Evanston, as opposed to having to travel to other outlying suburbs or into the heart of the city, is in and of itself a benefit, notwithstanding the economics.
Okay. So it's also been proposed that this is not the only viable venue for the university, and this is the one venue that has an impact directly on the surrounding community, where the new new practice facility might not, if it was used for multicultural events, or, for example, you said the lakefront for open air concerts or whatever. So is this is it necessary that it's here?
I think to say it's necessary, I mean, I can't imagine that it's necessary to, I mean.
Assuming that the event is good, a good event, is it necessary that it's at Welsh Ryan, or is it at, or could it be at another Northwestern facility, and be less impactful on the surrounding? So it's just a question for consideration. So, all right. So feelings on whether we should go to the standards, discuss them, and then see how we might modify them with these proposed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get 8 modifications, amendments to the wording. Indoor, amateur, public notice, parking requirements, tailgating, loitering, no multi-day event, expiration on a date certain, and special something that I can't read my own writing.
Special events approval of City Council. City Council approval of all
But
events.
that was what we're saying, that they're already, that's kind of a non-issue because we'll go through that process according to legal regardless. Correct.
If you want it approved by City Council, there is the process for the Special Events Committee to send their special events to City Council for approval. If you want this included, then you should say so.
We should say so. Okay. All right. So that would be the eighth amendment.
So one question: the language about the expiration isn't actually going to be in the. I mean, we're not incorporating that into the zoning code. It's just going to be part of the ordinance that ordinance will expire in 2 years.
That is correct. For our pilot programs that we've introduced into the city code, the dates are not in there, but it is in the ordinance. It's either the second or last section that talks about when it's effective, and most of them go until they're overwritten, basically. But it won't be. It would be uncommon for it to be in the text of the code. I mean, I can do some research to see if we've done that anywhere else, but I don't think we have.
But the vagary of it now is we even have to ask, when does it start? What's the anniversary of it? When does it go into effect? I mean, if the City Council approved it, next Monday or something, would it go into effect that day, or could it go into effect January 1st, 2020, and twilight on that? Because that gives them, so that would give the university, 4 more months to plan and book events and etc.
Okay, so our standard language in ordinances, and it's the second to last section, says this ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage, approval, and publication in the manner provided by law. And so it would be basically when it's passed by council
on
and
the
approved by the mayor.
anniversary. So that's clear enough, right? So, all right. All right. So I actually think we should do the standards and then formulate a motion, right? So all of these, whether the standards for amendments, whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies of the comprehensive general plan as adopted and amended from time to time by the City Council. So the citizens have presented, statements of why they believe. Ms. McFarland has presented that why they believe that this is not in compliance. Are there any compelling arguments why you believe it is?
I guess this is a question to the commission more than an answer to that, but based on the way the text is written currently, regardless of how it's being applied by Northwestern, this doesn't seem to increase the intensity of it doesn't seem to change the way in which the comprehensive plan is applied. I don't know if that's, if we should be measuring it against no events at that location.
Well, that's the big issue. I mean, does the 35 possible events versus the 13 possible daily events is obviously less impact. But the reality, you know, there's the legislative by code versus the reality. So that's the debate. I mean, you could say it meets the standard because the relative change is all negative. It's less impactful on each one of those points. So is it less impactful on all of those points?
I believe so.
You believe so?
I believe so.
So we're saying that it's satisfied.
I mean, not only that, but the structure itself is an asset to the city. Having Welsh Ryan Arena in Evanston is an asset to the city, and getting modestly more use out of it, I believe enhances it.
All right, we're gonna call it satisfied. Whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of the existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Well, again, this is comparison to the legislation as it is versus the way it's proposed. So we have an existing condition where Welsh Ryan Arena is surrounded by residential district. Does this amendment, does this change, is it more detrimental or less than, right? Does it make it more compatible or less compatible? And that's why. Because it's relinquished, yeah. Because it's relinquished, you know, 22 days worth of potential events.
Well, it's probably going to see a lot more intense use.
So that's what I'm saying. The reality is it will see more intense use. By code, though, the written aspect of this is it's less use, right? They have the right to do less. They have fewer attendees, they have fewer days, they have, you know, right? So as written text, it's less, but the reality might be more, right?
My reading of the ordinance as currently written, you know, I think they can have the concerts they want there already. I mean, I may not be correct, but my reading is that they can. And as I said before, they mentioned they already have 2 events there. The other event that I don't know that they realized, but the Midlands Wrestling Tournament is a multi-day event and is not intercollegiate. It's an open tournament that includes individuals that are no longer in college. It's an amateur athletic event that technically falls under a temporary event, not under one of the other aspects of the U2 district.
Okay, so how does that apply to the second standard?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that the overall change is I don't think going to change the character of the district. We're effectively talking about 3 to 4 more events.
So you would, then those events have to be accounted for that way within the tally of the events and counted, which it doesn't seem to be the case currently, right? That they would be counted toward the, maybe they are.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Isaac's last point about without knowing all the details of the wrestling tournament, under permitted uses, it includes local, regional, and state elementary and high school athletic events and practice therefore. So without knowing that event, I don't know if it's a high school athletic event.
No, it includes college wrestlers and wrestlers that are not in college. You could enter the Midlands Wrestling Tournament.
And not go very far. Yeah, okay. All right, so is this more or less compatible with the overall character of the existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property? Commissioner Yuko.
And it seems to me if we're just looking at the literal text of what we have and what we're going to, assuming we're approved, there are 6 gets or gives that I think make it more compatible. And then there's the give of allowing professional and paid cultural events. And the question is that addition of these professional events and paid cultural events make it less compatible? Personally, with some of the amendments we've been discussing, I would say it does not.
Okay,
Without some of the amendments, one perhaps could make the argument.
Okay, so we could answer that one satisfied if the proposal was modified, if we're on that basis, but I don't know, I'm having a hard time with all of these. So I don't think there's any strong consensus here. So Mr. Dubose, do we have to just discuss these, but do we have to state legally that we've met these or not, that we believe it and give evidence? Because we've got splits within the commission already, so.
Well, these are the standards that you're supposed to apply. I don't think the code says that you have to have a unanimous consent on every single standard. Scott, do you have this?
The section 6345, standards for amendments, speaks to the wisdom of amending the text of the zoning ordinance or the zoning map is a matter committed to the sound legislative discretion of the City Council and is not controlled by any one standard. In making their determination, however, the City Council should, in determining whether to adopt or deny or to adopt some modification of the Plan Commission's recommendation, consider among other factors the following, and those are the 4 standards.
So we're required to consider them.
Consider them, but not necessarily come to conclusion about whether it's satisfied or not satisfied. All right, whether the proposed amendment will have an adverse effect on the value of adjacent properties. We've heard testimony that there's a 5% negative. I might argue that buying into that area, you had a 5% credit when you bought in. So the relative value is not a change. So does this amendment make it more negative or more positive? Do the potential of 13 or 9, however you count it, then there are now events. Has there been evidence or proof that property values are lessened by that.
I believe the evidence was probably stronger on the professional events, albeit we were given slides.
So I'm hard pressed on this professional event, because if the CSO came and performed, is that a professional event that's
Professional athletic event. That's the change.
Okay.
It's removing the word amateur athletic events.
Okay, and
So
professional athletic event.
So what if the ice skaters came? There's a professional ice skating group, and they came and performed. Would you consider that detrimental?
all I said was that there were slides and evidence presented by the community that professional events, and I believe the slides for the most part referenced professional sporting events, but commercial events were being added into that, but I believe the slides only referenced professional sporting events. That evidence was presented. I don't know that I necessarily subscribe to it. But overall, I don't see that this amendment adversely affects the value of adjacent properties, provided that we get the amendments that have been proposed incorporated into what's submitted to the City Council.
Commissioner Dubin.
I think a lot of the testimony provided by the public was comparing really large sports venues and their impact on neighboring properties, and I think a lot of them really weren't as applicable to this. That should not have been necessarily used as applicable to what we're going through here with the U2 text amendment. And again, there's some of the property values, the one that the first speaker mentioned were estimates from 1990 and then 1997, and I'm not sure we could really go by that. So I would say we really don't know, we don't have proof one way or the other that it would affect property values.
So the last item is adequacy of public, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sloss, I totally went off. Is adequacy of public facilities and services. There has been arguments presented that this is a high-density event that happens in an area that is primarily serviced by residential and a small arterial street. So is that different than the way it is now? Or, I mean, again, is this standard, the way the language is, making that different? Let's let Commissioner Sloss go first.
So I guess it's to me it strikes me, so without the special events permit approval requirement and perhaps the additional city council approval, it would be, I think, either the same or greater, but with those additional requirements, I think that you could say there's no negative impact from the existing language, is my opinion.
Now, Commissioner Isaac.
I was just gonna echo that. That there are 18, on average, 18 basketball games with 7,000, roughly 7,000 attendees. 7 plus football games with over 40,000 attendees. The addition of anywhere between, let's say, 6 to 13, depending on how we count and where we come out on some of these amendments, I don't think that changes that, these areas or the public facilities are being used in this way already. And I don't see this as again, depending on how we come down on the amendments, as making the public facilities inadequate.
Any other comments on the standards? So maybe we come to a point where we should make a decision. So again, we can make a motion to approve, and that can be approved, or we can make a motion, what I'd like to see, make a motion to approve and deny that motion. So that would be not to recommend, or to make a motion to approve as amended with, we're being proposed eight certain amendments to this. So I'm wondering, does anyone want to attempt to make a motion on this? Do you have something to say before that, or do you want to make the motion? Okay, go for it. Go for it.
Personally, as I said, I would be, I'm not in favor of all the amendments, but I'm in some of the amendments. So if we were to vote on this as a package with those 8 amendments, I would vote against it because I would not in favor of all the amendments. Perhaps the best way to do it, may I make a motion that we go amendment by amendment, and once we have all the amendments sorted out, we then have the final agreed upon package to be voted on then as a whole. And then people can either vote yes or no for the package as amended, having gone amendment by amendment.
I second his motion.
Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second motion to go. So I want to just check with Hugh that, so we can say, I have a motion to add the language X, and then the language Y, and then the language Z, and we tally those up. X may say be positive, Z might be positive, Y might be negative, and then finally we vote to do it with all the positives added.
So one way you might want to think about doing this is to amend something, you actually have to get the original motion onto the floor, right? So you can, if someone makes the original motion on this issue, and then we need a subsequent motion to amend, and then we can do those individually, and at the end vote on the amended motion.
All right. So once we get the motion on the floor
Then
and it gets seconded,
it
don't we
is-
have
it
to
is
vote on it?
12:30.
Don't we
That
have
makes
to vote
sense.
on it?
Excuse me?
How do we get from the motion is made and it's seconded, and then don't we have to act on that motion? We have to either vote it up and down, or we can have someone make a motion to amend at that point.
You could make a motion to amend. Here's other, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this sounds like a Robert's Rules.
Yeah,
Right.
I know.
Sorry.
I don't really care that much
Yeah.
about that, but yeah.
My understanding of Robert's rules, and we use it at Rotary when we have our board meetings,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
formal.
yeah.
You put the motion on the floor.
Yes.
And you do not have to then vote on it.
Okay.
It can be amended as many times as you want, and
Okay.
then vote on the final motion as amended.
So Chair Lewis,
Seems to me-
the function to amend is to amend an open
Okay.
motion.
Okay. Okay. All right.
But you have to open it up first.
All right, so let's try doing this, and you stop me if I do it wrong, okay? So is there a motion to approve the proposed text amendment to the zoning ordinance to revise permitted uses of the U2 University Athletic Facilities District?
Second.
Commissioner, you go. Commissioner Goddard seconds. All right. So, does someone want to make an amendment to.
This is not a motion, but could we get the text back? We've been here so long, my iPad has
Yeah,
died and I
right.
don't have the language in front.
So I don't know how we go through these one by one once we do this, because we have to vote on the proposed amendments, right?
Right, because then the amendment has to be, you have to finish the amendment voting to know if it actually affects the open motion.
Okay. Right, right.
All right, Chair Lewis, I'm going to go a little bit out of order from what I originally had set forth. All right.
Yeah, just do it.
All right. I move that the word amateur not be stricken. Or I'm sorry, I move that the word amateur remain within the second paragraph under temporary events.
Is there a second of that motion? So my understanding is we can't vote this up and down unless there's a second. So someone, Commissioner Dubin seconds. All right, do we have can we do this as voice vote at this point, or do we need, as we're doing just tallies? Is there, all in favor of not striking the word amateur? All in vote.
Yeah,
that's what you said. Not to strike.
I revised it.
Keeping
for retaining the word amateur.
Yes, for retaining the word amateur. And not, yes. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? No. Do I have any other?
Chair Lewis, I have another motion.
Great.
Under the conditions, under condition 1, I believe the language, I believe that it should read, sponsors of the temporary event shall provide written notice, shall provide proof of event logistics approval by the city's special events committee and obtain a certificate of zoning compliance pursuant to section 6482 of this title, and provide written notice thereof to residents located within 500 feet of the district.
Do you want to add a time frame to that prior to the event, or? Could be the same day.
Let's see.
Could be the day of the event.
Let's see. So we're adding, providing written notice thereof within 5 business days of obtaining such approval.
All right. So I have a second. Commissioner Hugo. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against?
Aye. No.
No. One against, okay. Are there any other?
There are, Chair Lewis. I propose that condition number 3 be modified to read that free parking for at least 2,000 passenger vehicles is available and is provided in the, free university parking, let me start over. Free parking for at least
Smithed a little bit, right? Yeah.
Sorry?
This can be wordsmithed a little bit by the staff, I think, so long as we get the intent.
Okay, great. Well then, in that case, a motion that condition number 3 be modified to require the university to provide, to provide the U2 property owner to provide 2,000 parking for 2,000 passenger vehicles, 1,300 of which will be located within the U2 district, and that loitering, i.e. tailgating, be prohibited in the U2 district before, during, or after any temporary event.
Would you be able to separate those out?
I can absolutely separate those out. Okay. 2,000 passenger vehicles required, 1,300 of which located within the U2 district.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sloss. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against?
No.
Are there any other amendments to?
There are, Chair Lewis. That loitering, i.e. tailgating, be prohibited before, during, or after any temporary event.
Is there a second? Commissioner Fuko. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All against? None against.
Another
Please.
amendment, Chair Lewis, that condition 7 be amended to read no more than 7 single-day events. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not going to provide it. I'm not going to make that motion. My motion is that in the parentheses in condition number 7, that it should not exceed 7 consecutive days.
You're referring to condition 3? Am I?
No, I'm in condition 7.
Okay.
It's it says no more than 6 single-day events and a 7th multi-day event, and then it says not to exceed 7, and I want to say consecutive days, to make it clear that a multi-day event isn't one that occurs every Friday for 7 straight Fridays, or one Friday for every the first Friday of every month. That's the motion.
All right, so do we have a second?
Okay, fails for lack of a second.
Fails for lack of a second.
Okay.
Okay.
That the ordinance expire on December 31st, 2021.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sloss. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? No. Are there any other?
Chairman, just a point of order. In terms of this change, does it modify the needing city council approval to reinstate it? Does that remain unchanged? How does that? Because there was some discussion about eliminating that from the language. Unless the city council affirmatively votes to renew this amendment, that instead of will expire 2 years, you're just changing 2 years to say will expire on December, or does it go
on a date certain?
Sorry, I guess wordsmithing would be helpful in this case. That last sentence of the additional language, I think, should read: the provisions in this text amendments approved by ordinance XX-O-19 will expire on December 31, 2021, period.
That was my understanding of the motion. I think requiring city council to approve it is just, it's kind of redundant.
Yeah.
If we're allowed.
So there's two issues here. One is the city council approval, eliminating the city council approval, and the other one is ending
Let's separate them out. So
on a date certain.
we have, I think, already voted on the December 31, 2021. I move that we remove the language 2 years after its approval, comma, unless the city council affirmatively votes to renew this amendment. That language should be stricken.
Second. Oh.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against?
Nope.
Okay. All right, are there any other?
There are.
There's indoor.
There's one last one. Indoors, which, I have to say, I think will require some wordsmithing from legal and staff. It seems to me that there are events that are already or temporary events being used by being conducted by the applicant in the U2 district that are outdoor by nature, and it would not be my intention to propose an amendment to this language that would prohibit them from continuing those events, because I don't believe that they are at issue here.
So I think the first question is, or the answer to the first question is, there are events that are outdoors currently. One consideration for the commission potentially would be to look at the attendance language and maybe set a limit for indoor events and a separate limit for outdoor events. If that were to be a concern, that the 7,000 were the language for the indoor, and then potentially there was a lower number, 2,000 or something.
I agree. Unfortunately, I don't think we have the data or evidence.
Set the lower limit, yeah.
Chair, can we suspend the rules to request that the applicant come forth and provide us?
You want to ask a question of the applicant about the attendance for the
current outdoor events that they have on the site.
We generally have 3 outdoor events over the last 5-6 years. The first is some semblance of the Randy Walker 5K. This year, I think our attendance was just a touch under 1,000 people. The other is Meet the Team Night, which occasionally frequently we do at Ryan Field, and that is somewhere around 1,500 this year. We actually we did it on the lakefront, and we had roughly 800 people. And then the third event is the community picnic / movie night, and I think we had somewhere in the 2,500. And those 3 events we would love to continue for obvious reasons.
So I don't think the second one would fall under a temporary event, because that would seem to be accessory to the to intercollegiate athletic events.
But the upper limit seems to be 2,500.
The upper limit seems to be 2,500.
So regardless of the application. So is there...
So I move that we limit attendance to outdoor events to 3,000 people.
Second. Okay. Second. Sure. Hugo, second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against? All right.
I have no more amendments, Chair Lewis.
All right. So can staff provide a summary of what was what was passed and what was not passed?
Okay, the First Amendment to keep the word amateur for events that failed, 1-5. The Second Amendment regarding the conditions, the first condition to provide written notice within, to residents within 500 feet. within, I think it was 5 days of approval, that passed 5-1. The third amendment regarding condition 3 for free parking for at least 2,000 spaces, 1,300 of which would be within U2, that passed 4-2. The fourth amendment regarding prohibiting loitering or tailgating, that passed 6-0. The expiration, or the fifth amendment rather, regarding the expiration date for the sunset provision for December 31st, 2021, passed 4-2. Let's see. I think we'd be on 6 now. The Sixth Amendment, removing language that referred to the lot, or no,
I think that's
the
the
City of Evanston.
City Council, right?
The City of Evanston approval, that passed 4-2. And the amendment regarding adding language for indoor events to be limited at 7,000, outdoor events to be limited at 3,000, passed 6-0. I think that is all of the events or amendments that we had a vote on.
Yes.
I believe I had suggested that, but then based on explanation from council that's going to happen anyhow. And if that's the case, then
No. I believe he said that if we want that to happen, that it should be included as the language that all events, that all of these events need approval of the city council would have to be part of the language. Is that not correct? I mean,
there are some events already that qualify that the special events committee already would push to city council. But if you want this with especially regard, then I would just out of abundance of caution, there, and then there will be no question. The special events committee, as in general, for events that impact the city,
but I think the event that is talking a lot about logistics.
That's right.
And so this, I think the intent is that it's a safeguard against non-family or other kinds of events like that. So that might not be seen by the special events committee as their purview, but the city council is possibly could address that kind of issue, right?
Well, the special events committee forwards events with significant impact to the city council for approval. It's part of the process. It's not going to hurt anything if you want all 7 of these to go to city council as part of the special events process, then just pass a motion for city council approval, and then that'll be part of it. It's not a big deal. We have a lot of events that go.
So how
Chairman,
about
if I
we have
could
a
move
movement?
that, I so move.
You so move that all 7 events need approval by the city council.
So moved. Again, if it's a 7-month process to get the approval, then I would not support that. If it's a relatively straightforward process, at least assure that there's a check that there's no tractor pulling contest or cage wrestling or whatever they may want, then I would be in favor of that. So is it a 7-month process, a 7-week process, 7-day process?
It depends if it's a one-off or if it's part of a larger event. I think the special events committee will push forward a 4 or 5 page event calendar or events on the calendar to city council that are all approved at once. Now, if you need a one-off, it may take. I would think you would want to budget 6 to 8 weeks to make sure you could get that approved.
Then I make the motion.
All right. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Isaac. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against?
No.
And no. So that indoor outdoor events. So yeah, that's as stated. I think it does. So
I'm sorry, repeat that?
So the question was, does the 3 outdoor events, are they affected by this calendar approval?
If it's a temporary event,
yes,
it's required.
Yeah, I think so. So whether intended or not. So do I have a motion based on that we have passed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 amendments? Do I have a motion to amend the original, or do I have a
Let's move to vote.
Yes,
There was a motion for the.
Is there a motion to approve the
Text
the
amendment
proposal
as amended
as amended? Yeah.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Commissioner Sloss. All right. So this one, I think we're going to do a voice vote.
A voice vote?
I mean, not a voice vote, a roll call. I'm sorry. It's getting really late.
Yes. Commissioner Dubin.
Aye.
Commissioner Goddard.
No.
Commissioner Isaac.
Yes.
Commissioner Sloss.
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo.
Yes.
And Chair Lewis.
No.
That passes 4-2.
All right. That concludes
item number 1.
Item number 3, the text amendment for for special events in the U2 district. So now we move to new business. So everyone involved in that can go home and go to bed. Yeah. I would like to push through if we can. Yeah, I just, yeah. Well, go, why don't you go, and while they're setting up, yeah. All right. I think we're going to try to move right into this. So if we can do this quickly, and yeah, I'm sure you're well past ready, and all right, the first item of new business is a plan development at 1012 through 1018 Church Street, the Northlight Theater, case 19 PLND 0075. Can I have the staff present?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission, members of the public. The request here is for a plan development, special use for plan development within the D3 district to construct a 3-story, 37,800 square foot cultural facility, which is a live theater performance venue, within a 289 seat main stage and a building height of 41 feet. The applicant is requesting 2 site development allowances for front yard setback and number of parking spaces. As seen on the aerial here, the site is located on Church Street on the south side between Oak and Maple. The applicant proposes to remove the current buildings from the site, and then the site's about a half acre in size, and then build a new theater on that site. Be a 3-story building, 41 feet in height, with a floor area ratio of 1.4. No on-site parking spaces are being proposed. Rendering is shown here. First floor plan of the proposed improvement, with on the left being Church Street and the lobby entryway off Church Street. 2 site development allowances are being requested, as noted, for the number of parking spaces based on the size of the theater, number of employees, and number of seats. 32 parking spaces are required by code, whereas the applicant is proposing to have 0 on-site, and then a front yard setback of 0 feet is required at this location, and the applicant is proposing a 2-foot setback at the ground level. On the upper level, 9 feet and above, there are elements that would protrude out to 0 feet. So above that front 9 feet, it would meet the code limit. It's that first 9 feet in height where the exception or development allowance is being requested. Staff is, the applicants proposed a number of public benefits, or stated what they believe are public benefits within their proposal. Those are listed on the screen and within the staff report, mainly having to do with economic interest and generation within the city. Staff is recommending the Plan Commission make a positive recommendation for the approval of the special use for the plan development, subject to continued discussion concerning the peak patron arrival and departure times. This would be in the form of a parking plan, bike lane management, and a multimodal transportation plan, as well as consideration of expanded public benefits, which may include the following: formalizing Northlight's Arts for Everyone commitment, that was on the previous slide, bird-friendly measures as proposed by the applicant at the Design and Project Review Committee meeting, local employment commitments or goals, and inclusion of public art on the west building facade. That concludes a summary of the staff presentation. The applicant's here for presentation, and staff's available for questions. We also have the standards within the presentation when we get to that point. Thank you.
All right. Would the applicant like to present?
Good morning. My name is Tim Evans. I'm Executive Director at Northlight Theater and a 35-year resident of Evanston. In the element of time, I'm not sure what you would like us to pursue here. We have a presentation that we could use as it is here, so I will go through this, and then certainly you can all ask questions with regards to this as we go along. So a little history is Northlight Theater was founded as the Evanston Theater Company back in 1974. We have recently are located in the Skokie Performing Arts Center and have been for about 21 years. We are been pursuing a move back to Evanston for several years. We had a couple of proposed projects that we worked with the developer and pulled out of the last one for various reasons, and decided to pursue this project on our own. And so we have entered into a purchase option agreement with the building at 1012 Church Street, and are in pursuit of purchasing that building by the end of the year. With regards to this plan, we have sort of taken our lead from an NEA study that was done in 2005, the Evanston Arts Community Study that was done in 2011, I believe, through the Evanston Community Foundation. Those studies showed that there was a real desire for the residents of Evanston to have a performing arts center, and we were identified as one of the key components of that. So we have done, as you know, we've done a traffic study, we've done a parking study, we've done a large economic impact study that shows that we bring benefits to downtown Evanston. So who clicks this? Okay, great. Can we go to the next slide?
I think, yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, great. Thank you. So this is the front of the building. The concept here is that it is essentially the same envelope of the property as it is now. There is a first floor entrance and a large lobby on the first floor. There is a grand staircase that goes up to the second floor with a small patron lounge. And up on the third floor, as you see there, there is a glass cube that is essentially our rehearsal hall that will be used as an education center and occasionally will be used as a special events location for the community to have benefits, galas, gatherings, etc., and a very small roof deck as well. Location is on Church Street, near the corner of Church and Oak. The property is also occupied by the bar and restaurant, which we will retain. The rest of the structure we will demolish and build a new building. As you can see, there is, that's a 500 feet radius. There are a number of parking garages very close to us that we will get to in a minute. But for us, it brings us close to public transportation, two forms of public transportation in the Metro and in the CTA. There are a number of local restaurants and businesses that we feel our patrons will frequent, and so we feel the location for us is tremendous. This is a part of Evanston that could use a little refreshing, and we feel that this will drive patrons and new folks to the area. A bird's eye view of the building. As you can see, there is the rehearsal hall / event space that's up on the third floor. There is a bike lane that is in front of the building, which we are working with city staff to make sure that we are in compliance, and we also are aware of what that means for bikers. We've proposed a large lobby that will act as a gathering space for folks in downtown Evanston. We like to call it the living room of downtown Evanston. It'll be a place that'll have a cafe during the day and a lounge at night that will be basically for a patron lounge before the performance and shortly after the performance. On the second floor, up past the grand staircase, there is also a patron lounge that is for patrons of the theater, again, for before and after events. This is a state-of-the-art, world-class theater design. It seats a little under 300 people. It will have a small, shallow balcony of one row that brings audiences close to the stage and makes it a very intimate space. They will have traps under the stage, which allows furniture and scenery to come up from below. There is a half-fly house that will allow scenery and elements to come down from the ceiling, a full grid and a full catwalk, something that professional theaters have, something we don't have right now. That's the view of it at night. It has a nice glow to it. There is a scrim, a mesh scrim that covers the front of the theater that gives it a dramatic element and also is an element that is bird friendly. So the site plan, I think I'll bring up Craig Smith, who is our architect with Eichenoff Saunders, also is a board member for Northlight Theater. Craig?
Thank you. This is oriented north to south, so you can see Oak Street on the left and Church Street up on the top, and the blue area is the site. There's a large, nice alley on the south side. That's where we have a loading dock that comes in off the alley on the south side, and that accommodates, because we have an off-site scene construction shop that we bring the scenery in, and it loads at the loading dock right into the back of the stage. And this is the ground floor plan. The yellow is basically the lobby and the circulation, and you can see down the bottom of the drawing, the back of house has all the dressing rooms and all of the support areas. We've got a large area for refuse and recycling off of the alley. And then over to the left there is the barn, which will remain as the existing restaurant. And there is an existing alley, a very narrow alley on the west side, which will remain because that accesses a couple of residential properties over on Oak Street. And so that remains. In the west wall that they were talking about earlier is the large, along the yellow area on the left, facing that alley. And that's where we would look at public art along that alley facade. The balcony level is, it's a small balcony, but again, as Tim said, it brings a certain number of patrons closer to the stage, and it also allows, if the house isn't sold out, we wouldn't populate the balcony first. We'd keep everybody on the main floor. This is a thrust theater, so you can see the curved part of the stage that projects into the main auditorium space. And then the Northlight offices are the kind of the pinkish, reddish area on the south side of the site. So all of the staff, administration is on the second and third floors above the dressing rooms at the south side of the site. So this gets everyone at Northlight except for the scene chapel onto our site here. And then the upper level, the top level is the rehearsal hall and a small outdoor event space up along Church Street. And so it's got a nice view out over Church Street. The rehearsal hall is about 2,200 square feet. And that can, again, we could rent that out. It also accommodates large meetings that could be used for Northlight and other groups. And then the catwalks are kind of the orangish lines that run across the main stage area. So as Tim said, it's a really state-of-the-art. We've got some of the best theater designers in the world. Schuler Shook and Kierkegaard are our acoustical consultants working on this. So it's going to be top world-class performance theater. And then there is a lower level, and that has the traps, as Tim mentioned, and also all the pump water service and pump room. We're in order to minimize disruption to the site, we're keeping the basement in a lower level away from the property line, so it minimizes the need for excavation close to the property lines. And then the site plan, we are proposing to have, because we do bring student groups in, and so there are buses occasionally that would come. We do have a couple of matinee performances during the week, and there's an area on Oak Street where the bus would stop, and the kids would disembark there on Oak Street, so we wouldn't minimize disruption along Church Street. And then the city parking lot, you can see on Oak Street, remains unchanged under this proposal. And then, as Tim mentioned, there are two parking garages. They're both within about 500 feet, not much more than 500 feet from the site. And and there's plenty of excess capacity in talking with the city in those. So that's where we would direct patrons as part of the, when they purchase a ticket, they would understand where the parking is located very close to the site. And of course, it's walking distance to Metra and CTA, and we hope that a lot of people walk from their homes in Evanston, so I think there's a lot of options for how people are going to get to the site.
So we conducted a economic impact study with the Hunden partners and refreshed it. We did the first study about 4 years ago, and then we refreshed it 2 months ago. And the impact for the economy in Evanston is that in the first 5 years, we bring in, this building will generate $55 million in new spending. It'll generate $427,000 in new city tax revenues. Those come in the form of restaurants and food and liquor and retail. And then it will generate 115 full-time equivalent jobs. Some of those are construction jobs, but we will need to staff up in the theater itself, and we will employ an increased number of people on our staff that will, be ushers and house managers and box office, et cetera. So. One of the things that we do now and will deepen because of being in downtown Evanston is our community partnerships. We're one of the rare theaters in Chicago that has deep ties into a community. We work with Evanston Scholars, YOU, Family Focus, the YWCA, and Youth Job Center. We have been doing that for several years. We work within their programs, and we do any number of programming for them to assist in their mission and also to expand our mission. We also service 4,000 students in the Chicagoland area. Many of them are in Evanston. We have programs in District 202 and District 65. We also have a program that we started last year, as a matter of fact, which is a free ticket program to our community partners, which is Arts for Everyone. And literally, we distribute free tickets to all of these organizations, and our hope is to expand that free ticket program so that we break down the barriers of price and privilege to all the community. This is the existing conditions that back of the theater where the barn is. And then is there any more there? I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, I know what happened to him. So
That's fine. I think we know.
Okay. So, any questions?
So, yes, questions from commissioners.
I have a couple of questions on drop-offs for people going to the theater and dropping off. Right now, there's 2 parking spaces in front. You would like those removed, but you're offering an alternative drop-off point. Can you speak to that?
Admittedly, there still is some discussion that we would have with the city and staff in terms of how the actual procedure goes, but the reason we'd like to remove the spaces in front is not to accommodate necessarily drop-off, but it's just to provide visibility at the main entrance, because when you're coming down Church Street, we want the entrance to be very visible. But we think that people are going to be parking in the garages. We're going to direct them to the garages. Most people would either go park in a garage, go have dinner, and then walk over to the theater. So we're not looking to that as a drop-off right in front of the building per se.
Nonetheless, there are a lot of people who the husband drops off his wife, or
We do have a side door back. I didn't point that out, but just going back a little bit here. So on the
there is a pointer, I believe, and sometimes it's not working. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to make it really hard on you to point, but we also need you to speak into the microphone.
So there's a side door
here we go.
between the barn and the city parking lot there, and that would be the accessible entrance. So someone in a wheelchair, for example, could be dropped off in the parking lot and be able to access the lobby at that location.
so that's going to be a lot of education on your part to.
Yes, we already do a lot of education for patrons in terms of some of them have actually asked this year, where do they go to the play theater this year? We have to tell them, well, we're still in Skokie. So yeah, there is a lot of education in terms of how you come. And with the 6,000 subscribers, I think there's a regular program of mailing and education for how do you get to, where do you park, and things that are available.
What about providing a valet service?
Yes, we've discussed that, and we plan on providing valet for parking.
Other questions by commissioners? Commissioner Sloss.
You had mentioned the entry lobby area is going to be used as a cafe and a patron's lunch. So that's open to the public every day?
Yes, we haven't determined yet hours for that, but our hope and our desire is to create a gathering place for folks in Evanston, especially for use by our community partners. YOU is not far from us. YWCA is very close to us. There'll be other partners that we'll use. Place for them to gather, have meetings. We will also do some programming during the day in that lobby, whether they be brown bag performances, or perhaps we will do professor talks or TED Talks in the theater during the day. Our goal is just to keep it alive and keep it active and open during the day. We don't want it to be dark during the day. We feel like that's a poor use of the space, and frankly, the more people that circulate through the building, the better it is for people to be aware of it.
Commissioner Isaac.
Can you describe what how the roof deck is going to be used?
Right. Well, what primarily use of the space on the third floor is a rehearsal hall, which we use extensively to rehearse our plays while other plays are going on the stage. We will also use it during certain periods of time when we're not rehearsing as a student center, as a place where we do our educational programmings. We have a number of different programmings that will happen on site. And then occasionally, and we're not sure in terms of how often or what the extent will be, is that there's been a desire we've heard in our various iterations of looking for a home here in Evanston. There's been a desire for an event space in downtown Evanston. We think this space can accommodate about 225 folks for a benefit, for an event, for a meeting, but it won't be a space that is used on a regular basis. It's a space that will be used probably 5 or 6 or 7 times a year. And in the beginning, I think it'll probably be used primarily for our use, which is for rehearsal and for educational space.
Is it your intention that the tenant in that rear building remain operating during construction?
Yes.
Currently, to the east of that building, there is a parking lot that I believe the valet for that restaurant uses. I think there's roughly somewhere between probably 8 to 15 cars. I didn't go and count them on a Friday or Saturday night, but your proposal would remove those vehicles, correct?
Oh, in the back off the alley?
Yeah.
Yes, that would be part of our building. That's where the loading dock is and the trash place. So, yeah.
Okay.
But the barn's outdoor seating area.
Mm-hmm. In the first floor elevation, I don't know if it's on this one, there's a reference to a cooler. Let's see.
Well, the barn has a cooler sitting in the back by the alley.
Is that literally a refrigerator for?
Yes, that's their existing outdoor. It's one of those package units that sits there right now. So when you're driving down the alley, you see the barn's outdoor seating area, but then behind that to the north there's an exterior cooler. That's
Okay, and that remains.
That remains. That's existing, and the entrance to that is from the inside, not from the outside.
Right.
Okay. The alley entrance, is that an entrance that can be, if I came in and I parked in the city lot, I could walk in I'm coming over for performance. I can walk in through the alley. So basically, I'm walking through the parking lot and can enter the building from that. Like, it'll be unlocked at all times.
It'll be unlocked when the theater is open. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, absolutely. That's we want a second entrance from that side of the building, from the parking lot. We think that's important. We anticipate some handicapped folks wanting that as an entrance as well.
And that's going to also discourage people from walking through the alley.
Correct.
To get
Yes,
to get around.
absolutely right.
Okay. And then as far as performances, I know there's some bike lane considerations. How many performances a week do you believe you would have during the hours of, let's say, 9 a.m. and 6 p.m.?
There would be 3 performances a week that we do matinees, usually on a Wednesday, on a Saturday, and a Sunday. Those performances start at 1:30 or 2. And then the rest of the performances occur Tuesday through Sunday nights, and those curtain times are at 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
And how much lead time do your how much time before a performance starts do your patrons begin to?
At the most, it's about a half an hour. We anticipate it won't be too much more than that unless they're coming for a drink. Our guess is that in the evening, there'll be a rush of patrons coming into the theater after dinner in town, probably 20 minutes, half an hour to 20 minutes before curtain time.
So there's going to be a 30-minute rush before performance, maybe 10 to 15 minutes after performance.
Correct.
And that will be the impact to the
That would be the height
street.
of people coming and going.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Anyone else? Okay. Commissioner Hugo.
Quick question on the economic impact. What the construction period, and what do you anticipate the economic benefit to the city being of temporary construction jobs? Is just.
I'm going to bring up Janet Mullet, who is our general manager.
In addition to the benefits you outlined in your slide.
Sure.
Construction period is about 14 months, 14 to 15 months. I'm sorry. Construction period will be about 14 to 15 months in duration, and Janet can address the rest of the economics.
Hi. In the packet we provided for you is the Hunden study, which gives full numbers on all of this. At the end of that is a summary of 25-year impacts. They haven't broken it down as closely as we have here with the 5, but they're saying that the construction impact in new materials is about $15 million, and in new labor is $13 million, with job years, actual job years, of 239. And they've based that on these new numbers. This was done for us in July, based on this particular project.
Anyone else? All right, so I just have, really, I guess it's one question, and I'd like to preface that by, I think it's a very, very nice facility, very well thought out, very well considered. Except the one thing that I don't like is that you're making a separate accessibility entrance and not allowing people to come in, or not providing an accessible route through the main door so people can come with their,
Actually, we are providing.
So there's a curb depression and a door that will self-actuate or meet the.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mislead. The front entrance is fully accessible. We have an elevator right off of in the lobby.
So it's intended that that's the accessible route.
Yes,
So what was the rationale of having this labeled? Is it near the spots?
Talking with city staff, it was just an alternative location so that there was a place other than stopping on Church Street and dropping off, let's say, a wheelchair patron right on Church Street, that there was a place off of the parking lot to stop a car or a van, unload a wheelchair instead of right on Church Street, because that was the discussion with staff in meetings.
Okay, so staying on this entry, after a performance, there's possibly, 400 people are exiting at one time?
Less than 300.
300 people are exiting at one time. Is one pair of doors adequate for that kind of exiting?
Yeah, it is, because we have extensive history over at our existing theater, and the capacity is fine with a set of double doors.
Okay.
And people don't, it's kind of people mingle in the lobby, and it's kind of a more gradual
exit than a rush to the door, huh?
And a rush of 180, 200, 250 people is
not that big a stampede.
Unless they really hate the play.
Yeah.
And then they already
Exactly.
left,
Okay.
so.
All right. So I think the last component of an accessible route there would be working with the city or someone to get a handicap spot close to the entry in the front area. So I guess I also have a question for staff is, did you talk about the handicap spots in the parking lot are all over on Oak Street? Did you talk about locating one near this rear accessible entry or bring up any kind of?
I don't know that detail's come up yet. I know the development team has been working with our parking staff, so that is something that we could discuss.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to make an announcement before I open it up. We have 3 people who in the audience who have signed up, if they're still here, to or at least 2, I think. 3 signed up to speak. That at this time we would entertain if anyone requires time to research or dispute any of the testimony or presentation that's now, we will entertain motions for a continuance to the next date certain. Those motions have to be stated in writing. So if anyone would like to do that, now is the time. So I am going to call for people to ask questions now. Susan Blatz. Andy Arthur Friedman, someone, and Bonnie Ploden. I believe that's all we had for questions, yes. You can, but you're going to have to sign up after you do it. Please come up and state your name and address, and then you can fill it out.
My name is Marty Klaas. I am, good morning. I am the property owner of 1026 and 1030 Davis Street, which is just located about a block south of the proposed development. I am in support of Northlight coming to downtown Evanston and returning. It's great. As a board member of YOU, I'm very appreciative of all they do for the YOU kids, so thank you, and look forward to having them come to the new facility. The question that I have, and what brings me here tonight, or actually this morning now, is lot 1621. They talk about the side entrance. There is some discussion as well in their traffic report that was submitted as part of their DAPA presentation that they want to reconfigure the lot and take away some spaces. And in this documentation that was presented, but I don't think it was in your packet tonight, was a letter of intent from Tim and BJ Evans of Northlight in which they want to entertain taking over this lot for the construction phasing and staging for the building. And then secondly, they've also talked about getting into negotiations with the city of ultimately purchasing this lot and adding a additional theater, black box theater for phase 2. So again, that could be a pipe dream, it could be down the road. But earlier in the presentation, we did see an aerial view. And if we could go back to that aerial view, you'll probably see this building, which looks like a new building directly north of the Smiley property. So it's just kind of my question about what's the next intent, just because, yeah, it's right over there. Thanks, Tim.
The wing-shaped butterfly roof.
Yeah, well, I'm going to walk. So, existing to this building, I think, and it's the one directly on top of that is the one with the hump, Smiley, and the vacant corner lot was where Pine Vineyard used to be, and it looks like nothing was built at the time, just because maybe it was reflective of a Google aerial shot. So that's my question, basically. I'm totally in support of Northlight coming back, but I just want to know a little bit more about this potentially phase 2, the impact, particularly, this lot would be sold, and you have 300 patrons from a normal theater, then you have a black box theater on top of that. It can have some ramifications on the tenants of my properties, and so that's what I just want to find out a little bit more about. So thank you for your consideration. And if you need a copy of that letter of intent, I have it here.
So the parking lot on Oak Street, we have long-term dreams, possibly of building a black box on that connected to the main theater, but that really hasn't progressed, and it would depend on fundraising and other issues. So that parking lot would remain as it is. At one point, we had discussions with city staff about modifying that lot to have a drive-through through the city lot, but then we took that out of the agenda and removed that from consideration. So we're not proposing any changes to the city lot on Oak Street at this time. That was part of a discussion with city staff in terms of the bike lane and how to address the drop-off.
So I think part of the question was the intent of the theater company to expand their facilities into that parking lot.
So in our first plan, we had 2 phases, and the phase 1 was the building at 1012, and the phase 2 plan was if we could acquire that parking lot, that we would down the road like to build a second stage that would become frankly a stage for other theater companies and dance companies in town, and turn the whole parcel into a true performing arts center. One of the things that, and again, all this is conceptual, and we're not proposing that tonight, and probably won't until we get the building built, if we do it at all, because as Craig said, a lot of it depends on fundraising and other issues. But if we were to build a black box theater on that parking lot, we would retain underneath the parking spaces that are there right now. So we would raise the second stage up about 10 feet. We dig down about 4 feet, and we would have underground or shallow ground parking under that black box theater. We're years and years away from that. And so, as Craig said, what we've decided to do is concentrate on the main stage theater and the main theater, and leave the parking as it is right now.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So at this time, are there any members of the public who would like to give testimony? All right. Cross-exam. I think any questions from commissioners? All right. So with that, we will close the public hearing portion and move to, well, I'm going to give you one opportunity for a closing statement. You don't have to say it. I think we've kind of...
All I would say is that for our organization, and I hope for Evanston, that this is something that is really a wonderful marriage of art and commerce. And we're excited to come home. We have been for a long time. We've been pursuing this, as many of you know. And I think what we wanted to do was listen to the community and listen to the city council and take this on ourselves. It requires a heavy fundraising lift, but we feel we can manage that, and we feel that we have the support of the city behind us. And our hope is that we can have an opening night with Paul McCartney.
So there we go. So that goes. So of course there's another question. When would you intend to break ground on?
Well, a lot of it depends on fundraising, and so right now our hope is.
Question.
Yes, of course, and understandably, our plan right now is to break ground at the end of 2021 or in the spring of 2022, with the hope of having the theater built a year from that moment.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, with that, we'll close the public portion of this and proceed to deliberations. So standards? So are there any comments or additional questions from commissioners?
I love this building. I think it's a great asset for the city of Evanston. I'm a little concerned about the 2 parking spots in front. I wish we could work out some kind of arrangement where you could block those out during performances and use them as your valet service, and then you'd get the impact of having it open, but not permanently lose those spaces.
Commissioner Isaac.
My concern is over parking, mainly on just Fridays and Saturdays. I think the area is pretty crowded. I'm not overly concerned about it, but I think that's the one issue. I think otherwise it's great project, great presentation. As an aside, I think removal of the 1625 Oak parking lot would have a significant negative effect to all the businesses in the area. But since we're not talking about that, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think the real one substantial item that they're asking for is the parking. So that's the only issue that means anything to me. So so that's part of the deal. Commissioner Dubin. Oh, look at that! I have my coffee in front of your light.
I think it's a great project. It's the kind of thing that city planners and architects dream about, a great building and a great function, great community spaces. It's terrific. There is parking if you go the alley where you enter the barn. If you keep going east, there is a public parking lot on the south side of that alley that hardly anybody knows about. So there is some immediate parking. And also, if you're a theater patron and you ever go into Chicago, you don't park right in front of where you're going. So I would imagine times are changing. People could no longer park in front of where they're going, and people are getting used to that. It's not a very long walk to any of the spaces.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's see I think we need to go through the standards. So
there's 3 different sections of standards. 6, 3, 5, 10 are the special use standards and standards of plan development that essentially refer to the 6, 11, 1, 10 standards. So special use standards, it is one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance.
And it is?
It is, yes.
So it's satisfied.
It is in keeping with the purposes and policies of the adopted comprehensive general plan, and the zoning ordinance is amended from time to time.
I think we believe it's satisfied. It's a great asset.
It will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of various special uses of all types on the immediate neighborhood and the effect of the proposed type of special use upon the city as a whole.
I believe there's no cumulative negative effect. So satisfied.
Does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood.
There's no evidence of that. Probably, yeah. Attributes, so satisfied.
Can be adequately served by public facilities and services.
So that we would have to ask staff their analysis of the parking facilities to.
Yes, parking services staff has noted that in the downtown parking garages have less than 50% occupancy during the evening, which is the peak period for the proposed use.
All right, so satisfied.
It does not cause undue traffic congestion.
I think they presented evidence in the traffic report that it doesn't.
Preserve significant historical and architectural resources.
That's not applicable, yeah.
Preserve significant natural and environmental features.
Not applicable.
And complies with all other applicable regulations of the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent such regulations have been modified through the plan development process or the grant of
So that's such a broad statement, I would have to rely on staff to say all other. So we'll say it's satisfied.
Correct, with those two development allowances.
Yeah.
And again, the standards for plan development essentially refers to the standards in the district which is located. Compliance with the standards shall govern the recommendations of the Plan Commission, applicable to plan development. And the Plan Commission shall not recommend approval unless it shall determine, based on the written findings of fact, the plan development satisfies the specific standards with the district. So those standards are this list here. 611-110A, the general conditions. Each plan development shall be compatible with surrounding development and not be of such nature in height, bulk, or scale as to exercise influence contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance.
Yeah, it's well proportioned and in scale.
Each plan development shall enhance the identity and character of the downtown by preserving where possible character-giving buildings, enhancing existing streetscape amenities, maintaining retail continuity in areas where it's prominent, strengthening pedestrian orientation and scale, and contributing to the mixed-use vitality of the area.
Yes, by certainly having the transparent lobby and the activity, it's adding a lot of activity to that locale.
Plan development shall be compatible with and implement the adopted comprehensive general plan, plan for downtown Evanston, any other adopted land use specific plan in the area, the zoning ordinance, and any other pertinent city planning development policies, particularly in terms of land use intensity, housing, preservation, environmental, urban design, traffic impact and parking, impact on schools, public services and facilities, essential character of the downtown district, the surrounding residential neighborhoods and abutting residential lots, neighborhood planning, conservation of the taxable value of land and buildings throughout the city, and retention of taxable land on tax rolls.
Definitely those and positive assets, so long as they don't buy the city parking lot. So retention of taxable land on tax rolls, yeah. So, okay, so let's go to 4.
Plan development shall be completed within 2 years of the issuance of special use permit for the plan development.
So the construction schedule is within 2 years?
And this section does go on that, however, the 2-year requirement may be extended to provide for a more reasonable time schedule. Expanded time schedules will be adopted as part of the plan development, and so noted in the special use for plan development.
All right, so it's satisfied.
All landscaping treatment within the plan development shall be provided in accordance with the requirements set forth in Chapter 17, Landscaping and Screening, and shown in the required landscape plan.
I did not, yeah, I see. This is the landscape plan. All right, so I believe that's satisfied.
Okay, section B, site control and standards. Walkways developed for plan development shall form a logical, safe, convenient system for pedestrian access to all project facilities and offsite destinations likely to attract substantial pedestrian traffic. Pedestrian ways shall not be used for other automotive traffic.
Satisfied.
Location, construction, operation of parking loading areas and service areas shall be designed to avoid adverse impacts on residential uses within or adjoining the development. Where possible, provide additional parking beyond that required for the plan development to service the downtown district where it's located.
So this is specifically talking about adverse effects on residential uses.
Yes.
Adjoining development. So I believe that's satisfied.
Principal vehicular access points shall be designed to permit smooth traffic flow with controlled turning movements and minimum hazards to vehicular or pedestrian traffic. The plan development employs local streets within the development. Such streets shall not be connected to streets outside the development in such ways to encourage their use by through traffic.
Yes. Satisfied.
The plan development shall provide, if possible, for underground installation of utilities, including electric and telephone, both in public ways and private extension thereof.
Is there any overheads that need to be? It's all underground and.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
There should be a market feasibility study that's provided. Should be a traffic study which is provided, and additional studies were requested. And that completes the standards.
Right. So, are there any other questions or comments by commissioners? So, do I have a motion?
I move that we approve plan development at 1012, 1018 Church Street, number 19 PLND 0075, with the 2 site development allowances requested.
Do I have a second?
Sorry, second.
Commissioner Isaac seconds. All right.
Commissioner, I have a proposed amendment.
All right. Proposed amendment. We know how to do this now.
Yes, we do. Everyone watch out. I propose that we include a restriction against the applicant or any user of the property, meaning the existing building in the back that's going to remain, from using the 1625 Oak parking lot as part of their valet service.
All right. Do we have a second? Commissioner Dubin. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? No. So that's three to three.
Three, so it fails.
It fails. All right. All right. So, any other amendments? So then we have a motion on the floor to pass, to approve as proposed. So we should do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Dubin?
Aye.
Commissioner Goddard?
Aye.
Commissioner Isaac?
Aye.
Commissioner Sloss? Aye. Commissioner Hugo?
Aye.
And Chair Lewis.
Aye. So the motion is approved. So thank you. Thank you. All right. So we're going to push right on. You can go, but we have 2 more items. We have a map amendment to the Howard Street rezoning, of which I have sent everyone away for. So do I have a motion to continue
September 25th?
To continue this meeting to a date certain, September 25th, the next scheduled Plan Commission meeting.
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting until the next certain Plan Commission meeting.
Seconded? Isaac, all in favor? Aye. All against? All right, we have one more issue, the text amendment, accessory recreational cannabis. Do I have a motion to continue this to a
September 25th.
September 25th, date certain? Commissioner Dubin, second.
Second.
Commissioner Isaac, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against? It's unanimous. So, is there any public? No, there's no public anymore. Do I?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Isaac, Commissioner Goddard, all in favor? Aye. All against? We are adjourned. Thank you.